I am thrilled to welcome you all today to TBM IRL, examining life cycles of time-based media art. LACMA's first ever colloquium dedicated to the collaborative care of time-based media artworks. I am Joey Heinen, Digital Preservation Manager and Chair of LACMA's Time-Based Media Committee, which considers new approaches towards managing the acquisition and ongoing display and preservation of the time-based media collection. But before we get into all of that, a few acknowledgements. The event is made possible by a generous gift from Suzanne Deal Booth, who has also assisted in our collecting and collections care of time-based media art. So many thanks to Suzanne for supporting this important work. Thanks also to Myriad Consulting and their NEH-funded Maintenance Culture project for helping to sponsor today's event. I'll be speaking more about this amazing project in just a little bit. I would like to extend an especially warm thank you to the Academy Museum for allowing us to host this event here today. As you probably know, LACMA is currently short a theater while we undergo a new construction project, and we are so grateful for the Academy for giving us such a generous space to host this conversation. I'd also like to thank the staff of the Academy Museum for assisting with today's event, as well as to my LACMA colleagues and volunteers who are on hand to assist today. I also wanted to extend a special thank you to my colleagues Jessica, Julia, Emmeline, and Joel, who are facilitating today's discussions and who have been major thought partners in teasing out these rather sinewy topics. Thanks also to the many people at LACMA that are involved in time-based media work, who I hope we can hear a little bit from during today's discussions. And an especially warm thank you to Nancy Thomas, our Senior Deputy Director, who had a major hand in ensuring that we could host this event here today. Both LACMA and the Academy Museum reside on land originally occupied and still occupied by the Gabrielino Tongva, and we also extend our recognition and respect to the Gabrielino Kizh, Fernandino Tatavian, and Venturino Chumash peoples as the traditional land caretakers of Los Angeles County. I and my colleagues in collections care at LACMA are committed to building stronger relationships with members of these committees, including in our work to collaboratively care for Indigenous cultural resources and leverage Indigenous knowledge and use. One last thing before we jump into today's program, some housekeeping notes. We have a very packed schedule today, and hopefully we'll keep time such that we will have an hour-and-a-half break for lunch on your own. Beverages are not allowed in the 10-man theater, but we understand that you may need to take a break, process some thoughts, and get some caffeine, so feel free to help yourself to tea, coffee, or water in the lobby just outside the theater at any point today during the morning sessions. Bathrooms are also just outside the theater. Please ask Academy staff if you need help accessing the facilities today. Each session will feature brief presentations from our panelists who will help orient you to their work in this area, which will then be followed by a half-hour moderated discussion. We should hopefully have some time for some audience questions, which our mic runners will be on hand for today. Please note that we are recording today's event, and any questions or comments will also be recorded for posterity. So it might first be appropriate to establish some definitions and concepts for today's discussion. Time-based media, as it is called, can vary in different contexts, but for today's discussions, we are considering any artwork that is technologically mediated, site-specific or variable in installation parameters, performative or interactive, or works that exist on digital platforms to be considered time-based media. These works are threatened not just by technological obsolescence and the rapidly changing technology that surrounds us, but also by the conceptual challenges of realizing these works, which often rely on a multitude of individuals to share their respective knowledge. There are also the inevitable unforeseen challenges of presenting work in new spaces, with new people, and with new mediating technologies. Many professional groups, online resources, and networks already exist for determining best practice in preserving, presenting, and documenting time-based media artworks. And I've assembled a quick and dirty list of these in case you are not familiar with them. From some of the earliest philosophical considerations via the Variable Media Initiative or the Tate's Inside Installations Project, artist archives approaches via Joan Mitchell Foundation's Creating a Living Legacy project, the Artist Archives Initiative, or oral history projects like Voices of Contemporary Art, from professional training and educational programs like the Media Conservation Program in Bern, Switzerland, the Preservation and Presentation of Moving Image Program in Amsterdam, the Selznick School at George Eastman and NYU's Moving Image Archiving and Preservation Program, and the Institute of Fine Arts Conservation Program, which also offers training programs through the Mellon Foundation. to best practice documents from peer institutions like MoMA, the Whitney, the Met, the Art Institute of Chicago, the Guggenheim, Rhizome, SF MoMA, the Tate, and resulting platforms like Matters in Media Arts, or the Tate's Preserving Immersive Media Project. Professional networks like the Association of Moving Image Archivists, the Media Area Consortium that hosts the No Time to Wait conference, American Institute for Conservation's Contemporary Art Network, and Electronic Media Group, which released the yearly Electronic Media Review, and frequently host tech-focused conference and workshops. The recently published Time-Based Media Conservation Guide through Routledge Press, even adjacent knowledge bases in digital preservation and digital librarianship, such as the iPres Conference, the Library of Congress's Sustainability of Digital Formats Guide, or the Depot Network, the National Digital Stewardship Alliance, format repositories like Pronom, etc. There are so many places to look in terms of best practices for preserving media heritage and approaching artist-centered work. One recent project through the National Endowment for the Humanities called Maintenance Culture examines all these resources and how to filter this knowledge into spaces where it may not typically go. Often the only spaces that can achieve these so-called best practices standards are mid to large institutions based on their ability to create dedicated positions and to allocate the necessary resources to autonomously preserve their collections. So how can these also extend to smaller organizations or independent artists? Or might it also be argued that these processes are just one part of an artwork's life cycle, the scenario where it enters a gilded institution that ostensibly is intended to care for its objects for centuries to come and beyond everyone's lifespans? This project looks at a myriad of different scenarios for where these works may reside. As an aside, Myriad is hosting a Maintenance Culture 2-day workshop on Monday and Tuesday at the Huntington, and I believe there are still spots available, so be sure to check that out if you're interested. Today's discussion will no doubt discuss or reference some of these best practiced approaches, though in perhaps a somewhat provocative way, the concept of today is examining that which might be missing, assumed, or even outdated or too idealistic. Furthermore, in my experience at the museum in terms of our time-based media acquisitions, the complexities are not always related to preserving the technology, but rather determining who has the authority to define the parameters of the work and to authorize us to maintain our own set of archival assets. As these works are seen in several iterations, disseminated in different editions, and can often pass through many hands as they are collected, often the most challenging part can be pinpointing who has what, and in what ways do our understanding of the work differ. As referenced in the IRL of the event title, we are interested in how this complicated work happens in real life. Life which is at times chaotic and of course prone to constant change. This work comes down to the individuals that make it, represent it, and continue to reinterpret it, though ideally without removing it from its original concept. Relationships and trust are what's at heart when presenting this work across time, and at the end of the day, we are just people trying our best to create artistic experiences that hopefully make an impact and change our perspectives. This is indeed one of the more defining aspects of these works that might not be fully encapsulated or perhaps evade these processes. All the relationships that were built over time that informs the journey that these works may take. Embodiment and representation are a constant process, as is preservation, and the act of articulating or documenting this process is one the artist may not always want to take on in lieu of having the freedom to create new work, and not always be overly burdened by the archival process. For other artists, archiving an iteration may be at the heart of their practice, so indeed one size does not fit all. In my time working with artists Stena and Woody Vasulka, who were constantly in the process of modifying and manipulating technology, bending it to their whim, and documenting the results of these experiments, the archive was a means of capturing uncharted territory and leading innovation of technology for artistic purposes. For them, there was often little difference between the experiments and the finished works. The archive in this sense grew to represent something much bigger than the sum of its parts, and has resulted in projects all over the world that have aimed to tell the story of how two highly innovative and intensely collaborative artists forged new pathways in technology-based art. Finding ways of relating these projects creates its own archival challenges, and begs the question of whether it is possible to completely capture the artist's process, to articulate how not only the works constantly evolve in response to technology, but how the people involved with the work change and how they approach their past work. When we talk about artistic intent, how do long-term stewardship models account for something that is often built on circumstances that are beyond our control or anticipation, or a collaborative spirit that is so often the case in these installation-based works that require a diverse set of skills and opinions? At LACMA, where our time-based media art collection is comprised of some 600 artworks and well over 1,000 media assets, there are workflows that consider all the different vantage points that inform our understanding of the work, both inside and outside the museum. Questionnaires and interviews allow us to explore the relationships between materials and concepts, anticipating potential new challenges down the road when technologies become obsolete and new standards emerge for presenting in a gallery setting. It allows us to determine deliverables before they arrive, and advocating for sustainability at the outset has proven to be essential for our long-term stewardship. We examine all the technical characteristics of our media assets to determine risk factors, generate normalized preservation copies while always retaining the original, regularly monitoring the content in several repositories to ensure we are avoiding obsolescence, and are confirming the content's integrity and refresh storage media as needed. Our record keeping reflects these processes, and we track each asset relative to its purpose for exhibition, archival backup, or as provenance for the ways in which a work has previously been shown. Iteration and identity reports attempt to map the acceptable change a work might take over time, understanding that the ideal state of a work may in fact have never existed, but that there also comes a point where the work becomes something entirely different when it is modified due to limitations or new and improved modes for presenting it. The management of the archival package of assets is also a complicated concern given the diffuse and reproducible nature of the works. Who should be responsible for managing these assets? Do we follow the credo of Stanford University's LOCK systems, or lots of copies keep stuff safe, assuming that all stewards do their own preservation activities? How do we ensure that as necessary migration of assets needs to take place due to format obsolescence, that we have a shared understanding of aesthetic intent? How do we determine who should be trusted to autonomously manage these materials? In museums, we may have the in-house knowledge to store, monitor, validate, and preserve materials, but may not have the immediate or enduring relationship to the artist or their representatives to inform the artistic intent when confronted with this unpredictable change. Just as artists do not always approach the preservation of their own work the same way, so do representatives and institutions vary in terms of resources, training, and relationships. Naturally, we cannot always anticipate what challenges lay ahead, too, and the past couple years have already presented new and interesting challenges. We have embarked on collaborations with Snapchat to commission artist-generated snap lenses, some of which have started to enter the collection. We have AR, VR, XR experiences, which rely heavily on proprietary technology to realize these experiences. LACMA has also been one of the first museums to collect NFTs, and notions of long-term collecting have been further complicated by these new approaches in disseminating, authenticating, and owning digital art. There are certainly potential advantages to engaging in systems that can automatically track this chain of custody in a so-called immutable record, but are the concerns of digital heritage stewardship even too niche in these conversations to have a strong footing? It would seem that even best practice cannot remain fixed in time, just as is the case with the materials that we preserve, constantly responding to the changes in our world. So how do we navigate the balance between it depends on the situation and creating practice that can articulate these somewhat nebulous needs? That is what today is about. It should be said that if you ask me what I hope crystallizes today through today's discussions, I would have to be honest and say I do not know. My hope is that this will be a space of shining a light on something hiding in plain sight, and will ideally be a first step in building stronger networks of care. My hope is to also hear from you all in a survey that will be shared at the end of the program, asking each of you what you think or hope can happen in the future in response to the ideas that are put forth today. But if nothing else, my hope for today is that we can question some assumptions about our work and see greater collaborative opportunities for ensuring this work can be, quote unquote, authentically experienced for generations to come, whatever authentically may mean. Perhaps that is up for discussion today. So having said all this, I think we are ready to dive in. So our first panel, Artist-Centered Archives and Forms of Use, will be moderated by Jessica Gambling, Museum Archivist for LACMA, who will introduce this topic and our esteemed panelists. So please join me in welcoming Jessica to the stage.
Thanks, Joey. Start my slideshow. Okay, there we go. All right. In this panel, In this session, the panel and I will discuss the artists and their work in the archives and how the archives are used to support the continued existence of time-based works of art, but hopefully also a few other things. To begin, I want to define what we mean when we say archive in the context of the work that the individuals on this panel do. The archives in this context do not include a narrative history of events. They are the evidence of human activity that are created by human activity. They are the raw materials that historians can use to write narratives and attempt to understand events they did not witness firsthand. The slides behind me are meant to mimic the experience of leafing through a folder of records created by a LACMA curator, probably Jane Livingston. They were created to organize LACMA's art and technology program from 1969 to 1971, to mount an exhibition at the end of the program, and to write chapters for the book that would describe the program. Many of the artworks created for this program no longer exist. Many of the works proposed to be created as a part of this program were not realized. There is no catalog for the exhibition, but these records exist and allow the idea of these works and this labor to survive because we have the evidence that it occurred. These collections are generally not created with the primary intention of providing information to the future, but they do, or they can if they survive and can be used. Archival materials do not have a high monetary value. It does not function well as an asset or an investment. They can be time-consuming to describe, make accessible, and prevent from deteriorating. Their value is in the information and the context they provide and must be generated through broad access to them and use of them. I'm honored to be in conversation today with this morning's panelists. They are Lori Dedeyan, Archivist at Mike Kelley Foundation, which cares for the records of an artist's studio; Hailey Loman, Director of Los Angeles Contemporary Archive, which works actively to preserve evidence of contemporary art making; and Jonathan Furmanski, a conservator of audiovisual materials, including artworks, components of artworks, and documents of past events. As the Museum Archivist at LACMA, I manage the historical records of the museum itself, which are the residue of the many creative administrative processes that the staff of the museum engage in to make it possible to, among other things, display, manage, and develop the museum's collections, maintain the place that this museum occupies, and create programming like today's to create context around artworks and collections. So to begin, I'd like to introduce our first panelist, Lori Dedeyan from the Mike Kelley Foundation. So Lori Dedeyan is the archivist at the Mike Kelley Foundation for the Arts, where she has worked since 2020. Her prior experience includes positions at UCLA Library of Special Collections and the Bancroft Library at the University of California, Berkeley. Lori earned an MLIS with a specialization in archival studies from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a BA from the University of California, Berkeley, where she studied English and art practice. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you, Jessica. I'm happy to be here, and I want to thank our organizers for inviting me. And as Jessica said, I'm Lori. I'm the archivist at the Mike Kelley Foundation for the arts, which stewards the archives of the artist Mike Kelley. And to kind of start off our, session and perhaps the day too, I'm going to be providing a bit of an sort of bird's eye view of the work that I do as an archivist, the role of an archives in an artist endowed foundation, and hopefully raise some questions that we can talk about. So I work at the Mike Kelley Foundation, and yes, I did title my presentation. With according to an exhibition that's currently opening. I needed some help with inspiration when thinking of the title, but I also think it's very appropriate for today's talk when we think about spirit, when we talk about the artist's intention, decision-making over time. I think that kind of encapsulates some of the things that we're considering. So a little bit about the Mike Kelley Foundation. It was established by Kelley during his lifetime as a vehicle for his philanthropic work. It provides support to local artists and arts organizations through its grant-making activity and has been providing artist grants since 2016. But in addition to its grant-making function, the foundation also preserves the artist's legacy, and the archives are a large component of that mission. So Mike Kelley's personal papers and the records of his studio were transferred to the foundation in 2015. Our director of archives, Mary Haberly, was hired in 2019, and I was brought on about a year later to start the manuscripts processing program. The archives work was also initiated partly in anticipation of a catalog raisonné project that will happen in the future. So just to give a quick sense of what transferring the contents of a studio entails, and I have to say I didn't realize the screen would be quite this large, so it feels very immersive, so like welcome into the studio. Because Kelley worked across media, his studio included several types and sites of production, and each of these nodes generated different types of material that are now, brought in and held by the archives. So, for example, the studio maintained a few fabrication sites where large-scale works and artistic components were produced. And then, more directly related to time-based media, the studio included an in-house production space that was responsible for production and post-production, for video and sound works. And, though he did work with a few video studios and post houses, Kelley did like to keep a lot of the work in-house. So this was a big part of his studio. And just as a nice aside, this space was also a music studio, and it produced material for Kelley's Compound Annex music label. And also just sound elements for artworks and things like that, which you can see with the instruments there. So one of the interesting things about our archives is that they're actually located at the site of the former Kelley studio. So we have here a view of what the former audiovisual production center looked like, and juxtapose that with what the same space looks like right now. So this is our archives reading room and reference library. Similarly, Kelley maintained a private studio space on site within the studio complex where the foundations are now housed. And this space now has its second life as our archival stacks and also archives processing area. So that's a really interesting context to kind of be working in as an archives where you're physically in the space of production of an artist's studio. So as you can imagine, we have a large amalgamation of material reflecting different facets of artistic activity. A lot of Kelley's works were mixed media, so you could have, video projection set alongside set pieces, sculptural elements, and so on. So, an artwork can have pieces involving all of the different sort of production sites of the studio. And then in another sense, the materials provide a chronological view when we're talking about the evolution of artwork over time. So part of our job as archivists is to create linkages between materials that kind of allow us from this large group of material, large collection of material, to just pull out a cross-section of material that kind of helps us approximate the life cycle of an artwork from conception to display. So just some examples, we have holdings that can support this. Those include, they might be things like the artist's initial notes and sketches, his writings that kind of convey his intent. We have correspondence with studio staff, with galleries, museums, other stakeholders. We have visual documentation, technical documentation, the records, the administrative and production records of his studios, production notes, so on. And I work with manuscripts, but because we have the contents of the studio's audiovisual production component that's been transferred to us, we also have a significant amount of digital production content, like working files and raw materials. So all of this material together can provide different facets of the evidence that we need to make decisions, and not me, but people need decisions to make in perpetuity around preserving and installing artworks and time-based media, such as time-based media. And as archivists, we can't make claims about the artist's intentions, for example, but what we can do is preserve, arrange, and describe our holdings in a way that will best unearth the relevant materials needed for people who are doing that research. So in terms of that research and access, we have particular use cases for our archives, which I can share. So our primary users are actually our own staff. And foremost among them, I would say, is our collections department, which manages the artworks themselves and coordinates loans and installations. Partner curators also will do archival research when conceptualizing and laying out an exhibition or trying to think of the history of the artworks and how they were displayed and exhibited. And at this time, we are closed, I have to say, to most outside researchers, but at this time being the key part of that statement. So we're thinking ahead to the future. So to spend a bit more time on our collections department, since they are our main constituency, the archives and collections departments work closely with each other because we have parallel missions. Collections manages the artworks, and archives manages documentation around the artwork. So when you have the contents of an entire studio transferred to archival storage, part of that process of assuming responsibility includes, establishing intellectual control over what is there, and part of that is sussing out that distinction between artwork and artwork documentation. Particularly in a digital environment, for example, which is how the audiovisual production was taking place for a significant amount of the studio's history. You can have a mix of files representing working processes, finished product, source material, previously digitized material, and so on. So it's important to have these conversations. And then practically speaking, both of our departments maintain our own collection management systems. Collections has their own database, and in archives, we use the archive space system for collection description and administration. And so it's a really symbiotic kind of working relationship. Archives relies on collections and their database for information about the artwork, such as formal names, media, dates, groupings of works, and so on. And in return, we provide concrete links to that system of record in our own description, and we use their information in our controlled vocabularies. So just to give a practical example, when we're creating access points and subject records that we use to tag our materials, we have them point back to our collections database records. So when someone from the collections department needs to do some research about an artwork's creation, history, maintenance, and so on, they can start from their own system and use it as a jumping point to access the information that we are able to provide through our processing and description. So that's one kind of, internal, external linkage between departments, and that's one aspect of how we support the understanding of the artwork and the artistic process. Then on an internal level, we create linkages within our own systems and our own holdings. So, when you have a collection that is the size that Mike Kelley's collection is, which encompasses personal papers, writings, records of different production sites, administrative records, correspondence, things like that. You have a lot of distinct groupings of material. And so what we do is through our description, through our access points, through our controlled vocabularies, and also just through the intellectual arrangement of the material itself, the hierarchies that we create when we manage this material. Everything is kind of geared so that as much as possible, a user can get a full picture of the material. From if they're looking for a particular point of entry, they can kind of get a full scope when they're looking through our database of what we have. And from there, they can kind of hone in on the parties, processes, or events that they're interested for their purposes. So really it's that emphasis on different levels of granularity that I think is really key when we're thinking about description and archival processing, and that's kind of what we try to support. So yes, that's kind of, I think I'll end it there, but that's kind of an overview, I would say, of how my role and how the archives in general can support these types of considerations within the specific context of an archives working in an artist-endowed foundation. I also forgot to, when I was talking about collections, I forgot to give a shout out to our collections manager, Mark, who is here today. I also wanted to include that it's just that institutional knowledge. It's that institutional knowledge that exists in a foundation like this, where you have members of the staff who also were working with the artists at the time that the studio was active, that really helps the archives in our work. And we're pretty fortunate in that sense, because we have that institutional and historical knowledge on site. So that's, another advantage of the way that we're working. But I think I'll end it there. I'll return the podium to Jessica, and I'm happy to keep talking about this during the Q&A, or our discussion, I should say.
Great, thank you, Laurie. Our next panelist will be Hailey Loman. Hailey is a multidisciplinary artist working in installation and performance. She's the co-founder and director of Los Angeles Contemporary Archive, or LACMA. Let me know if I say your acronym correctly. A public archive and library dedicated to contemporary art making. And she founded the Oral History Center, or OHC, an oral history collection and storytelling program. Thank you, Hailey.
Okay, cool. Yeah, some people call it LACA, and that cracks me up. I love that. LACA. Okay, artist-centered archives and forms of use. So, first I want to thank Joey and Jessica for having me here today. My name, again, is Hailey, and I am the director of Los Angeles Contemporary Archive. So LACA as an idea and place to research artists' practices came from a time-based artwork. In 2013, I performed Cleaning Human Resources, where Lucy Campana, Gaia Woods, and I cleaned the Human Resources LA exhibition space. You will not be seeing a picture of that work today. So day 1 was the ceiling, day 2 was the walls, day 3 was the floors. We were interested in collapsing the install, exhibition, and deinstall into one event, and asking questions about maintenance. My idea of clean is different from someone else's. When do you stop cleaning? When does the performance end? So we documented the 3-day performance through video. I was dissatisfied by the video's limits. For me, the video did not show the mood, the smells, the awkwardness of the performance. The record bothered me because I didn't intend for the work to be experienced as a video. It was a performance, and maybe you missed the performance. That's fine. My issue was that if the video of the performance was placed in another space, that was a new artwork. So what I needed and wanted was a place where we could research and look at performance ephemera. The dirty rags, tarps, half-used 409 bottles, the receipts, the playlists. LACA, so LACA was created with this desire. And after a few years, 3, LACA as a project shifted from its performance-based beginnings into an organization. Okay. So, what is LACA now? LACA. So we're a public artist archive and library dedicated to contemporary art making. So LACA works with artists to build its archival collections, which include performance documentation, studio leases, contracts, pay stubs, performance apparel, set pieces, police reports, text messages, class syllabi, or material from formerly running artist spaces, et cetera, et cetera. So these collections enable us to learn from each other's experiences and create new artworks that privilege the desires and needs of our communities. Okay, so I was gonna say, notice that preservation is not in our mission, but Jessica and I have something to discuss later. As LACA was described as preserving evidence, which is the other word I'm not getting into today, which is that evidence we don't, has historically harmed our loved ones. And so we're really cautious of using that term as well. So at LACA, we often try to remind ourselves people over preservation. Which does not mean that we do not care for the materials at LACA. We have our acid-free materials, our hand-me-downs from other archives, but what we're trying to prioritize is using our ephemera today and supporting artists, even if this moves funds in our limited time away from elongating materials' lifespan. So I have 2 time-based examples. Okay, so this is Scott Benzel's Symbols of the Divine Show Up in Our World initially as trash stratum. This is a found Doritos trash bag from Benzel's walks from his home to his studios during peak COVID days. So Scott collected trash. The series lets us know about the neighborhood he was living in, his route, what felt safe, what did not, and how maintained or explicitly policed some neighborhoods in Los Angeles are while others are not. Oh, good. It's not as blurry as I was worried. Next is some of Carol Che's pay stubs from her working as an art writer between 2013 and 2020. You're going to see a $30 pay stub for an interview with James Franco for LA Weekly. This tells us that Carol could not pay her rent by working only as an art writer at a given time. She had to take on another job. So these objects are fragile not in their materiality, but what they mean. And someone going through this material, we hope, will become aware of this. Okay, so quick anecdote, and hopefully it's not cynical. The other day, we had an artist donate their materials, and they wanted what we call at LACA, a double foldering job. We explained that acid-free, hitting acid-free materials are not double protecting your items. There are reasons to maybe do this, but let's roll with this. And it takes up our limited resources, right, for other artists to be foldered. We struggled together. Their work was just that good, that important. So unraveling why. Why we sometimes default to this is another important topic for us to consider. But I could have bought another pack of folders and centered this artist. We center artists. Artist-centered does not mean individualistic control. We're considering artists' intentions. We are showing complicated artistic lives. When your materials are at LACMA, you are agreeing to be in this community. Each donation affects the content and tenor of the archive. Okay. So now I'm going to show two collections. Let's see. Two collections with time-based media questions. So this is our Mocha Union collection and Star Garden Stripper Strike collection. So the Mocha Union collection includes materials such as the bargaining contract and footage that help tell the story of how art workers unionized at the Museum of Contemporary Art, Los Angeles. The Star Garden Stripper Strike collection are materials such as props, footage, and art ephemera from efforts by dancers and performance artists and sex workers who continued to bargain in the only recognized strip club union in the country. So we're getting a lot of, in this case, strike video clips and live footage that were created with the intention of being on social media platforms. Now they're downloaded and donated to LACMA. What happens when this platform ceases to exist? What are these tags, or why does the video have neon, like, jumbo letters across it? Why is there a meme after it that's entirely unrelated? So why do these what do these video fragments tell us? We know they're fast, relatively inexpensive, and spontaneous to make. Resources could go towards paying artists to do oral histories to provide further context. We could use these materials as incentives to bring other union members from elsewhere in the country to meet each other while having this ephemera on display. We could workshop the collections for art students and artists. Right now, for us, this is where our efforts are going. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Hailey. Okay. So next up, I was telling him he was our headliner, but he just has the most visuals, I think. I don't know. Okay. Jonathan Furmanski has a BA from Reed College in Portland, Oregon, and an MFA from the ArtCenter College in Pasadena. He's the Associate Conservator of Audiovisual Materials at the Getty Research Institute and has been for the last 2 decades, where he has worked on audiovisual components of the papers of Alan Capro, Harald Schiemann, and the Long Beach Museum of Art Video Archive. Welcome, Jonathan.
I have a timer here so I can stay on track. All right, let's watch some videos. I have here at the top of my notes 4 questions. What is it showing us? What does it mean? What are we seeing? And what are we looking at? So we're going to talk about a very slippery piece of tape in the GRI collections that is endlessly fascinating to me and hopefully to you as well. But first, we're going to do something that should be quite obvious. Start with Matisse. What are we looking at here? This is from the Gloria de Herrera papers at the GRI collections as well. She was a paper conservator who helped Matisse in his late years develop an adhesive system for hanging up his cutout pieces. And what we have here are basically the outcuts from the cutouts. These are, again, I consider this quintessential GRI type of object because it's not art, but it's also not art. It's like its existence is contingent upon there being a Matisse somewhere. And so this thing is sort of, I like to call it art adjacent materials. And the tape we're going to talk about today is precisely art adjacent. Now to get this to play, I just push it again. Okay, so here we're going to start. Nope, it doesn't work. How do we get it to start? What's up, Joey? I can keep doing the same thing over and over again, but I'm assuming... I don't have a cursor. I just have this binary system here. There we go. Thank you, whoever did that. So what are we looking at here? Oh, good, I can see it there too. We are looking at a piece by Dan Graham, a fragment of a piece, an installation by Dan Graham from 1974 called Present Continuous Pasts. And this is his diagram for how to install it in a gallery. It consists of 2 mirrors, a camera, and a screen. And as you can see, there is a mechanism at play that when you walk in, you don't see yourself on the screen, but 8 seconds later, you appear on the screen. There's a time delay. And of course, because of the mise en abîme of the mirror facing a mirror, you have an infinite regress going all the way back. And this are equally delayed 8 seconds all the way down. So you can kind of do like a weird conga line in time. And here we have the artist himself enjoying it in a room. Now, I saw this piece at his retrospective at MoCA some years ago, and it was relatively simple to do. It, with digital technology, this is a type of installation that you can kind of update and not keep. It's not important. The importance is the effect of the delay, not like the actual authenticity of the mechanism. There's a simple little digital camera and probably a microprocessor that buffered the video 8 seconds and then moved along. But this is 1974. How do you do this? Well, Dan Graham, of course, was well versed in rock and roll, of course, and so the supposition here is that he pulled upon his knowledge of things like tape echo delays that would be used in like guitar effects pedals at the time, and he created this. This is 2 large tape players, half-inch open reel tape players. And one is set to record, the camera's feeding in and recording, and then bypassing the playback head, and then going to the playback head on the second tape player, which is then then feeding the television set. Now, the distance between the two is how much delay there is between the capture and the playback. And so this is essentially this tape trick of how he manages to foment that delay. And what I've been working on and what we're talking about all this time is that tape. But what about this ugly black spot over here? This ugly black spot is an artifact of the material. I don't want to bore you guys with too much technical stuff, but it's something called bearding, where if there's excessive brightness, it tends to sort of feed back into blackness. And forgive my bad camera footage, but you'll see here. Oops. I'll go back again. I thought I could pause it, but no, not again. Can we play it? Thank you. You can see on the far left side, that's the bearding happening, and it's going below the black line, which is that fuzzy line at the bottom. And so what is that telling me? Again, a lot of you don't look at oscilloscopes for a living, but I do. What that's telling me is that if I can somehow take the ceiling down of that excessive brightness, I might be able to ameliorate the bearding. And seeing as I had the original tape, this was possible. If I was having a transfer of this tape, it would be like trying to clean a photograph of a dirty painting. You just couldn't do it. But I do have the original tape. It's from the Hal Glicksman collection, if you're curious. And so I was able to take it down. You'll see I lowered the pedestal and I brought all the layers down to make it really muddy. It doesn't really show up on this photograph, but the one with the bearding, and then directly below that, it's really, really gray. There's like no white in it at all. And then I recorded that, and then when I played it back, I used another device to up the brightness and the contrast, all to the analog waveform. So I wasn't doing any of this digitally in post. I was doing all of this native on the original continuous waveform that we saw in the oscilloscope. And so we end up with, can we play this, please? No more bearding. And here she comes. She doesn't see herself. There she is. And there's our smile. That's the realization of what's happening, the sort of dawning of what the simple trick of delay is doing for her. So going onward, oh wait, yes, here we are. We have other people coming in. We have these two what appear to be very stoned Otis students having some sort of epiphany about it. I showed this to UCLA this week when I was doing, and somebody said that was like the dude from The Big Lebowski when he was a teenager. And then a magical thing happens about halfway through. Can we play this? We get audio. I should say this is pre-conservation treatment, so the bearding is still there. I apologize for that. And I should say that, like, there's a Graham quote I have here that the effect of the videotape replay is to make the perception of consciousness and experience contiguous. This is him speaking. On the video, the difference between intention and actual behavior is fed back on the monitor and immediately influences the observer's future intentions. So he's, in a way, he's trying to create a split between where you become the subject of your own experience, or conversely, your objective experience is weirdly subjectified. And so seeing yourself as an iteration, there's just all kinds of ways that you can go thinking about this. And we go to the next one here. And then with this is terrific. Can we play this one, please?
Okay, and now the picture.
Here's our nuclear family.
Ongoing
Paul
delay.
is silent and Ellen is.
Okay.
Oh, Ellen, you're both quiet now.
Do you
something.
guys understand what you're doing?
I don't.
No,
Where's Paul? Paul, come back into the
Do
picture.
you guys understand what you're saying?
No.
Can you pause it for a second? Please pause. Thank you. So we've seen her before. She knows what's going on. She walked in and immediately got the situation. Oh, there's a delay. See, look, and she's explaining it. And then in comes Mr. Mansplainer, and she immediately sort of feigns ignorant. And it's a weird little bit of humanity that just sort of bubbles up alongside of the sort of childish glee. So we have like vanity of the woman fixing her glasses. We have the stoned hippies who are just running around enjoying the weirdness of it all, and then the kids who are just reveling in the joy, and then this sort of like weird marital dynamic that's going on here. These are all captured on this tape. So this is like, what are we looking at? What are we seeing? What is it showing us, and what does it mean? This work was reviewed by Peter Plagans when it was shown at Otis Gallery in 1975. I will read you from it. I have put on my notes, put some mustard on it, so prepare. Dan Graham has a considerable standing among video artists, but from the two works at Otis Art Institute, it's hard to see why. Could it be its inability to sympathize with the laboratory rat syndrome, wherein the spectator participant is condescendingly beckoned into a behaviorist cubicle, proffered another hoary old time-space continuum, and asked by implication to cogitate on some more on the nature of consciousness? He goes on to really rip it a new one. He ends up with concluding that he ends up wondering, quote, just what the hell is missing that would make this business transcend a psychology class on perception and motor movements? What's missing? Tragedy, comedy, wit, irreverence, anything? So that's in his fairly wicked review. But again, two final questions again. What are we seeing and what are we looking at? We're not supposed to see this tape. This tape is, remember, a device to create a delay. This is not what we've been looking at is not what Peter Plagans just excoriated. What we're looking at is basically what the art saw. What's on the screen is what is actually the screen that the audience would have been reacting to, because that's the primary screen on the monitor, not the room itself. So we're already one step behind in the time tunnel that goes all the way back to the beginning of this tape, ostensibly with the mise en abîme of the infinite regress. So this tape every hour would have had to have been rewound and reset and then taped over, which explains the poor condition of the tape if you think how many times this happened over the course of the installation. And so, again, we are not supposed to see this tape. We're looking at basically what the art saw, and what the art saw on the last day of its life, because this only remains because it wasn't taped over by a subsequent hour of delay. So, two more final questions. What is it showing us, and what does it mean? The survival of this tape was never intended to be seen outside of a specific room in 1975, and has the ability, but now it has the ability, once again, that it's here, to muck about with time and context. Like the work's original participants, we now are able to stand outside the flow of time, and in doing so, become more aware of our humanity. We see all of these wonderful things here. And I guess I would argue that the existence of this tape brings what Plagans found missing in the initial review. It brings tragedy, it brings comedy, it brings wit, irreverence, and anything. Thank you.
Oh, it's still, okay. All right. Hello, testing. Okay, great. Oh my God, that's so bright. All right. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I was taking notes to inform our discussion. So first of all, I wanted the audience to be able to have this to think about as we began with the conversation. And I know there's so many things I feel like I could talk to you guys for many hours about these topics. I wanted Hailey to talk about the idea of evidence and the use of that word, so that, because I feel like that'd be a really useful thing for people to think about in the context of the entire discussion, because we use that term a lot, and I think it would be good for others to understand why that might be damaging.
Yeah, I mean, I think evidence has connotations of truth embedded into the word. And so, we say that at LACMA, we're looking into how do we better show how the complicated artistic lives that we are, we look at a lot of like relative innocence, like trying to not flatten the folks that we were holding their materials. They aren't a victim or a villain or a hero, but they are complicated and imperfect. And so things like testimony and evidence that get used in, in our justice system are words that we try not to kind of fight back with. We're looking at other things, like what this material isn't the correct one when in established archives there's one that you thought was correct that now isn't. We're moving away from that. We're not. We have other materials. We have stories. So we're doing something else. It's kind of the work that one of the reasons why we refuse to use those words.
Okay, that's really helpful, because even though we may, like the three of us may use that and others in the profession, I think it's great for the conversation to people to have that context, even if we may not adopt the language in the same way, like right away, just to have that additional thought in our mind, I think will help to make us all understand that context. Because I think we sort of would agree, because sometimes we get frustrated as archivists talking about like objective reality and that sort of thing, where it's like anything can be true, some things are truthy, or we have alternative facts, for example. But in reality, if you're in the archive, it's like whatever the truth is, the circumstance is contextual, it's squishy, it's not necessarily one thing, even though sometimes you get a little frustrated when people are saying things like 1 + 1 is 5, for example. But yeah, but like evidence is, and sometimes we want to use the term evidence in order to like hold power accountable, for example. But it sounds like also it's like it's not so much about punishment for any individual person, but just to have the knowledge there, because in order to have somebody who's inflicting a harm on someone means that another person has to be a victim, and we don't want to define individual people in a binary way like that, I don't think. So, yeah. But anyway, that's just to begin the discussion, because I think it'll be good when we talk about other things as we go through. So I've prepared some questions ahead of time, and you guys have really discussed them in your presentations. Laura, you're talking about, so this is about like who are the users of the archive. So Laura, you've discussed how it's mostly the foundation right now. And Hailey, I'd like for you to talk about who uses your collection, and then I'm going to compare that to Jonathan. So you're not like in charge of those policies, but they're way different, and I feel like you'll know what they are. Sure, yeah. Because I think we talked earlier, and you're like, some researchers came in late, and I'm like, oh, so relatable.
Yeah, I would say primarily who comes into LAC are artists. And I would say that, we're really wary of talking about, of saying things like the art world, because there's a lot of different art worlds, and a lot of different folks are coming through that are interested in art and feeling, I would say the majority, I'm guessing, are feeling disempowered, disenfranchised in some capacity, have questions about how to make more legible the commerce of art. And then, it's it's people from the neighborhood. It is people write. We do have art historians. We do have writers come through. But I would say primarily it's artists looking at other artworks in order to make and imagine and dream up other things.
And also, you guys are like totally open to the public, and people can drop into your space when you're open, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're not it's important to us that that we do have open hours, that we are that this is that we're not affiliated with a larger institution.
Mm-hmm. And then Jonathan, I don't mean to make you speak for the Getty Research Institute, but if you could contrast that model for access to what occurs at the GRI.
Right. Well, I mean, at the GRI, research is literally our middle name. So that's what we're designed to do. We have of any variety of people. I mean, that is our, a big part of our mission statement. And in terms of media assets for research, we have a system in place where if somebody's curious about something in our collections that has not yet been conserved or digitized, then they can put in a request that then comes to me. 90% of my job is request based for patrons. And I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
Oh, well, in order to be so for example, if you would like to use the library at the GRI and you were visiting for the day, you bought a ticket to the gallery, you probably wouldn't be able to walk into that space and pull a book off the shelf, for example.
I mean, the door says open to the public, but there's not a lot of public going through. I mean, colleagues here probably can. I'm in a windowless room downstairs with a bunch of
It's true.
outside
I've been to
equipment.
the windowless room.
And again, I've seen people who are just there to see the lilies or something and see some paintings, are like engaging with the security. I just saw this yesterday actually, or the day. Asking what the building was, and we have an exhibition space, so it is inviting to the public. It's not like they were confused about how what kind of a library it was and what its purpose was, and the port security guard had about as much information as the visitor did.
Oh, that's too bad.
I know it was. I was sitting outside doing my notes for this out front, and there was a witness this whole conversation. But we do have a reference desk that you can come and access, and you can get a reader card fairly easily. There's a few hoops you have to jump through, but it's not like you can just walk in off the street and start pulling books out and taking them home like a library system.
Sure. Yeah. And then I know you guys are just the foundation right now, but if somebody were to call you up, perhaps have the privilege of access or knowing how to email Lori, because I've met her today. Would somebody possibly be able to come and use the collections in that way?
Can you hear me? Is this, no? Oh. We'll switch. No. It's always my luck with audio. As anyone who knows me can attest. Yeah, so we are closed right now. And I think we're different from LACMA in that even when we do open, it's probably going to be to a relatively small clientele, and that's just how the foundation is going to approach it for various reasons. I mean, some of it is staffing, some of it is just the time that we have. So there are all those realities that we kind of have to take in place also. So we kind of right now, we mostly work with people who already have existing relationships in some way with our staff, people who are working on exhibitions, like curators, for example. So if someone were to approach us, it would most likely be through that avenue of an existing relationship. We don't have, we maintain a descriptive system, but right now it's not technically open to the public. So we still have a lot of these conversations to have before we get to that phase. But the hope is eventually, yes, we'll be able to have people express interest. They'll communicate with the archives, and we'll get and there'll be somewhat of a vetting process, and then we'll get people in to the reading room.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to interject, I would be careful to position LACMA as like this beacon of hope where you can just enter. I mean, you can't. When we're open, yes.
Right.
But we're constantly dealing with the kinds of curiosity to getting people comfortable coming in. We don't ask people to leave immediately and wash their hands. We don't, ways of, you don't know what an archive is? I didn't know about one either in 2013 or 2009. I don't know. But so it's something that we're all I think, all thinking about.
Yeah. I feel like we could have a whole panel on access.
Absolutely.
Oh man, yeah. I just wanted to put that out there because if I feel like this is probably like the intense nerd crowd that came at 9 o'clock in the morning to hear about archives. But if you have never been to like an archive where, you know, to understand like what that access is like, it can be very daunting if you've not researched in one. And sometimes people do like usher you to a bathroom to wash your hands, you dirty member of the public, for preservation purposes to keep things from getting smudged or what have you. Okay, I'd also like to ask you, so Hailey, when you talk about artists coming in to look at artworks in the archive, and then like Lori, you talk about how there's the collections, which are artworks, for example, versus the manuscript archives. And then Jonathan, you're working on, do you also help to preserve artworks, like part of the museum as well, artworks in the collection?
The museum has a handful of stuff, like they just acquired a Tacita Dean, a film loop that was commissioned by her. And I did the incoming condition report on that for the museum because I'm the only person on the Hill kind of qualified to do that and with the equipment that necessary to do that.
Sure.
And I had it rehoused for cold storage and all those sort of things that I do to archival materials all the time. I've been known in the past to do favors for the museum just out of professional courtesy because we want the stuff to be preserved and I'm the on-site expert. But there are artworks within our collection as well. I mean, the Long Beach Museum Archive is an archive of artwork, video artwork, single-channel video artworks, and so that, you know, there can be any number of things on magnetic tape, and figuring out what it is the first thing. And some, depending on if it's like, you know, a Nam June Paik single-channel video work or documentation of, you know, a Capra performance, these are sort of slightly different things, and one's sort of, again, art adjacent. It's documenting something that happened rather than it is something that is happening. And so when you're dealing with an artwork, you have to be much more attentive to how it wants to present itself.
Yeah, that leads into, because I was going to ask if sometimes for me, when I came to work at the museum, I had not worked in an art museum before. And sometimes there was sort of like, I would say friction, that's totally on me. Like that's a personal thing I felt, between sort of like the archives and objects that like, these are art, that is not art, you know? And I've come to like decide like, well, that's an administrative sort of definition we have to make to just do the museum work, for example. But I feel like in these contexts, it can be a little bit uncomfortable to be in a position where somebody's like, that's art and it needs to be in this kind of situation, but that's not art. And I'm like, who are you to say? But I'm wondering, like in these contexts, I feel like, do you have like artworks that the artist would say that is an artwork, alongside sort of like more informational materials or things like the pay stubs, like the lease agreements for spaces, that sort of thing? Like, are they more commingled and they might be more separate in Lori's case?
Yeah, I mean, for LACA, we actually don't take finished artwork. And it can be very funny when we get offered something and, you know, I'll say like, well, we could sell this and then we could, you know, support a lot of folks. But we're not going to actually take this in. We're happy to point you in a direction of where someone might be interested in that. The materials that we're taking on are ephemera that offers insight into artistic production today. So the pay stubs is not Carol Che's artwork. She is a writer, and I'm sure would think that some written pieces are her artwork. The pay stubs let us know how her work got made. And then it is a slippery slope. Like, we have a different policy or an idea for in the library section where we have artist books and you could call those finished. We have outtakes that then the artist goes and screens the outtakes and we're like, wait, I thought that was ephemera, now it's finished. So there are these murky things, but I think us sitting around and asking what is art, is this art, is super important. So it's something that we try to ask regularly.
Do you encounter that as well at Mike Kelley, where there's, or does anybody ever, this has happened to me, where you find something that you think is like a record or ephemera, or it's in a collection that you may have in your repository, and somebody finds out about it, they're like, yoink. That is no longer an accessible object that you can allow access for in the library. This is now art. And all of the policies around that art are now in effect. And this item is, I shouldn't say like locked down, but it's like this item is locked down. People from the public can't experience it in the way they would in a reading room. They have to know somebody in order to view it or wait until it's put on exhibition. That's a very specific example for me. But does that ever happen at Mike Kelley? Like you find something, they're like, well, that's a sketch. That's an artwork. We need to move this over.
Yeah, that's definitely a conversation that we're having. I also just want to say with regards to some of these other types of materials like the pay stubs and things that you were talking about, Hailey, I'm just now starting to delve into the records, the financial and administrative records of my Kelley studio. And when I first was approaching it, I was like, okay, this is going to be fairly cut and dry, but he was really a collector, and what I'm finding going in there is that these are just the receipts, the invoices. He was meticulous about keeping everything, and they're really providing a story that I'm not expecting in a sort of context. I won't say evidence, but like a context for production that I really didn't expect to find in there. So, it's a surprise. It's just another piece of the puzzle that, in my opinion, I think is just as valuable as maybe his studio notes, things like that. And it really tells us a lot about what the studio was buying, what he was buying, what he was looking at. I found some ticket stubs from 2002, so I know that he watched Jackass in theaters, among other things. But but anyway, he was very meticulous, and these kinds of records, they're not necessarily what you think about for offhand, first of all, but they do provide an extremely precise record of what he was doing, what he was thinking, in another way that maybe is a supplement to like his notes, his
Right.
correspondence, things like that. So, but then I guess, going back to your question, we do have those conversations a lot because we do have so much of his studio material reflecting so much of activity. And there are times, we'll talk with collections, for example, we'll be like, well, okay, you have the prints, but we have the internegs, for example, that were used to make these prints. Are those in your purview, or are those in our purview? What's the boundary between what's archival and what's artwork, or what is artwork adjacent enough that it can be used that it belongs in collections purview, for example. We have lots of drawings in Kelley's project files. We also have drawings that are considered artworks. What's the relationship there? What's the distinction there? A lot of times it's about context. We don't want to disturb the context of what we're finding. I guess you'd call it original order to some extent for archivists. But I think what we're about relationships. So we do talk about evidence, but my personal thought is our responsibility is to relationships, and those are flexible, and they're really contingent on who's participating in the conversation, the context of production. And so we work in somewhat of a regimented way as archivists, but we do that so that these sorts of interpretations can remain flexible.
Okay, exactly. I have a hard time, sometimes when I talk about standards with people, they're like, oh, it's so rigid. I'm like, well, no, just this part.
Yeah.
It's so that everyone else can be free and flexible to do as they want because we were restrained.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm wondering, in your experience, like, have you had a chance? Unfortunately, we're not able to meet Mike Kelley, I'm sure, but you've probably met. Have you met living artists in your collection?
I was about to say, I was at ArtCenter in 2002, and I had a conversation with Mike Kelley, who was a teacher there at the time, about Jackass and about about the performative nature of the and other types of extreme performance, like Paul McCarthy and Chris Burden just getting himself shot. There was a famous television one where Johnny Knoxville had a bulletproof vest on.
Oh, yeah.
Shot it, and we were talking about that in relationship to Chris Burden. So yeah, I mean it's relevant all the way down.
And
Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah.
interrupt you for a second and say that those stubs were filed under research.
Of course, of course.
So that's what he considered him watching that movie to be.
Nice.
Well, I don't want to make any claims. I'll just say that that's what the folder said.
Okay, let's have a panel about Mike Kelley in performance art in conversation with Johnny Knoxville and the Jackass franchise. We'll do that for SCA next year.
But to go further, yes, I've had the luxury of meeting a number of artists whose work I've, video art is a relatively young thing, and they're just now, that first generation is just now, we're losing them. And so,
Oh, yeah. It feels like everyone's so young, but now we're getting to a point now where
Yeah.
it's like, oh,
Yeah.
you feel like you've taken these artists that you feel like are these contemporary artists. You're taking them for granted.
yeah, and again, from a preservation standpoint, there's like, from a museums are very keen on, when you acquire a work of media art, to do interviews with the artists to understand what kind of parameter, what's okay. Is it okay to use a digital camera instead of an analog camera? Is it okay to show it on this type of monitor? And every artist has a different opinion about that sort of thing. And so there's a big movement to sort of, and sort of best practices being established about, like, if we're going to pay a lot of money for this work of Mike Kelley, we want to know, like, what we can do to it and what we can't do to it from an evolution and preservation
So you don't
standpoint.
ruin the art you just
Yeah.
acquired. Yeah. I just realized I should have looked at the time when we first came up to moderate better, but it would be great to have questions. But I don't know if we'll have time, Joey. What do you think? A little bit? Okay. Was there somebody who was going to walk around with a mic to ask if people had questions? Oh, yeah. Okay, great. There's a gal over there with a mic. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask that we can help to answer? Oh, my goodness. I'm not used to this. This is weird. It's so bright.
Okay, thank you. Whoa. This question is for Jonathan, and you were just talking about that. I was wondering if Graham left any explicit instructions about the use of the digital video camera versus the tape delay, and if you believe that there's a difference between the work using the digital or the tape. And then I also wanted to ask about the tape itself. It kind of becomes its own work now. So who decides what happens with that tape, how it's regarded, and how it's viewed in context with the installation work on its own?
That's precisely the reason why I don't have a lot of solid answers to those questions, but those are fascinating questions.
Yeah, I wrote down, how do you know, when you said it wasn't dependent on the equipment? I guess that's the question.
Well, I mean, the short answer is, I don't work in a museum context where I'm reinstalling Dan Graham installations. I mean, colleagues of mine at MoCA probably have a better answer for this question than I do, but I've just seen later iterations of these works, and they use much smaller, more digital cameras, and there's just a little, it's remarkably easy, as I said, to create that 8-second effect today with like a printed circuit board and a camera and a television set and a mirror. It was a much different thing back in 1974 when he conceived of it. But one of the thing that Plagans didn't like was that the artwork didn't have a memory, really. It was like he thought it was like a vapid sort of experiment. But what the tape's existence brings to the situation is that we get to see this sort of historical relic that's not, it was not, like I said, wasn't meant to be seen, but now that we have it and it's being preserved, like, what exactly does it mean? Like, what is, I mean, all these questions I have, I don't have any answers for those 4 questions, unfortunately. Again, I don't know if I answered your question, I'm sorry.
It's so rude. I'm like, point you.
If you could meet Mike Kelley, not Mike Kelley, Dan Graham, what would you ask about the work? As in,
It's a great question. I mean, I guess I would ask similar questions to what we were just talking about. Like, is it okay to be shown this way? Is it not okay? I mean, he was alive at this last retrospective, so he certainly okayed these iterations of these works. Maybe I would ask him those same questions that I was asking all of you and myself. That, like, what does it mean that this tape exists? It's not supposed to exist. It's not a Dan Graham artwork, but it's also not a Dan Graham artwork. And it can be unpacked and it can lead you down so many wonderful pieces of brain technology. Like you're just pulling it apart. I'm endlessly fascinated by it, but it would be endlessly fascinating to have a conversation with Dan Graham about all of those same questions. He might be able to shed some light on it.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. We've solved it. Oh, over here.
Let's see. I would love to hear just more thoughts from everybody around the art adjacent material, and particularly, I work with Lori at the Mike Kelley Foundation, and we have a huge amount of this stuff. And Mike, being the kind of artist where that was kind of a permeable membrane, material could come from his archive and become art at the drop of a hat. And so, he just hoarded everything. And so in terms of, so now that he's gone, there is a concern with some of this material that looks so much like it could be finished artwork, that there's this danger of it escaping into the wild and being misunderstood as finished artwork. And then also just due to a need to manage time, the inability to deal with all of these art adjacent materials like that are similar to the Matisse example you said. Like, we've just got boatloads of this stuff. And just how do you, as archivists, is there any kind of evaluation of it in terms of its projected research value, or is it, do you just maintain this kind of absolute neutrality in describing it so others can evaluate it?
No.
That's a long, rambling question.
No. Well, it used to be like you have to be absolutely neutral as an archivist, and everyone's like, that's impossible. You can't do that.
Pre-postmodern thinking about archives.
Yeah. And then also, like, you talk about the permeability. This is not where you end up going, but you're like, we're afraid it's going to escape and be misunderstood. And I've had people say that about other types of records that I have at the museum, just like informational materials and stuff. And that's a fear people have. And I'm like, yeah, that's definitely going to happen. Like, people are going to see something and they're going to misunderstand, or they're going to be wrong, or they're going to just get it wrong. Sometimes people just say they found something that said one thing and it literally says something else. That will occur. But
and never underestimate wall labels. Like, we loaned those Matisses to the to MoMA for the cutout show, and it was like in a vitrine, and it was like an interesting sort of like almost like a footnote to the and so you can. Just because they're not art doesn't mean that they're not.
Did Matisse make those cutouts?
Yeah, his hand. They were like picked up off the floor.
Oh, okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, because I have an example of like some materials that came in as like, this is archived, and it's like, and then we have these color swatches, and they were part of the archives, and the box went to the curator's office and it came back. I'm like, oh no, where are the color swatches? And they're like, well, that's art. We took them out because that's art. And they're art now. That's what was decided. And I'm sometimes like, was it because they're valuable? So I don't know. Maybe I'm not qualified to decide, but it's
interesting. Like, it's a little easier for me coming from a preservation and conservation standpoint, because determining what it is is a primary question for me, in so much that if something is an artwork, I have to think about, like I said, it being a living sort of iteration of an artist's desired outcome. Whereas if it's like the documentation of this, or if somebody gave a lecture, and which they have plenty of it at the GRI, an audio recording of an art history lecture, and somebody's in the back of the auditorium with a microphone, and you can hear everybody sneezing and coughing and the 60-cycle hum of the battery-operated recorder. You can kind of digitally fudge that. You can make editorializing decisions about cutting out 60-cycle hum and minimizing pops and whistles and stuff in the interest of legibility. And that's something that is just because it's a different form of information, you're allowed to do different things to it from a conservation best practices standpoint.
Yeah, because that's something that we'll do too for like the state of like legibility, or it's like, it's all right if you can take a look at a photograph, or like if you have like a piece of onion skin that's absolutely falling apart, but you can photocopy it and the information can live on. That's more acceptable. You can't really do that with like an artwork. I mean, people have tried in tragic situations where they've been accidentally destroyed, or on purpose destroyed. But yeah, legibility is sometimes more important than absolute authenticity and originality of the material itself. We just have a couple more minutes. We can add. Is that good? Yeah, but if you, yeah.
Oh, I mean, we're just a little bit less worried about if it's art, if it's not. Is it in, we collect artist books, so, not monographs. Oh no, we have a monograph in the stacks. Things have been misplaced and have been wall labeled in harmful ways for so long. We're less, it's like a return to what we're trying to do. It's to show nuanced, complicated artistic lives, to not flatten, to not be so binary, to like some of the, will things get mislabeled? Yes. Have they already been mislabeled for years and years? Yes. So that was one thought.
And I think that's good. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'll do that thing. I don't know how to turn this off. I'll just set it down. Is it? Oh, yeah.
All right, thanks for getting things started off with a bang. Next session, we'll have Julia Latane introduce the topic and the speakers.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Joey. I'm really excited to be here with all of you today, and I'm honored to be able to share a stage with the 4 artists and gallerists that are presenting on managing artistic intent across time. Jessica and the previous panel set us up perfectly for this discussion, I think. All right, so if everyone's settling down, I'd like to introduce our first presenter, Victoria Fu, who is a visual artist and associate professor of visual arts at the University of San Diego, born and raised in Los Angeles. Victoria received her MFA from CalArts, MA in Art History Museum Studies from the University of Southern California, and BA from Stanford University. She attended the Whitney Independent Study Program and was in residence at Skowhegan. Fu has received grants from Art Matters and the Harpo Foundation and is a Guggenheim Fellow. Her artwork has been exhibited at the 2014 Whitney Biennial, the New York Film Festival, Palm Springs Museum of Art, 9th Nicaragua Biennial, with solo shows including Mocha Tucson and the Contemporary Baltimore. Her artwork is in the collections of the Whitney Museum of American Art, Perez Art Museum, Los Angeles County Museum of Art, and Museum of Contemporary Art San Diego. Fu lives and works in San Diego. Please welcome Victoria.
Hello. Thank you so much for that introduction, and thanks to Joey for organizing this panel. I'm not aware of anything that's happened before quite like this, so I'm really grateful for this invitation to participate, and it's really lovely to be here. So I'm an artist who makes moving image installations. Most of my work has been displayed in museums and galleries until more recently stepping out into the public realm. Over the years, I've used multiple formats, media, viewing configurations. I layer analog and digital textures. With found and original footage, shooting my own video and 16mm film. I also source clips from the internet. And I collage them all within a single tableau, like you see here, usually a cinematic one. In installation, I've mixed photographs, monitors, projections, screens, filtered light, neons, in some kind of dialogue between surfaces, objects, and images. I reference both actual and virtual spaces together, ideally in some overlapping way, bleeding onto one another, and implicating the gallery space and the viewer's own bodies. So it didn't always start this way, but because my work is both viewed on screens but also about the screen, its content and hence its viewing configurations and technologies have necessarily changed along with it. My entry was through form, and as an artist, I'm engaged with the screen as an object, the screen as material, and also as a surface. And I'm equally invested in its political and cultural implications. I find them inextricably tied together in terms of the screen as an apparatus and the dynamics that play out in our engagement with it. Looking at the technologies and configurations over the last 20 years since I began making art is kind of a little capsule in just how much everything has evolved. Certainly media and questions around equipment and display configurations, technology and storage, but also the concepts that were derived from the available technologies, whether it was like the ritual and tempo of working analog, and as connected with history of avant-garde and experimental film, or the then newness of thinking about looping video installations in a room with no discernible beginning, middle, or end, or networked images kind of imbued with the power of post-production tools and AI, as more recently we've seen. I remember the acceleration as it came into view. I started to make art in college in Silicon Valley just as Photoshop and the internet came into commonplace use. And in grad school at CalArts, I was working mainly with 16mm film. Archiving and display was pretty straightforward, following a really long history of artists doing so. And while I often installed looping 16mm projections, the big question at the time was kind of like wanting the wider range of installation possibilities that digital allowed, yet still wanting the way I worked with film, physically and aesthetically connected to its histories. And textures and installations of mine started to intermingle in my exhibitions as I had opportunity to express these ideas in an installation space. So projections started being filtered through prisms, spilling onto photographic space, spilling onto monitors, other projections, just playing around with light and textures, grain and pixel, reflections and shadows. There was, I kind of discovered that there was a lot of fun to be had with when there were no hierarchies or kind of willfully ignoring categories of media or apparati, like a lack of a type of preciousness with them. In a way, they're just all images, right, after all. And as an emerging artist, I was really excitedly working and bending to each venue, asking, could this installation be screened or on a monitor? Could I change the configuration drastically for the next venue? And the idiosyncrasies of each medium, whether it was 16mm or video, became more and more flattened as things were digitized in my work. Like I wasn't someone who was in love with actually splicing film and putting that together. I started pretty dutifully transferring everything from film to digital and editing. on the computer. And I was asking, like, what does it mean when the apparatus was not so much a physical factor or limitation, excuse me, in installation, but it registered more as a kind of valence or a signifier in the final form. So instead of feeling like a concession, I felt a kind of liberating opening up of a kind of flexibility of form, plus an accumulation from the whole kind of wider spectrum of media that helped form it, and leaving behind a kind of residue of production or viewing histories. And that really spoke to me, in accordance with how I was thinking about the lives of images. There's this liquidity of the digital medium. I was thinking about images as kind of these things that momentarily materialized before, disappearing and circulating on to the next temporary form. And it isn't to say it was all willy-nilly. This is the first piece you saw kind of playing out as I began talking. I had really exact ideas and preferences of how and when images overlapped or were composited and how they were shown. So this example of a multi-channel installation that had to be re-edited every single time it was shown in a new room because of its exact proportions. This is the document that went along with it when it entered collections at the Whitney and LACMA. I mean, even looking at it now stresses me out seeing the words Mac Mini. But, the Whitney reached out recently again to update this file with a more standardized system. I think they emailed a whole bunch of their artists in the collection with a Google form, which I think is fantastic. But, I once put Mac Mini, so what am I going to put again that will get updated again? So thinking about flexibility is almost like a strategy. And they haven't shown it again yet, but we'll see what happens when we cross that bridge. In my experience, almost all museums and galleries I've worked with have really strived to honor the artist's vision. I started thinking about the lives of images and how they express themselves as digital files, because that's what they are. This egg piece has various components. It's really complex. And it's also at the mercy of what monitors are available at the institution. If I had wanted to be exact, I would have had a pedestal and monitor as part of the acquisition stored together. But as it is, it's just a file on a USB. That's what they get, right? It gets printed to spec, and I have a range of sizes that work for the pedestal and monitor. LACMA just executed this beautifully last winter in their galleries. But, it's a piece that has flexed in various manifestations, including as a backdrop to that video and who figures in the video itself as well. The image lends itself to various contexts of signage. This is a banner at Expo Chicago, a full wall in this kind of color field at Perez Art Museum. In Miami, it was a facade of a museum at the Katona Museum. And I found this flexibility for my practice somewhat radical as I flirted with it. It kind of bucks against some assumption about strict editioning with objects, or perhaps, that maybe that started with the market. But at the same time, I feel it can be considered and seen in so many more and different contexts. It made me feel more expansive as an art maker. And I felt freer to respond to the spaces at hand and still have the artwork live on past that particular venue. So here it is at the VIP Lounge in Frieze, LA. And then I translated it into a very different gallery version. The one before was a bit more architectural as a screen, this overhead, and the video itself really plays with that orientation. And this is more of like a type of screen object. In a kind of vertical or gallery presentation. Can you guys play the clip? And this idea of the flexibility of form and a relationship to context or institution got further fleshed out in kind of my re-edits of videos from venue to venue. The videos were about splaying apart composited layers, these narrative spaces that would either cohere or fall apart and, kind of over and over again. And I started including layers that also referenced the studio process that included emails with curatorial staff and assistants or fly-throughs of my SketchUp and Rhino models, FaceTimes of trying to see the space from working remotely, and the many, many layers of post-production of that particular project. And then came, these visual references in the videos of the actual rooms they were installed in, as you see here for the Baltimore Contemporary, often in a kind of trompe-l'oeil fashion. And all these moments would kind of be retained for the next re-edit of each venue. And there emerged a kind of relationship to site. And I won't say site-specific because it's not, but a kind of accumulation from the various sites and institutions that it had been displayed in, of what digitally and temporally went into the project. Kind of like a registering audiovisually in the completed space. So at the end of the day, I'm really involved in every installation. And there are, at the least, architecturally responsive. These are pieces that have projections of kind of like these fictional shadows in relationship to the images on these curtain screens, that changed by the shape of the gallery, dependent on the direction of the light sources. So, you could say I've made it kind of hard on myself to have to be present during install all the time, but, I love that part. Almost the quirkier the space, the better. And now I find myself being nudged towards other realms that are adjacent to what I've been working with, but expanding this kind of spectrum of media maybe as part of, the whole equation. So my most recent project is in augmented reality. Seen here, this is a current piece for LACMA at LA Historic State Park by Chinatown. And it's also viewable at home on Snapchat. This was done in partnership between LACMA and Snapchat. And this is my first work of this kind. I'm literally in the middle of trying to figure out the best way to archive this project, or whether I should archive it, what it means to have an AR piece. So I am really looking forward to the last panel today. And it's sited near the location of its subject, the 1871 Chinese Massacre of LA. But it's also cited in people's living rooms or wherever they're choosing to access it. So I'm still wrapping my head around the implications of all that. So, talk about staying true to an artist's intent. This is something else entirely. And I still worked strictly time-based. For me, it was most understandable as a sound piece. That's like a 2-minute loop. And the viewer or user is kind of free to roam and explore, not that dissimilar to like a classic looping video art piece in a gallery. And that probably is what it'll look like in documentation as a screen movie or screen capture. On the other end, I've also kind of edged closer to time-based in another form, like performance in public, to quote the name of this conference, in real life, with images on objects, and on things to handle and move bodies in and with. And at first glance, it seems really, really different from my typical artworks, but I think at the end of the day, it's similarly experienced, documented, digitized, and there's that flattening and kind of leveling out again. Are we not swimming in time-based media all the time? Media has become elemental. It's like the air we breathe, or the water that flows, and as we try to freeze and capture it in time, of course, it'll continue to change and slip between our fingers into the new. Thank you.
All right. And next up, Simone Manwarring has served as Senior Director at Sprueth Moggers in Los Angeles for the past 10 years. Simone has specialized in working with artists for 30 years, helping them produce their work, push through limitations, and to explore their potential in both gallery and institutional contexts. Welcome up, Simone.
Hi, thanks, Julia. thanks, Joey, for putting this together. It's been really enjoyable over the last year speaking with you about this opportunity, and to really, it really sort of has inspired me to start thinking about time-based media and how we address it at the gallery, and our responsibility as custodians of this artwork, and our responsibility to our roster of artists and how they're working. So thank you for that. Okay, so I have worked with artists for many years, helping them to realize their creative outcomes through many different mediums. Always the most challenging of mediums to work in has been video and digital works, as the artists are often experimenting and exploring new technologies, or squeezing the most they can out of an older technology in order to realize their vision. And so we've always been there to support whatever they're doing. During this process of creation, we're often pushed up against deadlines and financial constraints while aiming to achieve optimum results. The beauty and the curse of working in this medium as a creative and as a producer, I find that throughout the process, we become deeply connected to the medium and the available tools in that moment, and to the immediacy of the outcomes achieved in that moment, and then in turn feeling pressured by this immediacy without looking towards the future in the moment of creation. Given that artists are not working with a static format creates challenges for the future display, and therefore creating questions and issues to upholding the artist's intent moving forward. I find compromises can be made when working with video and digital mediums, as future presentations of the work can be often minimized by undercutting display options, impacting the which impacts the selection of projectors, speakers, and any other technology that we're adopting to use. And in some cases, we are restricted of what is available to us by the availability of supply and demand, which will impact this selection. I'm sure we've all been in the position where we're feverishly calling B&H on a Friday, trying to get to them before they close in order to get that overnight shipment of a projector or a speaker in order to facilitate an artist's request or to maintain that intention of how an artwork is to be presented. It is important that we're protecting these assets and that we're supporting the artists in their articulation of how future presentations should look like, and to plan for any changes in terms of the technology and how we can help the artists uphold their intent. And within this planning, to try and predict the different scenarios that could impact how a work is to be displayed in the future in relation to details such as room size, the darkness of a room, the volume of the audio, etc. And to ensure that these factors are clearly stated at all times. I find that I am sometimes in situations when an artist is not sure of what they don't want. I often find myself in situations that an artist knows what they don't want once they see something, and then you have to sort of address that issue in that moment and respond accordingly. I totally understand that we're communicating within they're communicating within a visual language. So often when those complications and conflicts do arise during an installation, that we all sort of have to work together and fulfill those adaptations and at times compromises. I don't like to think of them as compromises because we're doing our best to fulfill the intention of an artist and to also support the artist and the work in the best possible way. Obviously, that is the beauty when someone's alive, but then obviously we come up against this kind of problem when an artist is no longer alive, and then that creates a whole other set of questions and assumptions as a presenter of an artist's installation, that we're often that I'm personally starting to come up more against as our artists are aging and passing away. And with older artists, we don't necessarily have the information to really truly understand exactly what they were wanting at the time of creation when we're addressing something in, something that they made maybe in 1970, and then now we're presenting it in 2023, and we are restricted by what's available to us, and we have to do our best to try and fulfill that intent and their artistic vision, but are we, there are those challenges when we're up against limitations in terms of the equipment that was used or the quality of the artwork that we're showing. And so these are constant things that I worry and feel pretty restricted and stressed by. Never compromising. So, I'm given that I have such a deep concern and worry about this, I'm really trying to teach our younger artists and to have these conversations in their 40s and 50s, as opposed to coming up to our artists in their 70s and 80s, which is less easy to have that conversation, but to really try and start thinking about how someone's artwork is going to change over the course of a lifetime, and how maybe their ideas as an artist might change in regards to particular artwork. And I feel it was really interesting, Victoria, to hear you talk about your own approach to your artwork in relation to that, because, I do feel an artwork does have a life and a growth and a flexibility, especially with time-based works. And so that's the beauty of it. It's not fixed. It's the danger of it in one way when you're trying to understand the expectations of an artwork. Unlike a painting, you know what you have to do kind of thing to take care of it, even though sometimes you are making assumptions with the painting. But yeah, no, it's really, it's the exciting part of working in this context. So it's very important for me to start having these conversations with our artists. So as I was mentioning, as our gallery roster is aging, and even the projects that I have worked on in the time that I've been at the gallery are aging, I feel burdened by the technology that's needed to support large-scale video installations, and just by the aging formats in general. Within the gallery, I am actively starting to embody a post-posthumous state of mind when addressing our major installation and video projects, as so much of the execution of the intent of these artworks is dependent on the tech needed and the format in which it is displayed, in addition to any historical props that may be affiliated with the artwork that are often disposed of after initial presentation of the work, with the assumption that these items could possibly be found again. As my role and priorities are changing personally, as I start, thinking about mortality, not that that's happening anytime soon, I take on, and as I take on more of the artist estate work at the gallery, I'm dealing with video pieces from the 70s with no real instructions on the intent for their display. I find myself in a position of having to make informed assumptions based on looking at historical displays of the work and reviewing studio documentation and archives. I'm finding myself starting to, as I was saying, I'm starting to speak to our artists in their 40s and 50s about their projects, and to really start thinking about the life of these installations and how they will age, and how do the artists want this work to look like once they're no longer around, to ensure that the work is fulfilling their conceptual framework, while also allowing and considering flexibility for the display of their work, given the changes that are constantly happening. A work created 10 years ago with specific tech requirements may almost be redundant today. I'm very sensitive to how we address these conversations and have started, as I was saying, to actively engage with artists such as Ryan Trucarden, whose work is so dependent on the creation of sculptural theatres for display. We have successfully been able to discuss how to manage all of the assets around some of his projects. And I also feel with some distance from the initial creation, we're able to start having constructive communication about the future of an artwork. when that initial creative impulse to make a specific artwork has moved on, I feel it's easier to start looking at an artwork in different ways and to start having these more pragmatic conversations about the display. We're starting to look at ways to work with our artists to address these future issues as constantly reviewing and updating the exhibition manuals for works that we are able to constantly create an awareness about the execution of the project and stay connected to the aging of an artwork. We're establishing a task force within the gallery to address the management of artistic intent across time-based works specifically, to ensure that we're doing what we can to stay across the works and these issues as they arise in real time, so that we're prepared when the inevitable happens. Currently, we store the final content on a secure server that is updated as artists make changes to the work on their behalf. So we try and we have a proactive approach for caring for these assets and to stay ahead of the aging of these artworks and the tech being used to present them. I must say, every time we have to pull out our 16mm projectors, which are rapidly aging, we have to take into consideration the people who are caring for these projectors, that's incredibly limited, as well as the availability of these resources. Currently, we rent loopers from Ken Graham in London, or we're relying on the generosity of other local LA galleries and not-for-profits with whom we loan to and borrow equipment from. This also starts to create limitations that we're straddling multiple suppliers and time zones in response to an immediate creative expression is now encumbered with the infrastructure in order to display it. Even during our Anna Imhoff exhibition just recently, we were faced with many tech issues, and that inspired us to start having a conversation with local museums and the galleries to try and create a LA-based talk at 2 o'clock in the morning. It felt like a support system to try and, to create a dialogue and have like somewhere for all of us to go in order to create a forum for all of us to be able to discuss these issues, to share problems, to be able to share equipment, and to create a resource in order to help facilitate the presentation of these works. We had sort of touched on it when we were in the midst of our Anna Imhoff show, just because we were sort of in a moment of desperation, and it's something that I would really like to follow through on and really create like a solid place for all of us to meet and kind of talk through these issues, because we are all, burdened with this kind of pressure. And usually when you are installing it is like at 2 o'clock in the morning, so your resources are limited, but that's something that that I would like to embark upon. We often try and share equipment among other galleries, and we do have an informal arrangement with some specific, local collaborators. I just think it would be beneficial for us to share in this way, as these issues are just going to become more complex as times go on, and I worry about the future of some of the artworks that we're dealing with, as the redundancy of the equipment specified one day will no longer be available, and the problems arise from that in terms of specific works and their display. When working with institutions for the acquisition of artworks, we address the topic of preservation copies of works as well as part of the acquisition process. Often this creates issues for artists, as they only want one version of the acquired artwork made available, as there are concerns, obviously, about duplication. Often when we're having these negotiations, it does create an opportunity to start these conversations with artists, to start thinking about the future of their work posthumously, so we have an established framework for which the institution can work within in order to fulfill the intentions of the artist. We're always sure to include language in these negotiations that the institutions are always to reach out to the gallery and to the estate once an artist has passed, so we can continue to manage and maintain the artist's intentions consistently, and that this is a shared conversation. Nothing is perfect and things will change. In some instances, I find an artist's view of a work that they've created in the past will develop, and their approach can change as they revisit an artwork and see it through a different lens. as their creativity also fluctuates as they go through different phases of their career. We try and allow for an openness and flexibility within these contexts. The medium definitely allows this for this to be an option, even though the content and concept is fixed. The display can be managed in different ways. We need to be vigilant as custodians to ensure that the practices we're putting in place allow for these fluctuations and for the work to grow under these infinite possibilities and availabilities in terms of technological advancements, but also to embrace the historical nuances and visual textures of an artwork. To be clear about what is important to an artist and to ensure that these intentions are recorded so we can base any future assumptions on shared knowledge while responding to the constraints and limitless options of future display. Thanks.
All right, I'm now going to welcome Mara McCarthy, who is the principal and curator of the Box Gallery in the downtown Los Angeles Arts District. Since starting the Box in 2007, Mara has exhibited work from artists with a diverse range of mediums, historical and contemporary, many of whom have been unsupported and forgotten. She presented exhibitions that shifted the understanding of artists such as Barbara T. Smith, Simone Forti, Stan Vanderbeek, and Wally Hedrick. McCarthy is interested in expanding the access and concept of a gallery program that includes dance, painting, music, art history, sculpture, social justice projects, performance, and gallery editions. Mara was awarded a master's degree of science in museum education, middle school, from Bank Street Graduate School of Education in New York, after presenting her dissertation, Art for Social Change, a 7-week interdisciplinary curriculum unit for 8th graders in 2006. McCarthy received a bachelor's degree in arts, English, and art history from the University of California, Irvine. Welcome, Mara.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me and for organizing this. I'm really honored to be here. I feel like I'm a deformalist within the formalist community in some ways as I'm preparing my speech. But I wanted to focus primarily on kind of thinking about and archiving the work of performance work specifically. I work with Simone Forti and Barbara T. Smith, as was mentioned, and both of them are in their late 80s, early 90s, and we have a lot of conversations about how works will be presented in the future and or how those works get preserved over time. So one of the things I wanted to specifically talk about was thinking about 2 different examples with each different artist. One would be with the artist Simone Forti, which I thought this was such a fun image, which is an image of Simone Forti's Huddle, which is one of her dance constructions, which is a series of dance performances that she made in the early 1960s in New York. Some of you might have seen some of these at MoCA pretty recently. But this video and this image is actually, you can see her sitting there on the side, which is so cute. And that's very much her energy and her demeanor to be present at all times. And this I thought was a nice example of, and this is another image from the similar time period. So we actually, this body of pieces was actually recently, acquired in some years ago in 2016 by MoMA in New York City. So they actually own this performance body of work. So as part of that acquisition, they are catering to it and make sure it gets taken care of to different intentions. And so this is a larger conversation, obviously, and I want to go into that a little bit. So what started, I wanted to say that there are different types of ways in which this work has been chosen to be preserved. One of them was what you're seeing here, which is actually we worked with, and that's actually really fun to see Jason there on the camera in the blue shirt. So Jason Underhill is her her currently a labeled assistant, but will become the future of her estate. And he started working with us many years ago and recorded what was now used as a teaching video. And we did this in some years ago in Chinatown, and we intentionally brought in a group of artists primarily and dancers to be taught the complete series of dance constructions, and every moment of that was recorded and edited, and then we did a performance of each one. So there's actually a documentation of how this work gets taught by Simone specifically. And then another part of that acquisition that happened is that they get specific object drawings. So like, for example, Seesaw is a little unique because this particular board has been around for quite a few years, but this particular body of work is actually like that object itself is something that we have specifications for, and like these ropes, for example. And I didn't bring a very good image of the platforms, but you can see them there on the side. There's wood objects that get used and wood like sculptural objects that get used as part of the performances, and there's very descriptive manuals on how those are to be built and how those to be used. And then the final piece of this, which I think is really important to consider, is what happens with these when they get performed now. So now every time that one of these pieces, for example, Huddle, which is the first image you saw, this work here, is actually, according to Stuart Comer at MoMA, this is one of the most requested works in the collection, which is a pretty amazing thing to think about. These performances being like highly requested. And with the Huddle specifically, and this is a really good example of like how over the course of, and what I kept coming across and thinking about, and even thinking about Victoria, thinking about something Simone said, like the intention of the artist changes over time also, and the intention of the artist also with different works within the same body of work. So this is the same collection of works, but Huddle is treated very differently because she was like, oh, it's been taught to everybody and everybody knows how to do it. So there's a lot of understanding that it goes out into the world. However, there are very specific intentions of how she wants to be performed in very specific venues and things like that. And there are people like somebody that you see here in the white shirt. This is at MoCA recently, and Simone's there in the wheelchair now. She has quite advanced Parkinson's. And so Sarah Swenson is recording this performance. And Sarah Swenson is one of the teachers of this work. So we're working on creating a larger group of people, but there's 3 or 4 now. And whenever this series of works gets performed somewhere, one of those people we are traveled to that location and teach the work. So they watch the videos, they see the drawings, and they have somebody there to kind of oversee how the whole thing looks and how it gets presented. And you know, in this case with Simone, she actually was almost there as almost every day, even though everybody's like, you must be tired. And she was like, I gotta go. And so I wanted to kind of include, this is a picture of me and Simone and Jason Underhill, who I mentioned earlier. I thought it was important to like show some pictures of these people because there's like so many people. Like this is a group when MoMA first presented it in New York. This is all the dancers. And you see Simone there. The woman on the right of her is the woman who organized everything. She was the performance coordinator. So she was the person at MoMA who basically organized all those schedules, organized all the different materials. And then you'll see Sarah Swenson there. You'll see Carmela to the left. There's all these different teachers are all there to the left of her. And then there's all these performers. So it's just like kind of an amazing thing of like the amount of energy that like MoMA committed to making this work happen and live on in this amazing way. And it's their responsibility to do that. That's what they, paid those big bucks for. And so this is part of that work. But I just love these photos where the whole group of dancers are all so happy to be there with Simone. And so then with this work for dance constructions, this specific body of work will continue to get performed throughout history into eternity. some of Simone's performances, it's not that way. And so that's another thing that I'm pointing to. It's the specificity of when something happens and when something gets decided upon by the intention. I keep thinking of that word. It's a great word to use here. And I think just also to then move on to Barbara T. Smith, who I've worked with since 2007, and she has an exhibition up at the ICA. If you guys haven't seen it yet, please do. A little plug. And she is now in her 90s. She has made started making performance works when she was, Shoot was mentioned earlier, she went to school with Chris Burden at UC Irvine. She has an amazing story and narrative. Hopefully some of you already know it. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Feed Me, because this is a very infamous performance of hers from 1973. And in this performance, she was in a restroom, invited by Tom Marioni, and she spent the evening in the room naked with all sorts of different kinds of libations and massage oils and records and reading books and all sorts of different things. And there was an audio playing saying, "Feed me, feed me," over and over and over again. And I just want to give you a little heads up because it kind of affects how I'm going to talk about it. And these are some of the books, and this is actually the journal. It's a juicy journal of every single person that came in the room. And it quickly spread around the rumor that she was sleeping with all the people that came in, which was totally not true. And that's it's actually the exact opposite intention. And something that happened I wanted to kind of speak on. Unfortunately, I don't have an image of the bad display or the presentation that kind of basically started a much bigger conversation. But I wanted to show you this image is a very simplified image or a simplified presentation of the work with a photograph of her. There's, to be very honest, also there's only there's 6 photographs of this work. Because it was a very private work. There's really only 2 or 3 that ever get shown. This is one of them, and it's her kind of preparing for the work. And then these are a stack of the books that were in the room with her and her journal, as I said. And so this was actually a way that we displayed it at one point. But these are kind of a detail of some of the books. And I wanted to show kind of what happened was during the first iteration of WAC exhibition here in Los Angeles at MoCA, this piece was presented. The image was presented very simply with this image, but very large printed, which is something that Barbara does like to do. She likes a large image like that to be full body. And then there was just a tape there, and there wasn't really a description of a text, and there wasn't really any sort of information about how that might be understood. And basically, it became very clear to Barbara very quickly at that display that, especially considering the reputation of the work, how important it was to have informational text be part of the installation. So now that's very much part of the work, and there's always an information around each performance that she ever does. But the other part that I wanted to kind of bring up is how with this piece, when it got displayed, so it then traveled to, that exhibition WAC traveled to New York City at PS1. And this time it was organized by Connie Butler, and she actually reduced the list of artists by a third. And so there was a lot fewer artists in the exhibition, but they had a lot more space. And this particular piece was given that benefit. And so Barbara and I actually were in New York City for an exhibition of hers at Macaron that same time. And Connie invited her to come out and create this installation and give her this space, and asked her what she wanted and created all these details. So as might see, if you look at the image in the photograph, you can kind of see kind of a copycatting of the aesthetic with the wine bottles and the bench and the pillows and the rug, right? So she wanted to kind of create a scene that kind of set the stage, so to speak, of what it felt like to possibly be in the room. And actually the video on the monitor is her telling it, is a description telling of the piece. And everybody always said, "Oh, did you keep all those things?" And it's yeah, actually did. I think we have like those lotions and stuff like that. But I think it's really important to kind of think about, and then on the other wall are these two larger photographs, and the one on the right is the one of like the people waiting in line to go in and be with her. So, it's kind of it's a two-sided installation, but I think, if you think of the contrast of the various types of performances and how they get presented in each different way, it's super unique. But the other point I really wanted to bring up with this specific moment was there was an opportunity to possibly re-perform this work. And it would be not done by Barbara, but done by another artist, a younger woman who wanted to do it. And Barbara and I and other characters who were involved all had big, long conversations about this. And after much deliberation, Barbara really decided that she didn't want it to happen. And she felt like, and I kind of became this bigger conversation, like, how do you feel generally about your works being performed? And she was like, I don't think that I want them to be performed. They were about my experience and my performances, and they were about what I was going through at the time, and it feels unsafe and inappropriate to put that onto another person. So I think this is just a really interesting example of the different types of work. I think the thing with somebody like Simone Forti, that specific body of work, the dance constructions, in some ways, even though it was very directly involved with what she was dealing with at the time in New York City, in her relationships, in her life, there's a formula to them to some degree. Of course, there's a very specific aesthetic of Simone, and there's all these things, which is why all these other characters are involved. But somebody like Barbara, who put herself into a room and invited a single person to come in one-on-one while she sat there naked and waited for them to figure it out, is a very different situation. And I think it's a very interesting to think about how those things and how those choices are made. And Barbara's basically kind of put a blanket statement on her works not being reperformed. And I think that that's something that, over the time has also been a lot about, okay, so then how do we present these things? So that's Barbara and Simone. Those are kind of two different characters. But I wanted to just kind of bring up, because I think it's something that inherently will come up throughout this day in a way, is working with the Stan Vanderbeek estate. And this is a very different situation in which I work with the estate and not with the artists themselves. So I'm working with the two children and Chelsea Spangelman, who's amazing. And this piece I thought was a really fun example to bring in, because this is actually a piece that we put together, Chelsea and I. And we've got approval from the artist's daughter, from the daughter and the estate. And we brought it in as a connection to a much larger piece called Panels for the Walls of the World, which is an original fax mural. And it's a connection because it's made the year before, and it's a test project to show you how he used different materials and how he was interested in testing these things. So the red pieces you'll see are actually like dressmakers materials, like carbon copies. And you'll kind of see that he was testing to see how they carried over different kinds of images. And I just thought it was a really interesting, we tried to think of the, obviously this is the intention, but it's also like trying to think of ways to help the public and the viewer understand this larger body of work. And so this was kind of an interesting example, I thought, to kind of bring in. And this piece, I just wanted to mention also because it's a fax mural, which of course at the time he was doing at MIT in the early 70s and was big, like new communication technology, which is so much part of his work was around communication and mass communication. And he, the fax machine was it's even called the telephone mural in a lot of his materials. It doesn't actually refer to the text because it was using the telephone line. And, we had lots of conversations of like, do we include the fax machine? Like when he displayed it at MIT, which I realized I should have brought an image of that, did he use it? And the answer was no. He did it, but we chose not to. And part of that had to do with the fact that if he was alive, he would have wanted whatever was current. And that, right, my friend, this thing right here. And so we actually used the telephone, and everything was scanned virtually and sent via the internet. And we sent it that way, and that was the most current technology. So in that case, I wanted to bring it up as well because I feel like it's so much we are trying to follow the artist's wishes in terms of using what is current and what is present, and that was his interest in the 1970s, and we try to carry that forward in 2023. So I think that's it. Oh, this is just a fun little, can I get that to play? This is just a fun little video I wanted to show you of when we did a pretty large installation in Basel and of a Stan Vanderbeek piece. I just wanted to give you a sense of the scale of his work if you haven't seen it in terms of media. And I tried to get something where you could see all the screens and you can see the overhead projector, and we had slide projectors, and we had, so this is definitely something in relationship to, Simone and I have talked a lot about in relationship to how this gets, how the new technology, old technology, where to hold it, where to let it go. And that's just something that we really try to consider a lot with Stan's work. So really proud of this installation. This eventually led to the acquisition of a larger piece that was just shown in New York. So anyway, thank you, everybody.
All right, our last presenter is Bruce Yonemoto, whose work as a video and digital media installation artist, educator, writer, and curator, with many of the works done in collaboration with his brother Norman, began in the mid-1970s. Bruce studied at the University of California at Berkeley and Soke Art Institute in Tokyo and received an MFA from Otis Art Institute in Los Angeles. Since 1989, his solo work has been exploring experimental cinema and video art within the context of installation, photography, and sculpture. He has had solo exhibitions at Alexander Gray Gallery, New York, Blum and Poe, Los Angeles, Tomio Koyama, Tokyo, and most recently an expansive survey show in Kanazawa, Japan, to name a few. He is currently a professor and chair of studio art at University of California, Irvine. Welcome up, Bruce.
So thanks to LACMA and Joey and Julia for sponsoring this event. My brother Norman and I started making films and videos together in 1975. Most of our first works were narrative deconstructions. By the time the late 1980s, late 1980s, I realized that if we wanted to stay relevant in the art world, we had to start making video installations. International video festivals and screenings were closing down, and single-channel work was more difficult to show in museums and galleries. Okay, so let's start the next one. Do I just go? Okay, so we could start this video while I talk. Can we do that? Okay, so however, this was still an analog world, so installations had to incorporate 3/4-inch decks and sync slide projections. What a nightmare. The installation frame, this installation, was inspired by this film material Norman's friend David Thaxton discovered in the Library of Congress. He owned a company that would find, this was in the 70s and 80s, he would find material for documentaries and copy the film. The films he found were shot, and these films he found were shot by the War Relocation Authority during World War II. The audio to the films have long been lost. They were staged vignettes to show that the Japanese Americans incarcerated in the American concentration camps were happy, much like the Nazi film stage of the Jews in Auschwitz. Our first reaction to the films was surprise. After the initial shock, we decided that we did not want to make a conventional documentary with them. So we waited maybe 8 years or so, but then we decided to create an art installation with the material. So this is showing that they had a newspaper, so the freedom of the press, but this is all staged. This never happened. it was fiction. But okay, so okay, where's the next? Okay, no, I should have a slide of. Oh well, maybe it's not there. That's too bad. Okay, I was going to show. Well, maybe it'll be after this. They maybe didn't get in the latest iteration. So anyway, this is the actual. It's okay. Let me try to go ahead. I'm sorry. Okay, here it is. So this, I know that archivists like drawings of things and things like this, and so I wanted to show a drawing, and so anyway, on the far side there, you enter this room, okay? And so in back of you, there's a backdrop, painted backdrop that's used in commercials, like in Hills Brothers Coffee or something like that, or various different commercials. And in front of you is a two-way mirror. And so then when everybody gets in, a few people at a time, the light goes out, and so you see through the two-way mirror into this other room. And so there's a scrim in front of the two-way mirror right there, and onto the scrim is a reframed photographs of the original material. And then the original material is played on a monitor in back of the scrim. So you get this layering of memory effect. So I'm going to show you the final work that you'll see. But the thing about this is it's very difficult to document, to document the installation. And so consequently, I had to make this facsimile of what you're seeing through the two-way mirror. So anyway, I'll play a little bit of that. So we wanted to show, the slates and things like that to show that the material was fiction. I guess I could fast forward maybe. And also, since Norman and I were not in the camps ourselves, it's not our memory. You see what I mean? It's a distant memory. It's the memory of my parents or my grandparents. And so consequently, we did not want to portray them as our own. And this is like a class where they're teaching the people how to speak English. And so, glass and grass, right? Because they can't say ours, right? See, they were very happy in the camps. Okay, I think you get an idea of what it looks like. Okay, so, and then the light goes back on, and then you see yourself in the commercial environment again. Okay, so the next piece I want to show is called A Matter of Memory. This installation was inspired by the writings of philosopher Henri Bergson, who wrote about the construction of memory. I found his musings about the perception of memory to be fascinating. To paraphrase, he wrote that we only perceive that which relates to our own experience, and we don't see anything else. An example of his theory is when we drop a sugar cube into a glass of water, we see the cube in the water, and the next thing we see is only the water in the glass. In other words, we did not perceive the time that it took for the sugar to dissolve. He called this lapse an opening. So for me, It is much like watching television. One moment we are following a narrative, and the next thing we see is the program ending. We wanted the audience of the installation to be forced to watch this time or opening, so we superimposed the photo of Norman and I as kids and these commercials, of course, from the 1950s onto the dissolving cube. So this is, I mean, there's some audio problem with this, but anyway. So this is what you see in that glass, right? Yeah, basically that. Okay. Okay, so, and the last installation I want to describe is called simulations. Okay. Maybe I should describe it first. Okay, as a member of the Mickey Mouse Club generation, my childhood memories are filled with all that was Disney. The Wonderful World of Disney, Davy Crockett, Uncle Scrooge comics, and of course, The Jewel in the Crown, the Magic Kingdom of Disneyland. I remember as a child staying at the newly opened Disneyland Hotel and actually seeing and meeting Jimmy Dodd, the host of the Mickey Mouse Club. I thought I had died and gone to heaven. Thinking back to our family car trips down from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which sticks in my mind, was our first sightings of the Matterhorn Mountain. After a 2-day trip from Santa Clara to Anaheim before the major freeways were constructed, you can imagine the excitement of seeing the top of the mountain jutting through the orange groves. It meant that we had finally reached our destination, the place where all our dreams came true. Now, 50 years later, I can barely glimpse the once solitary mountaintop. Hotels, shopping malls, and freeway overpasses make it almost impossible to see my symbol of arrival. In the 1980s, famed French philosopher Jean Baudrillard wrote extensively about the significance of Disneyland vis-a-vis the reality principle. Disneyland, this is from Baudrillard, Disneyland is there to conceal the fact that it is the real country, all of the real America, which is Disneyland. Disneyland is presented as an imaginary in order to make us believe that the rest is real, when in fact all of Los Angeles and the America surrounding it are no longer real, but of the order of the hyperreal and of simulation. It is no longer a question of a false representation of reality ideology, but of concealing the fact that the real is no longer real, and thus of saving the reality principle. Simulations is a work which unites the sign of our collective memory, Disneyland's Matterhorn, with its allegorical referent, the newly machined rapid prototype model, which you'll see in my piece. During the 1980s, Baudrillard's book was incredibly influential. I remember seeing the slim book sticking out of back pockets of many artists, even painters. Before his death, Baudrillard publicly disowned most of the artists that quoted him, which I like a lot. The video and model, of course, must be shown simultaneously because this is what I gleaned to be the meaning of his piece, of his writing, let's say. So I'll just end by showing some of this work. Maybe, I wonder if I could fast forward it, can I? How do I do that? Okay, I'm sorry then. I should have just let it run. I had that other file that I sent you, but I guess it never made it. What? Okay. So anyway, this is the object that has to be shown simultaneously with the video. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I think it's real. We have a really great opportunity here, having both artists and gallerists address intent, kind of from different perspectives, because I think there's really different considerations in some ways, but also I think we're all trying to do the same thing, and that is make sure that the artist's intention is honored by those who display their work in the future. And so I wanted to start with a question of just how do you capture or convey the intention of your work? And I thought we could start with Victoria and Bruce talking about that from the artist's perspective, and then Simone and Mara can respond from the gallerist's perspective. So Victoria?
Yeah, I think you all saw some of what I try to do in documentation form. I mean, I was listening to Mara talking about having that sort of like representative with the museum, almost to liaise specifically to like realize a vision. That would be so wonderful. But, you know, it's usually me if I can be at installation, but there have been times when I haven't been present and the documentation just has to do, and usually, you know, there's also flexibility built in, as I was discussing. So it's worked so far.
Great. Bruce, did you want to? How do you capture or convey intention? So as an artist, how do you convey to someone else who's going to install your work, your intention with the work?
Well, you know, it's a slippery slope, really, because I have sent things to, like, let's say, a museum that has purchased a piece or reinstalled a piece or something like that, and I've sent pictures of the original installation or how I conceived of it, but they ignore that and they just put it up the way they want. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I have to do a drawing, you know. It's like somebody said, you have to do a drawing with 1, 2, 3. But see, the problem is that with some installations, like the screens, I have one with multiple screens that's up at the Whitney right now. But anyway, the screens are different sizes, you see what I mean? So I can't really say, put 1 here, 2, 3. I mean, the original one I can, but after that, then I can't. So, you know, I guess you have to just really do these really intricate drawings.
Yeah, no, I love that you talk about how your work has not been shown the way you intended it, that you sent photographs trying to convey your intention and that those weren't followed, because I think that's what everyone here hopefully wants to avoid, is having, is being the one to display an artwork and then finding out that it did not, that it's not what the artist meant to, that the artist is unhappy with the way that you display the artwork. And so I'm hoping that we can touch a little bit on some of the ways that we can avoid that happening in the future. So Simone and Mara, maybe you can add to that.
Yeah, a lot of the time we actively go to an institution, for example, to install a show before the artist gets there, to really make sure that the intention of the artist is fulfilled within the space. Like, obviously ahead of time there's the diagrams and constant meetings to communicate what the artist is wanting. But I've been in situations in an institution where I'm there on behalf of the artist, where I've really had to advocate and uncomfortably enforce, or maybe at times redo, aspects of an installation in order to fulfill exactly what the artist is wanting. Because I know that I'm there on behalf of the artist, and in like 3 days, let's say, the artist is coming. Obviously, I don't want to deal with that conversation. So it's on us to really make sure that we're advocating effectively in order to get what the artist wants across.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing to think about too, because I feel like sometimes what I imagine when Bruce says that, it's like it has to probably do with the ego and the presentation of how the curator wanted it to be. And I think of myself as a curator, so I can relate to that. But there's a lot of like these conversations where I feel like with these live works too, there's always just new forms and new ways of doing that, and thinking about, with performance works, it's like, yes, there's drawings for sure, but it's been a lot about trying to figure out diagrams, trying to figure out like visual displays of how the photographs can look together, or different possibilities. And I feel like working with Barbara specifically, it's been so complicated because there's so many different ways in which one work can be presented. So, and only a small handful of the performances have ever been acquired. And in those cases, there's been a lot of conversations about the various possibilities of how those can get shown. And a lot of time there are drawings, but there's also, images of how those works get displayed, intentions of the artists, which I feel like even just in language actually can be really, that doesn't work for everybody, but I feel like Barbara's very good at like kind of describing what she wants that work to feel like, in terms of like not wanting it to make it feel overwhelming, or like wanting to make sure the intention feels good in the room. I feel like with something I didn't mention in my talk that I think is kind of interesting, which does have to do with this person working with the teacher, but also kind of and working with the curators very closely. I feel like it's been a lot of like, with Simone's pieces, it's like a lot about where they live in the room. And that's something I feel like nobody's really mentioned, but it's kind of quite a complicated. I feel like with both of your works, some of those things are probably part of the problem when it doesn't work. And it's very true with the performance work as well. Like if you install that in the wrong space, or in the wrong location, it's gonna create a weird blockade, or anything like a sculpture would. So I think that's something really interesting and important to think about. That's really about the tight-knit conversation between the artist or the artist liaison, or in terms of like the artist representative of the estate, and the curators, and how those things get worked out between them. And like with Vanderbeek, for example, we just installed this huge the movie drome, and the amount of time that went into that acquisition in terms of the conversations with literally members of the team of people I feel like talking about like like archiving materials, like all those things. That piece didn't get shown for so many years, and we didn't get paid for half of it, slightly. Also because they didn't acquire all the media yet, because it was all being preserved. So there's all these really like layered, and that's really, like I was gonna say, like I feel like, when you work with an institution that's dedicated to those things, you feel that, right? You're like in the room with like the guys that are talking about the display, talking about the build out of the media. How is the media going to work? How is it going to stay cool in there? How is it going to, like people are going to walk in, like all those things that have to do trying to connect it back to the original work. And the only reason it really works is because there's so much conversation between the curators and the artist or the artist liaisons, in my opinion. I feel like it wouldn't look good and wouldn't feel right if that wasn't happening.
I think that's totally right. I mean, the amount of work going into every single installation, you're practically making the piece again, or in a new piece in a way, right? And I feel like advocacy is the key piece, having someone do it or the artists themselves. One of the reasons the document I shared was so like insane in details, because I've been there before where like the sound was never right, and I have to specify the level of lumens in the projector, like the minimum, or in the placement of the room. You can't like prepare for that in a document. So it's like every minute you have to like pester and like show up, basically. It's like making a new artwork, pretty much.
Yeah, and I think Jonathan even mentioned this during the previous panel, and then Simone touched on this, the importance of the artist's questionnaire and artist interviews while the artist is still here to convey intention is so important for preserving the work into the future and reinstalling it in a way that the artist, doing the best we can as institutions to really honor the legacy of the artist and make sure that we can display it in the future in a way that the artist meant it to be seen.
It's so tricky, though. I feel like that's like my ultimate goal in a lot of ways, but there's been things where I've like tried to do exhibitions with Simone, and I know she's older, and I know it's like not in the 50s, which would have been great. Wish I knew her then. She had great hair. I feel like she is hesitant to go to the past. So, there's been a lot of times where I was like, oh, why don't we do this? I want to do Jackdaw songs. We've never shown it before. And she's like, but what would we do? I can't re-perform it. And I was like, no, like we have so many photographs. We have all these things. And she just is like, Dada, I have this other idea for a show. And then we do that because she's in her 80s and we let her do the show she wants to do. But there is a tricky part in that where asking all the questions and doing all the things is something that to those 70 and 80-year-olds, I mean, even for my dad who's in his late 70s, it's like he doesn't want to, he's like, I want to make a new film. Like he's in the future. He doesn't want to. So it's an interesting, and I would be curious to talk to the artists also, like or hear their thoughts about that, because I feel like that's so tricky when the curators or the gallerists are wanting to like figure out how to do something, knowing that person's not going to be there forever. How do we figure out how to do that when the artist doesn't really want to talk about it?
Bruce or Victoria, do you want to take that?
Well, I believe that you have to migrate work. I mean, you have to use technology that is more contemporary, let's say, because it's better in many cases. And so like in the first installation I showed framed, I mean, it's now on MOV, right? And so it's like, it's better quality, it's easier to install, it's more accessible in a way. And I think that that's really important because it was crazy, trying to deal with a 3/4-inch decks and synchronizing those with slide projectors and things. It just doesn't work. And so I think you sort of migrate to something that works, for me at least.
Yeah, I guess thinking about updating formats, and that is so unsexy, like just not the most exciting part about being an artist. And I can totally understand not wanting to go and revisit works. Like, I don't know, I just always feel like present in whatever it is I'm working on or looking ahead. but I'm sure there's great value in that, especially thinking about posterity. That's just like most people don't think about those things, but you're kind of forced to, right? Because it's just all around us, and inevitably someone will want to show something older, and you're like, all right, I'll go revisit that and make it work for today.
Yeah, and I want to say, I mean, at LACMA, we definitely do artist questionnaires when we're acquiring a new work, and if the artist is still around, it's them or their gallery or a foundation. And I think we can sometimes use opportunities if we're borrowing a work or putting something on display. That's a good time to ask a lot of those questions and ask those questions with the future in mind. But yeah, I think one of the things that's tricky about this, and I want to get back to the comment that Mara made about curators and the ego of the curator. I think sometimes that's the case, but I think most often it's just a lack of understanding of how important each of these decisions are to the artwork, and that it's nobody's decision to make besides the artists. And another thing that complicates that is that every artist is different and every artwork is unique. This has been touched on too. And so, while one artist might not care like whether the work is shown on a monitor or on a projector, or what size or what color paint the walls are, what color paint is on the walls, or whether there's carpet and the sound levels, one artist is going to care very deeply about every one of those decisions. And so we need to treat every piece like, every one of those decisions needs to be considered, and we need to get down to the root of what the intention was. And I also want to say, like, because there's so many variabilities, whether it's performance or a projection or a sound piece with time-based media, it requires a lot more effort to understand how to display it and how to incorporate it into an exhibition. And so I do think there's a lot of times just a lack of understanding of all of those things before a choice is made to display a work. And so it's heartening that there's so many people here today trying to understand this more, how to care for these works better. I think we, as part of this, and one of you touched on this in your presentation, but I'm wondering if there are aspects of intention that are unconscious, or that maybe only reveal themselves after something is displayed wrong. So like maybe if you're an artist, you haven't put into words something until you see someone display your work in a way that you're like, okay, that's not what I wanted, and I didn't know that until I see it here. Do any of you want to have examples of when that might have happened?
We've had examples of that happening especially when we've been working with artists remotely, and we've been given the Bible of all the information on how to do it, and then we've taken it upon ourselves to make certain assumptions. Maybe it was a shortcut in order to facilitate something, but in the long run that really hasn't served us or the artwork very well, and we've had to go back to, then we've had to work around that and make sure that we've fulfilled the original, what was originally communicated to us. But it often has happened to us when we've been doing, in this new state of working with people remotely. Less so when we've worked with people in person. Right. I think a lot gets lost in that communication mode at times, or you can't read someone, or that, and I think a lot gets lost in that moment.
But also around memory. I mean, obviously I deal with older people, so it's more acute, but there's moments where sometimes we're installing something and it's like, oh yeah, that's what we were gonna do, right? And then it was like, oh, I don't want my face there. Why would you put my photo like that? And you'd be like, because that's what we talked about 2 months ago. And it was this, so it's just, but that's also this thing of like, I wrote down the word with Victoria, this idea of, just like flexibility, just being amiable and flexible in terms of how those things, and being observant that from moment to moment, those presentations are going to change. And also being compassionate about it with ourselves, because we're, you know, as I think, you know, ego aside, generally, you know, everybody in the room and anybody that we, you know, not all curators, but lots of curators, compassionate curators, intentional curators, are all like really trying to make it the way that it wants to be. And sometimes those things are like, oh, well, then that's what we thought, you know, like, and it's a lot, there's some of that just kind of has to happen, even when the artist is in the room and is like said all the things. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that's still like one of those things that still is like, oh, well, I just changed my mind. And you're like, okay.
But there's also times, when you know your space too.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's always
That's the
always
other
an
thing.
interesting thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if it's not like, if you're aware of what the space is capable. Yeah. There's a switch over there that doesn't.
Mara,
help
I'm
you out.
interested in that piece that you did with Stan Vanderbeek, and you didn't want to show the slow scan.
The fax machine thing?
Yeah, the fax machine with the slow scan and things like that, which I find a really interesting technology. You see what I mean? I much more interesting than an iPhone to me. It is.
I mean,
because it has all these qualities, you know, like erasure and invisibility and all these things which I really appreciate. And so in some ways I'm sad, you know what I mean, that you went there in a way, but I understand why you did.
You know, I mean, in that original presentation too, we were trying to focus on the original collages and the original transmissions, and then we did end up doing representation of some of the a new transmission, and you know, I think it's tricky though, because I think that might be. It's interesting though, because you were saying that, but then you were also just saying that you want to move everything into the new technology. So there's this thing, right, where it's like we were conflicted because we were like, oh yeah, it'd be kind of cool. We could just get one like every day and put it up on the wall. It'd be kind of fun. And then we were like, does our fax machine even work? I don't know, you know, and...
Well, it's even pre-fax machine in a way, that slow scan. It was an image, you know. I mean, that's why it was invented, the fax machine in Japan, because they could send their language. You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
sure,
an image.
that makes sense.
A
That's
visual
interesting.
Image, It's not typed.
Oh, no, the amount of... I can't remember how many days it took to do the original image. Or 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Robert. But yeah, it's like, you know, it's this long period of time to like send this thing, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's a constant struggle. I mean, I think with Stan, we tend to lean towards the future because he always talked about the new technology and moving forward in communication, and in that way, he wasn't. I would actually, and I don't really work well. I was gonna say Lee is a little bit like this, Lee Ledare, but like, you know, the nostalgia for the past, like artists who are making work, who are interested in the film and want the projector and all the things, you know, and then that becomes a whole new kind of conversation, right? That's kind of what we're talking, some of what you're talking about. I know you do that, but like, it's just interesting, right? Like case by case, like when, and that's again, the intention or the interest in the artists and like where they want to go with it. What do they want from it? Right? Like, do they want it to leave that technology? And I was really interested in hearing Victoria like, oh, I like it. Like, I got joy when I figured out I could just let all the media like intermix. Like, that's exciting. Like, it is interesting. So many times I feel like for myself, because I work so much in old material, there is a moment that you're like, oh, gotta keep those box monitors, you know.
Yeah, there was a lot of liberation in your presentation, Victoria.
And I mean, let's face it, with like time-based media installation, there's just so many more variables that are out of your control. Like it's like the work gets completed when you install it, and then it's so, I'm not gonna say it's more than other media, but it's so responsive to what's in the room or what the room is like, the architecture, like, so that's why it necessitates so much work on that end. It's like half made in a way.
Absolutely. I think we want to leave some time for a couple questions from the audience before we wrap up.
I'm curious about the audience. Like,
Yeah.
why did you guys come? I'm just, yeah, I don't know how to.
Is this? Oh, it's on. Okay, so I don't really have a question. I want to present a little other viewpoint, and I do that from the position of having work in all these collections: LACMA, GRI, Getty, small works, not time-based photography, and I want to just point out that from my point of view, and going back many, many years in my background, which is editorial photography, which means I'm used to working with editors, curators, etc. For me, I hand something off, and for me, that's the end of it. I trust that the editors and the curators that I've worked with, I see them as collaborators. And I appreciate their vision and their additional input into the original piece. So I just thought I would bring that up because it hasn't really been mentioned, that point of view, that when an artist finishes a piece, that one can think of the next step as a collaboration. I have very high regard for the curators that I know. And so in enjoying these panels today, I just wanted to bring up a different point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Once she's done, she can hand you the mic, maybe.
No problem. I have a question for Victoria and Bruce. I heard you talking about the characteristics of a work, of the space where your work can be displayed. And we realized that each space may have different visual and audio characteristics, which may affect your work and its interpretation. I was wondering, given the fact that at some point in the future you may not be available either physically or logistically, have you thought about compromises to reach that will secure the preservation of your works? Sorry for the challenging question.
Well, I think yours would be more difficult than mine, perhaps, in some ways, to recreate some of your intentions, perhaps.
Yeah, up until this panel, I have to admit, I haven't devoted a whole lot of time and energy to thinking about, like, posterity. So your question is, like, what steps have we taken to try to preserve those particular characteristics if we're not around in the future, right? Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of the discussions we've had today is kind of around like attempts at it. And I haven't been present at every single installation, but there is always some sort of exchange, right? I mean, I love hearing about like the Mike Kelley archive, like just thinking about people who like really intimately know the artists and their intentions and a history of exhibitions or of works, that knowledge can be moved forward.
Can I ask kind of a tangential question to that? Is like for that piece, sorry, I don't remember the name of it, with the egg. Like, do you have like language or photographic examples of that you like send to because it looked like there were so many different, and I love that, seeing like the different iterations, but is there like one part of it that you want to make sure is like, do you know what I mean? Like, is there like language about that intention or?
I don't have a technical document. I feel like it's still evolving and it's come into being in various ways, like people approaching me and saying that they like the piece, and then like if there's a particular opportunity. So it's been really organic and not
Yeah,
thought
I think the thing is though, like I think that's the tricky thing for me as a gallerist and a curator. Like I don't even think it's a technical. I think it's like conceptual intention. Does that make sense? Because
Absolutely.
that's the part
Yeah.
for me that's like the most okay. Like what do you want this to feel like, or why? What's the root of that piece, and like the importance of that language or that like material or however you would want to. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. It's like the aesthetic is there, but the piece is the concept, right? And I guess when when it gets shown in one iteration, usually like the wall label or something talks about its other lives, like it's part and parcel. Yeah.
I like this Barbara T. Smith's refusal thing. You know, like I never want to have these performances done again. But so, what if somebody, you know, after she passes away, let's say, wants to do the performance or something like that, and just does it or something like that? What do you do?
I mean, you can't always control what people are doing, but I feel like, you know, for her, I was telling Simone when we were kind of talking this out with that piece with Feed Me, you know, there's a fairly high level of risk involved. And I feel like she just didn't want to be responsible for a young woman being raped, possibly. You know, I think if it's her body and her space, it's different. I feel like, you know, the possibility of something like that happening in hangars of Simone's is just not possible. So I think it's just like the different intentions of the piece. I think, and there's so many pieces of hers like that are so particular. I think there are later works of hers that, you know, she and I have kind of talked about that were more public pieces, right? That were things about the environment and things like that we've talked about, like maybe we can figure out a way, or, you know, but with all those early personal performances, I feel like she just doesn't want to put the other person at risk, which is kind of an interesting.
All right, I think there was one more question. Did you get the microphone? Yeah, and I think this will be our last question before Joey comes up to say what's next.
I felt the need to jump in because I thought there were another question, so I wanted to riff. But the contribution by the woman earlier brought something up that I took it to an extreme, and I was like, oh, you know, do people try to figure out the intention of, let's say, Leonardo da Vinci when presenting the work? Beyond just conserving it or kind of getting color fidelity and these sort of things. And then, you know, I was thinking about like an exhibition I saw a year ago in Basel of Picasso and Greco works together, kind of juxtaposed. And there's this thing that curators, I think, contend with at some point, or there's a question of this sort of like exegesis, or like I'm going to reinterpret, or I'm going to bring things back to life. And even with the, in a contemporary way, maybe knowingly ignoring maybe some of the artists' original. So in the Mike Kelley group show, for example, at Hauser right now, that's also kind of come a question where it's like, well, would Mike have wanted this? And so I think it's interesting to think about, or I guess the question I want to ask is that line of the artist and the curator and authorship in showing things or bringing things to the fore. Is that something that artists feel there could be something very clear that they would want to express, or as the woman expressed, just this like kind of like expectation of letting go to whatever, you know, the institutions and kind of other people and their professions kind of afford in terms of their purview on it. And so that's kind of, I started thinking about that with that question, and kind of after hearing everyone. So that, I don't know if anyone had specific thoughts on that, but.
Oh, good, an easy one before lunch. I mean, I guess I first want to say, like, really every artist is unique, right? So I don't think anybody up here can speak for all artists. That is a really deep and heavy question, but I think there is kind of a difference between, there was a point in time at which art, I mean, there's so many big questions wrapped up within the question you're having, like what is art? And somebody asked that earlier too. Who decides that? But I think there was a really big shift when artists stopped or moved off of painting on a canvas with a frame that contains that takes up this much amount of space, or something carved out of a single piece of marble that's meant to sit on a pedestal. I think things changed a lot when new media started being used, and multiple components, and the relationships between those components, and site-specific work and performance. And so I think, I think that a curator making choices about which paintings are going to go together in a gallery or in an exhibition is really different from a curator saying, I'm going to take, these elements of this one piece and make some decisions. Yeah, it's a really difficult line, what you're talking about, I think. I don't know if anybody else wants to take a stab at that, but or respond to it.
I had this one funny story because they showed these photographs that I had taken in Vietnam, and they're very explicit photographs of these young men. And so they had a school for children, an art school next door. It was at the Armory in Pasadena. And so they were bringing the kids in, and so they had to censor the piece, one of the pieces. And so they put up this drapery on top of that area of the photograph. And so, what could I do? I mean, what can you do? And so, anyway, it was amusing. Yeah.
So was it like a thing that they would lift peekaboo?
No, they had this drape that they put over his penis, right? Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I have a picture of it, but anyway.
I want to see that at lunch.
I mean, it was bizarre to me, but they did it, so,
That's a new what?
Yeah.
Really is. I just keep thinking of this idea of what is that differentiation, right, of that choice, and or a choice that's like other bad choices that curators make, and with this it's like, and we're not really talking about the other elephant in the room, which is the bureaucratic system of museums. That is also the part that it's like, oh, we don't want to get in trouble by showing too much penis. That's a reality that we live in. And I think that's, or one of my big things is the markers, stanchions and things for insurance. The insurance is the devil in a way with that kind of stuff. Sometimes it can just ruin something, and it can totally become a problem. And it's where do those lines happen when the curator kind of gets bound by those rules also, right? That becomes that's a situation which she was like, well, I have to, what do I do?
So we need to break for lunch, but this proves that we need to do this more often and talk about these things more often. But I wanted to thank all of you for sharing your knowledge and your experience today, and hand things back over to Joey.
My name is Emmeline Yen. I am the Associate Registrar for Permanent Collections at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. I want to thank all of you for coming today and supporting this event, and I hope you all had a wonderful lunch and also enjoyed this morning session and discussions. We're kicking off this afternoon session with a discussion about the evolution of installation, art, and display equipment. Our last panel on artist intent is a great segue into our panel as we dive deeper into these ideas and challenges of art and technology evolving. I'm honored to be moderating this panel, which is made up of an amazing and well-experienced group. We have Diana Thader, artist and professor of art at the ArtCenter College of Design, Chloe Scallion, LA performer, curator, and director of Coaxial Arts Foundation, Jacqueline Kiyomi-Gork, an artist, and Mark Ayala, manager of gallery media at LACMA. As we have seen today, technology is ever changing and continues to evolve at a faster pace than ever before. As a permanent collection registrar, one of our roles is to manage and document works in our collection so that the museum can have and exhibit the art in perpetuity for future generations. This is a fairly simple task when you're dealing with a painting or a marble sculpture, but as museums began collecting time-based media works, this task became much more complex and quite a fascinating dilemma to have. LACMA's collection certainly has works in the collection that rely on equipment that is no longer being manufactured and software that requires regular updates like iOS app-based works. In order for the museum to properly care for and preserve these works, we turn to artists to learn and understand the artist's intent. When museums acquire a work dependent on specific technology, we want to know how the artist wants the work to be conserved and displayed both in the near future and beyond. I'm excited to hear from our panelists today as they each examine the ways in which media art installations evolve and adapt over time to new environments, new technologies, and even new interpretations. Our first presenter is Diana Thader. Diana is an artist and professor of art at the ArtCenter College of Design. Diana has been exhibiting her work since the early 1990s and is a pioneer in the use of film, video, light, and sound, continually challenging the boundaries of time-based media and installation art. Her work explores the relationship between the natural and man-made world while critically examining the structures of mediated reality. Drawing on a wide variety of sources, including literature, animal behavior sciences, mathematics, chess, and sociology, her evocative works directly engage their surroundings, producing an intricate relationship between time and space. Over the past decade, her work has been included in exhibition at prominent institutions, including the San Jose Museum of Art, Dia Center for the Arts, ICA Watershed in Boston, Institute of Modern Art in Brisbane, the Natural History Museum in London, just to name a few. And in 2015, Diana was featured in a comprehensive mid-career survey of her work, The Sympathetic Imagination, which opened next door at LACMA, which then traveled to the Museum of Contemporary Art in Chicago. Diana is the recipient of many notable awards and fellowship, and in 2018, Diana was awarded LACMA's Art and Technology Lab Grant. Please join me in welcoming up Diana.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I'm going to get started. I'm going to tell you a quick short story. These are CRT projectors, which I'm sure you all know. These are old video projectors. They're the first kind of video projectors that were made. I started working with these in 1989, and the reason I started working with them is that no one could show video, no galleries, no museums, because they didn't have the equipment. And if they had equipment, it was reserved for something like a Bill Viola or a Gary Hill, for example, and they didn't spread out the equipment. And they knew that if I was making video and video installation, which is what I specialize in, that I would need my own projectors. So what I did is I found a used equipment place, and they had CRT projectors, and there was an engineer there. And the only thing I owned at the time was my '88 Honda Civic. And I would take out loans against my car, like a $500 loan, and I would buy one. And then I'd pay it off. I'd go back, I'd buy another and another. And I bought 6 within 3 years. I bought 6 projectors. I paid an engineer, the engineer who ran the used equipment place, to teach me how to fix them, how to use them, how to adjust them, and how to do everything he knew how to do with them. So I carried these projectors around from I had 6 by 1992. Started out in '89 with 1. By '92, I had 6. These projectors went all over the world because once I had them, museums, institutions, galleries realized they could show my work without having to acquire equipment. I came with my own equipment. These were shipped all over the world. From 1992 to about 1997, I used my 6 video projectors. They often broke. Various things happened to them in transport, and I fixed them. I would repair them. I would install them. I would fix them myself. I had no tech help because a lot of museums at that time didn't have technical people on staff. And I was showing in places like the Kunsthalle in Basel, the Renaissance Society at the University of Chicago. This is the Witte de Wit in Rotterdam. So these projectors traveled all over the world, and they were first displayed together in 1992 with a work I made at Claude Monet's garden. I was the artist in residence in Giverny for 6 months, and I made a piece called Ofifi, 5 Days in Claude Monet's Garden. On the left, you see the original, which was done with a CRT projector, and on the right, you see the piece 20 years, how many years later? 92, 20, 30, what is that? I'm like, I can't add, right? Anyway, I wanted to see, the reason I did this, the reason I re-showed the piece is because I wanted to see if it held up. And I wanted to see if it looked vintage, because the one thing I don't want my work to look like is vintage video work. And I realized that when we have works by like Nam June Paik, you know, the great Nam June Paik, we have to deal with a lot of old video equipment because Nam June was about television. And we have to deal with all of these televisions in his sculptures, for example. So simultaneously, I told you I had 6 projectors. Simultaneously at Shoshana Wayne Gallery, at the same time I showed Ofifi in 1301, I showed it again at Shoshana Wayne. And here it is again in 2012 at 1301 PE. I changed the projectors, and I have no problem doing that. I upgraded from CRT to LCD projectors and eventually to DLP projectors. This is a short clip of Ofifi. If I play it, you can see what it looks like. What I did is I color separated the piece. Initially, I color separated it using the video projectors because the CRTs have 3 guns, right? A red, a green, and a blue. These are the primary colors of light. So I misaligned the projector, right? I misaligned the CRTs. And then this was at 1301 PE, which was a small house gallery. And then at Shoshana Wayne, I took 3 projectors and I put the image back together with each projector showing only red, green, or blue. So at 1301, you would see this, and at Shoshana Wayne, you would see this as a complete solid image. I'm going to go back for a minute. So that's Shoshana Wayne, and that's what it looks like now. We went through that. In my work, and this is Shoshana Wayne Gallery, again, 1992, I wanted to show my work in the light. So I didn't want my work to be buried in project rooms or video rooms or basements, which is where museums and galleries traditionally showed video, in lightless rooms. I wanted my work to be in the light. And so I took the 3 guns, the red, the green, and the blue, and I tinted the windows red, green, and blue. So this is from 1992. This is from 2012. Again, red, green, and blue, signaling the colors, the primary colors of light, and the primary colors that I was using in the video. The original video depended upon the CRT projectors. When I re-showed the work in 2012, I showed it with LCD projectors, and I color separated the work in the edit. Point being, I was not committed to those CRT projectors because I don't want my work to look like a show of vintage video equipment, which is what those actually look like when you pull them out today and show a piece on them. And a lot of museums have them in storage, you know, to show works of video that require those pieces, and I didn't want that ever to happen with my work. I always wanted to be ready to show it. And so this is a process of reductive synthesis, right? I would take away color using the CRT projectors. In this new version of Ofifi, I color separated it. I did the reductive synthesis in the edit. I color separated it into red, green, and blue. And I put it out there with 3 projectors. You can see them in the corner there, one projecting red, one blue, one green. And then when I put it back together, I used 3 projectors again, one red, one blue, one green, in order to put the image back together. So I color separated it in one room, and in another room I put the colors back together to make a full, complete color image. The windows. This is one of the, this is a piece from 1993, again at 1301 PE, and you can see I'm still using the CRT projectors. They're over in the corner over here, projecting onto 3 walls. Now remember, CRT projectors had about, I don't know, between 400 and 600 lumens. We're now working with projectors that have 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 lumens, which means they're much, much brighter. So I had to use small spaces in order to get these images to be as bright as I wanted. And you can see this is called Abyss of Light. It's a work that was made in the American Southwest. And you can see that, again, I've color tinted the windows. These are the secondary colors of video, or the secondary colors of light: yellow, magenta, and cyan. And I tinted because the work was in a house that was operating as a gallery, I tinted all the windows in the house. This is Abyss of Light, again, at the Witte de Wit in Rotterdam in 1994. You can see here my 3 CRT projectors that I brought with me to Rotterdam. And this is the same piece. This is Abyss of Light. And you can see once again that I've used the windows in order to show you the primary and secondary colors of light: red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, and yellow. Because video is made of light. And I was interested in just pointing that out and being really didactic about how I was using my work. Now, this is Abyss of Light, shown in 2004 at the Museum for Gegenwartskunst in Siegen, Germany, 2004. That's the exterior, and this is the interior of Abyss of Light. So you can see, once again, I've used the colors of the video spectrum, but now I've moved into LCD projectors. There's no problem with it. You know, once again, the color is, light is made up of these colors. So the CRT projector, to me, was actually not important. I show all of my equipment in my work, as you can see. All of the equipment is exposed so that you can see how the work is being made before your eyes. But I'm not committed to any particular kind of projector. I'll use the best projectors I can get at this point. And there again is Abyss of Light in Siegen in 2004. This is LACMA. This is Abyss of Light once again in 2015. And you can see again the exposed video projectors, no longer CRTs. They're now LCDs or LEDs or DLPs. I'm not sure what we used for the show. I can't remember. And again, the window separated into the component colors of light to remind you that this is a work made entirely of light. That's the window. Okay, this is the biggest piece I made up until the point that it was made. It's 1995 at the Renaissance Society in Chicago, a work called China. You can see my 6 video projectors in a circle in the room. And what I did was I made a 360-degree image. It went all around the room. I color separated it into red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, and yellow, the primary and secondary colors of light. And I projected each image in a different color. Once again, using the CRTs because it was what I had at hand, and it was all I had. And this particular institution didn't have any money to rent equipment. And most institutions didn't have the money or the budget to rent equipment for things like this. So me having my own projectors was really, really important to the beginning of my career. And this is, again, China at the University of Chicago, the Renaissance Society. And you can see I left the windows open so that light could enter into the work. Very difficult with these projectors because, like I said, they're only 500 lumens. And it's really hard to see them in the light. If I had 20,000 lumen projectors, I could put broad daylight in this room. And there is a 360 degrees view. And this is the installation of China at LACMA in 2015. Once again, you see the equipment is all exposed. It's in a circle going around the room, and the colors are separated into red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, and yellow. And once again, I discarded the CRT projectors. I was not interested in them anymore because, like I said, I didn't want my work to look like an exhibition of vintage equipment. I also wanted to say one last thing, really, and that is that when I started working, the important thing is that there were no tech specialists at institutions or at galleries. At most, you might get someone who knew a little bit about it. So I had to know everything about that equipment. And I did. And I studied it and I learned it. So whenever I install myself. All my work is installed by me in person. And I do not rely exclusively on technicians to make my work or to make my work possible. And that is, I think, all I have to say. So, anyway.
Thank you, Diana. Our next presenter is Mark Ayala. Mark is the manager of gallery media at LACMA. Mark is also a time-based media designer and filmmaker based out of Los Angeles. As a previous head of time-based installs at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles and the Hammer Museum, he oversaw the installations such as Pippi Lottie Wrist, Big Heartedness, Be My Neighbor, and Made in LA 2023. He can often be seen sitting to the side of repertory film screenings and begotten genre films. Please join me in welcoming up Mark.
First off, I just want to say thank you to Joey because that was a late addition. Originally, it was supposed to be Peter Kirby, who's like a famous installation tech in Los Angeles, who unfortunately couldn't make it. So cranked out something pretty quickly. It's interesting to hear about the video projectors because one of the things is, at least when I'm installing work, I kind of think about the media is very ephemeral. And what is the media at that point? Is it, with video work, you know, at one point probably just existed as a digibeta or a VHS or a digital file. Somebody like Tacita Dean, for instance, very different, works strictly in 16 millimeter. That work does not exist in any other format, has to be presented as such. For instance, in 2019, worked on a Bruce Conner installation. It was a work originally from 1965 called Eve Ray Forever. The work was originally a 3-channel 8 millimeter presentation. We're just playing these little 8 millimeter film strips all day in this gallery in San Francisco. 2006, he updated it to be for televisions. And at that point, it was 3 monitors playing that exact same film he had made 40 years, 50 years prior. By the time I installed it, Bruce Conner is now long dead. I had to deal with his estate. And his estate's actually in the process of transferring and remastering all his films. They were very strict that they wanted projectors, actually, that the monitors were no-go, even though monitors were acquired to be part of the work. So the studio, or pardon me, the estate, it's one person. She got the original DVDs of those films, up-resed them, made 2K files, sent them over to me. So that's an example of something that has existed in different iterations over time and over the course of 50 years. This is a little different. This was a work Mocha acquired in 2004. It's called Questions by Fishley and Weiss. Came in a couple different iterations. I believe, yeah, the original one is from 81, and I believe it was originally two 35 millimeter slide projectors. Basically, very simple slideshow where it's asking you questions on these hand-drawn slides. MoCA acquired it jointly with the Art Institute of Chicago in 2008, and a lot of times when you just get hired into a place, you have to inherit everything that came before it. And one of the strange befuddling things with this is that they did acquire this work that required very specific technology, and they actually never bought the technology. So in the 40th anniversary show in 2019, they were like, we want to finally do this work. How can we make it happen? So here I am being presented with a work where these projectors, the original versions from 2008, the projectors they used were already out of date. Those projectors are from the late 90s. So my first thing is, I forgot who mentioned it earlier, where you literally just look at photos online. So the first place I contacted was the Art Institute of Chicago. Their iteration, they actually bought all the equipment back in the day when they acquired it. They didn't want to lend it to MoCA because they were like, it's too expensive. It's not worth the insurance. You should figure it out yourself. So Guggenheim did a career retrospective for Fisher and Weiss in 2016, and I actually contacted Guggenheim. The person who had installed it was actually gone by that point, but they were able to figure it out, and actually that came from Peter Fishley directly, all that equipment. We contacted Peter Fishley, and he said that he didn't actually feel comfortable lending out that gear either. So we're back at zero. And at that point, everybody was very enthusiastic. It seemed like Peter Fishley was a go, and he had changed his mind kind of last minute, which I respect. It's hard to find equipment. It's 15 35 millimeter slide projectors, these very late model, very end of the line, last type of slide projector they ever made. These dissolve units called AV Stumpful dissolve units that used only flash cards, so SD cards, nothing like that. It was like antiquated tech already. And then not just that, but those were German-made equipment, so I also needed step-up transformers because the electricity voltage of those things didn't work. So at some point, I remember doing the math for the electricity, and I think it required 6 different circuits of electricity just to make this happen. And my first place was to figure out, where do I get the projectors? And I contacted a friend of mine from the Wexner. I realize I'm going a little fast. A friend of mine from the Wexner, Steve Jones, who's sort of a famous all-around town AV installer, and he worked on several different shows. I had met him because we had mutual friends, and he was the lead on the Doug Aiken exhibition at MoCA before I had started there. And one of the funny things that you start to kind of discover is that if you're looking for specific tech and figuring out one thing, there's one person who's enterprised on it. And so for Tacita Dean, she has Kenneth Graham. Somebody referenced him earlier. Kenneth Graham is the person that you need if you need film fixing in town or film looping. For booths, and I wonder if the booths of the Academy do it, there's a famous film projector technician here in Los Angeles called Paul Smith. Paul Smith is the one guy who will fix your projectors. This Kenneth Koblonsky, I believe is his name, the one guy who sells 35 millimeter slide projectors. He's located fairly close by. He's in Santa Barbara. And again, he's capitalized just on doing this, and he sells them to every institution. So MoMA actually has a pretty extensive collection of these projectors, as does the Wexner. I think the Wexner owns 20 of them. MoMA owns like 30. And they were all acquired from Kenneth. And, you know, for complete sake of honesty, I kind of wanted to show just what the cost of these things are. They're not cheap. Each one is $2,000. And the price hasn't really changed since then. So, you know, this is one where it was one of the center works for this exhibition, and they really wanted to do it. They had allocated the funds specifically for this. And so we went in, we got those projectors. Guy shipped them out. We tested them all. We had to order bulbs from China because they don't even make the bulbs anymore. So one of the things you encounter a lot, especially with dealing with these older projectors, is that the pieces they don't make anymore. So I do a lot of 16 millimeter work and 16 millimeter film looping. There's people who now actually 3D print parts for these projectors just because these parts don't exist anymore. Or you can do what I do, which is I find cheap broken projectors on eBay and scrap them for parts. But this guy also does that. He has an eBay store and he sells like broken parts all the time. He actually had no clue how to actually program them. So this was a step one. I got the equipment. Well, how do you actually make it work? So he sent me whatever paperwork he had from back in the day. I really like the introduction slide. A very positive message. The possibility of computer connection is one of the most important requirements placed on modern presentation equipment. It's very much of its era, and it reminds me of the words that you would hear from the late 90s when technology was going into the era of the silicon chip. So words like CD-ROM, the super, information superhighway, things like that. But that is something that ends up happening, is that I inherit these projects that were made at the time. They had no idea of how to sort of future-proof it. So one day it falls in my lap and I'm like, well, what can we do? So I found what I thought was very interesting is that this is one of the few times that a piece of analog equipment actually had some sort of very basic future-proofing in mind. So they actually designed it to take binary code. So binary code can be converted into what they call hex code. So hex code is like a two character system where literally like 0 and E actually translates to 20 zeros and ones. So they actually came with all the formulas for how to do this. I was able to actually hook up a brand new Mac Mini into one of these using a USB dongle to what the port was in the back. And one night I bought a cup of coffee very light and sat in my office and opened up binary code software that I got free online to basically just start sending these codes just to see if this is actually something that still works in 2019. And it worked. So, all right, step one, I actually got the computer to actually communicate with the projector, one projector. This is very different work. This is Adrian Piper's show that happened at the Hammer in 2017, I believe, 2017. And at the Adrian Piper show, they had several works that was like video and light interacting with one another. And this sounds a little silly, but I think with a lot of installation and the text behind these certain things, I think there's a real kind of a oral tradition with these things where nobody writes things down. Just like I said that there's one person who knows and retains this data and this information and capitalize it, I think a lot of times I'll meet a friend, we'll go get a drink, et cetera, et cetera. We sort of share war stories about the installs we do and sort of share plans and these ideas. And I remember a coworker of mine at the Hammer specifically told me he ended up using this software that came from Adrian Piper's studio called Isadora that her team used in order to have everything connect. And I think somebody in the previous panel was mentioning how Bruce Yonemoto, how things couldn't necessarily communicate with one another. You couldn't get a slide projector to easily connect with a computer or easily connect with a projection, et cetera, et cetera. But we are in an age now where everything in one way or another is digital, and everything is designed to sort of connect to a computer or connect to an app and to connect to this. So using Isadora, I was able to sort of start playing around, and basically it's like a graphic, it's actually meant more for performance. And the idea is that, I don't know if anybody has familiarity with QLab over here, but it's very functional to QLab where you can basically create shows. So you can play a video, play audio, there's specific cues. You can do pretty elaborate things with video, sound, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things I did discover was actually it does binary code sense, because the binary codes were meant to be like basic projector controls, but top left kind of gives an idea of what the code looked like for each projector. I believe the first two characters indicated what address the projector was. So you had to like program the address on a projector. Second one was the command. And then the third one was how long do you want that command? So I can't really read it from here, but that all corresponds to something. Additionally, I needed to set it up so that a gallery attendant could turn it on every day. So there's actually nodes on the side that literally just activated the projectors. And if you can kind of see on the bottom right and the top right one, there's these red arrows that are just kind of going, and each one of those, what there are is a command linking to another command, and they're all timed. And one of the things we didn't have with the Fishley and Weiss piece is actually detailed instructions on how the projector should be programmed. So the curator actually reached out to Peter Fishley, David Weiss's dad, and Peter Fishley sent a very polite email explaining what the parameters were. And I can't recall exactly what it is off the top of my head, but I believe 2 projectors were every 5 seconds, 2 were every 7 seconds, and it was like in increments of 2. So the projectors would sort of dissolve on and off. And the commands that you see there, basically, the computer would just loop, sending a command saying something, saying, next slide, dissolve slide, next slide, undissolve slide, repeat, repeat, repeat. So this is sort of what it actually functionally looked like at the end. So 15 35 millimeter slide projectors, all resting on one very big shelf. Computer hiding in the wall. I'm a firm believer that if you're going to have something in the gallery, make it look good, but behind the scenes, it's okay. So it's not the most beautiful installation behind the scenes, but it's functional, which that's all I needed. And this is sort of the final end result for the work itself. Uh-oh, didn't play the video. Could somebody hit play for me up in the booth, please? And so part of the thing was someone had actually mentioned to me, why wasn't the work digitized? And I actually think part of the experience is, you heard it briefly, that ambient sound in the room, that's not the room, that's the fans on the projectors. Those projectors get very hot and there's just a whirring of the fans happening nonstop. I think it is part of the experience to actually be there and hear these fans. And then I think there's almost like a hypnotic quality to the click, 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 click of the slides. And it's to me a different experience than a digital image. And I think even when you're in the space physically looking at it, you react to it differently than you would a digital image. I think a digital image is pixelated. It's considerably brighter and richer, but I think the analog quality itself is rich and has its own warmth and texture to it. And it's a completely different process. It's emulsion, it's silver, it's gelatin, all these things combining together to create a very different image. And, you know, it's sort of something that should have been figured out a while ago, but now here we are being presented with this problem. And I think it's very important to start considering these ideas of how we can preserve these analog works and what we can do moving forward with presenting things like this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Our next presenter is Jacqueline Kiyomi-Gork. Jacqueline creates installations in which sound is manipulated with sculpture, multi-channel sound systems, and digital processing to control where and how sound is experienced. She studied sound art at the San Francisco Art Institute for her Bachelor in Fine Arts and acoustics and computer music at Stanford for their Master's in Fine Art. They have exhibited at Empty Gallery in Hong Kong, SF MoMA, ICA LA, 356 Mission Road, Sculpture Center, New York, and was in Made in LA 2020 with a performance installation funded by Viva Art Fund. They recently received a Joan Mitchell grant and are preparing for the Taipei Biennial and an exhibition at the Carpenter Center. Please join me in welcoming up Jacqueline.
Hi, everybody. So I'm just going to speak about one piece in particular. Most of my work is in multi-channel audio, kind of involving architecture and the sounds that perhaps already exist in the space or near the space. Oftentimes, these are generative audio pieces. They don't involve samples. So how they sound and how they perform is really, really dependent on the kind of information that's fed into them. So I'm just going to talk about my most recent exhibition that was in LA at the ICLA. And for this piece, it was in the project room that's next to, the larger galleries. And in the larger galleries was the Milford Graves retrospective, which if anybody saw that, it had, gosh, I don't remember exactly how many video pieces in it, but definitely over 30. And in the preparation for the show, I knew that this exhibition was going to be happening, and there was documentation of it previously. So I knew kind of how cacophonous the curators had decided the environment to be. All the videos were playing at once. A lot of the videos were playing at fairly loud volume. And I had not seen the show, but I had information ahead of time. So the piece that I wanted to do, it involved microphones in this gallery next door, picking up the acoustics and the sound from the Graves show, pumping it into my space through 6 channels of audio. And the sound was being kind of filtered through other tracks. So I had a friend of mine, kind of DJ producer, create kind of a dance track. And I took the sound from the microphones, processed them with the volume content as well as the frequency content, and had that then I was going to say projected, had that then played back through the sound system. And as you walked around this environment, you kind of heard different sounds at different times, depending on how close you were to one speaker or another. And there was a maze of these vinyl walls that kind of separated out the room, kind of acoustically as well as visually. So here's just another kind of image of it. Then I had works that were displayed throughout from various different paths of work of mine. The piece that you see over there is actually from 2011. Oftentimes, I've been working with multi-channel and creating sculptures that either absorb or reflect or diffuse audio for a long time. And so I wanted to still kind of incorporate some of these older works into the show as they still function, they still work for me. All of my work is also very modular. I can kind of place things in and out, similar to how those industrial products of acoustic manipulation are made. And then there was a large curtain kind of in the front, and that was made out of kind of like thick felt that I handmade. And so that also was one of the ways in which I was trying to prevent the sound leaking from the main gallery into my space. Because I wanted it to be as separate as possible, even though I am using the content from the other galleries. I didn't want you to be able to hear, everything from the other galleries in my space. And that ended up being incredibly tricky to do. Oftentimes, if you don't have a door or you don't have a hallway, that has like an angle in it with acoustic treatment, then the sound is just going to wrap around. It's going to come in. And so, so I'm going to go back. So one of the ways that we actually dealt with that was placing that piece exactly in that location on that wall. And it ended up being a little frustrating, I think, to some of the curators because, I didn't know exactly where that should go. I didn't know, if it was going to be on that wall, if it was going to be on a different wall. I just knew I needed to have acoustic treatment. And I didn't want to just, overdo it because that's time and money of materials, and it adds in visual content that wasn't necessary if I didn't need it. So instead of like overdoing it with how much acoustic treatment I was putting into the space, I wanted to use it really precisely as part of the total installation. So here's just a video of sort of me walking around with microphones on my hat. So you can kind of get a sense of the sound. And it starts off with me in the Graves show, kind of walking in so you can hear kind of how the sound changes. And could you press play, please? Can you hear that? Is that loud enough? So as you can see, it's rather hard to document. This is the only way so far that I figured out how to do it, is literally just like having somebody, it's usually me because I'm around, kind of just like walking around, even like holding a microphone and being like, hey, video, this is a microphone, this is me walking around. And it still doesn't capture it. You know, it's just one of those difficult things to do. So one thing that I did want to just kind of bring up within this piece is, you know, as I'm working now with a gallery and we're figuring out, you know, how, in which ways can this work be, you know, either acquired or shown again, and what does that mean? It doesn't mean that there needs to be the Milford Graves retrospective next to it, but it needs to have something next to it. So what is that? And how does that then also then completely change the piece or not? What are those like priorities with the work? And oftentimes I use, you know, these industrial products that can then be reused and repurposed. And so, you know, the type of vinyl that it is, how is that? You know, if that's not able to be, like right now with the show in Taipei, we're not able to get this exact same vinyl. So, you know, what are those things? And how flexible and like, you know, or specific do you need to be? And so these are all questions that I am constantly and right now like very much thinking about. So thank you for this panel. So I just wanted to show one really quick thing. Oh yeah, there's that piece. Did you press play? Thank you. So one thing that I did here, which I really would love more places to do, is a little acoustic simulation. So what I was able to do was kind of place, you know, if the sound was coming from that location in the gallery, how was it moving through the space? At the ICLA, the acoustics there are rather loud because of the ceiling that they have. And so it was from this where I was able to decide and figure out exactly where I needed acoustic treatment. I didn't need it all over the place. I just needed it in that one wall. You can kind of see in that small gallery up there where it's hitting. So these kinds of tools are accessible, and I really hope that more people use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Our last presenter is Chloe Scallion. Chloe is an LA-based performer, curator, and engineer of ephemerality. Since early 2020, she has been the director of Coaxial Arts Foundation, a downtown LA experiential media gallery and noise venue. Chloe is also a part-time AV technician at the Hammer Museum. Under her polydisciplinary alter ego, Gay Felony, she acts as a world-building lecturer, multi-channel AV installation artist, all vinyl DJ, analog video artist, sound system architect, and organizer. She has a monthly slot on Dublab and is a weekly mechanic at the Bike Oven in Cypress Park. She holds a dual degree BFA in music and art from Cal Arts. And if she's wearing pants, she's been riding her Frankenstein bike swearing at drivers across Los Angeles. And if she's wearing a skirt, she took the bus and is spinning records with the calm collection required for the esoteric grooves she worships. Please join me in welcoming up Chloe.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Joey and LACMA, for having me. Today I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to go through a few case studies, 3 that are from my time at Coaxial as both director and before that operations director, and then 1 from the Hammer and 1 as a freelance technician. I have a little less concrete, specific technical things to talk about. I'm more going to be going through a lot of the considerations that I have along the way, that I know a lot of other technicians have, a lot of artists have, and gallerists have, specific questions, overarching themes that come up throughout the work that I think are going to be really crucial questions moving forward with how much media art and digital media art is proliferating right now. So it'll more be an activation, I hope, for the discussion that we have after this. I'm not going to answer any questions, sorry. Do more considering. So as a quick outline, I think some of the main points that I'm going to touch on to brief you. First and foremost is budget questions in the new media future, how these so many new budget questions need to be asked and figured out, and how does discussing budget change from traditional art to digital art. And as far as budget, what sort of opportunities and access are available for artists to pursue making digital media art, and the current scarcity of artistic opportunities, how does that affect what people make? Next is how does communication between technicians and artists and galleries differ for digital work, and how can it run better in the future? What are considerations that all of the above have? Who needs to learn what language? Who needs to translate? I'm going to talk a bit about immersive media and how that sort of visioning plays with how people budget and what they expect from their work. And lastly, a very loose conceptual thought on what happens to media work as it goes between installations. Can work be analyzed outside of the specific tech that was used to install it? Does it have an analog essence at its core? And how does that get preserved across installations? So, first one. This is a work called Open and Closed, an installation by Bryn Constant Gordon that we did at Coaxial in February of 2022. It was a 12-channel video piece with 3 channels of audio. And in this case, this was a very technically capable artist in a lot of ways. They had a clear vision of what they wanted. They directed the work. They helped us produce it, or we helped them produce it, and they spent hours doing the video editing. They felt it very important to be considerate of the technicians and the people installing the work, really wanted to be independent. And I think that sort of block led to a crucial miscommunication, which was that all 12 of these videos and those 3 channels of audio needed to be perfectly in sync. This was actually ended up being entirely crucial to the work. And we did not find that out at any point before, including when we asked. And so it goes. Of course, Coaxial is a small, very DIY roots gallery. We did not and continue to not have 12 same model bright signs. We have 15 Raspberry Pi 2s. So in they also spent weeks editing the video, so we only had about 2 days left of their residency time to install the work, at which point I got in contact with the person who makes MP4 Museum, figured out how to do this, and made it happen, and it was a beautiful, very impressive work. I mean to talk about, though, this communication breakdown, and what sort of dialogue could have happened. My biggest question is, how much do artists need to know how to talk about the tech that runs their work? And how do artists, gallerists, and technicians talk about producing work? What are the expectations when miscommunications like this are possible? And who's responsible for that? Who needs to translate? Who needs to know what the demands of a specific work are? This next case study is part of a residency that Yoonwon Ri did at Coaxial in May of 2022. There were actually 2 pieces as part of the residency. This was the second one. It was a sound bodies immersion session. where they wanted to do a movement workshop in a surround projection space with immersive audio. So not only were we already doing 2 entirely different pieces over the course of a week and a half, this second one was, this was the example they gave for what they wanted. I couldn't find an image credit for this. I think it's like Immersive Van Gogh was like the closest thing Google Lens gave me. But an incredibly high budget, high production situation. I think that they had done this piece along with the other piece at a German institution that was very black box, very high budget, beautiful projection. And when they came to coaxial, they wanted to do the same thing in North America, and were not ready to compromise on that. So the discussion began, and I was left with the question, in this case, of immersive media. When someone can have such a specific technological idea of what they want, as such, like this, like incredibly bright video, no shadows, I found that it actually, even though it was so high budget, it made it harder to sort of bring them down to reality and to make an ultimately site-specific version of the work that they wanted. Because it existed in this perfect space of dreams for them, they had a harder time coming down to coaxial. And I think that this also has to do with the scarcity of opportunities to make new media work right now, where everybody wants to do the most high budget thing every time they can, and they start ignoring their specific situation. Coaxial is a space founded on DIY video artists making it happen however they can. And more, as other artists come into the space who are less technologically capable, they want to do something very technologically impressive, but without the specific knowledge and without the site-specific ideas of how to execute it. So I lent one of my Epson power lights. We got an identical one, and this is how it worked out. We just stretched it across the back wall with a lot of overlap. And, I think everybody was immersed nonetheless. This last case study from coaxial is Anthony Storniola and Emery Royston's reunification, or in the words of the old LA proverb, perhaps that's because we are still young but living as though there were no more to come, which was at coaxial in November of 2022. For this example, things were a bit different. Anthony and Emery are extremely technically capable artists and are both technicians in their own life. And the work actually had a very specific new media grant, private grant just for this, that I think it was like a $10,000 budget, which is something that we never work with at coaxial. And I immediately thought of them because I wanted them to have a residency, and I knew that they could make use of the money. And there was also a long timeline. They had a full year to get ready for it and to install it. They came to coaxial 3 different times before the installation to start setting up for it, and ultimately made a very impressive project, a really impressive installation. There was really good back-end dialogue between the coaxial staff and them of how to produce the work. But what ultimately went wrong here was, because of course something has to go wrong, was that I felt that they got overwhelmed by the budget. And again, because of the scarcity of opportunities, they saw that large dollar amount and they were like, we are gonna do everything that we possibly can. And while the residency and the installation did come out beautifully, of course, I know, and I'm spilling the beans, that the back end of it, the core of it, actually, which was Leap motion sensors feeding into Touch Designer, they weren't able to get that done in time. So it was still totally visually impressive. They had been troubleshooting the Touch Designer patch for so long that when they got in the space, they're like, we're only going to work on aesthetics. The Touch Designer patch works. We don't have to worry about it. It did not work. And I think that this happened because they were trying so hard to live up to this budget, and they were so not used to having money. These are very DIY artists, very much the core of coaxial sort of people, video nerds, yeah, they got overwhelmed by the opportunity because they weren't used to it. But a good example of a really great site-specific execution and them trying really hard. Second to last one. This is from when I was in my technician work at the Hammer. Also, a lot of this happened in freelance land at the same time. This was a piece called by Wang Shui in the 2021 show No Humans Involved at the Hammer Museum. The Hammer got mailed a big flight case of LED panels and a box with a computer and an LED controller and a laptop, and no technicians, no workbook of even what the final product looked like. And I walked it, like, my supervisor was like, "Hey, Chloe, you've worked with LED panels before, right? Can you work on this?" And I went up and and by worked on, that means I plugged them in when I was a stagehand at Capitol Records. So naturally an expert. I walked in and they had been able to turn the LED wall on and could not possibly get the computer to talk to it. I promptly broke it even more and erased all of the firmware on all of the LED panels. So this is how you become an expert. Me and Tim Ferriss met up at the Hammer at like 1 a.m. so we could be on China time so that they could team view in and rewrite the firmware on the panels. But anyways, so I made it happen. Wang Shui walks in and is like, "I want to add like light sensors. I want to change the touch designer patch." And the Hammer, I was already working extra on it because I was the LED panel person. Oops. The Hammer was not interested in spending the extra money on me being a personal technician, so Wang Shui personally funded it for me to work additional hours to make this happen, and add the sensors, edit the touch designer patch. These were things that I did already have experience with, and ultimately do video editing. So I got my hands in every single part of the piece. The videos that were being processed were originally made by another video artist, or a video assistant of theirs, and the touch designer patch was made by someone in Germany. So I was left with the question of what did the artist do here? This is what raises the question of like, what is the work without the tech? And is that valid? I mean, Wang Shui very much makes work about tech and about technologically based art. I know they have a recent piece that they're like, yeah, the AI made the entire piece, and that's what I'm into. So I'm like, maybe I was just the AI in this situation. But yeah, I want to talk about this analog essence at the core, and also like how much the impressiveness or what's compelling about a work is the labor that went into it. This was a big, heavy thing up high, bright lights. Anyway, I'm running out of time. Last case study is an artist named Jasper Marsalis. This show just went up at Christina Kite. I think it's still up, called Jacket and Shadow and Jacket and Shadow and Jacket and Shadow. I helped Jasper with the LED wall here because I became such an expert with Wang Shui. I didn't erase them this time. And this was an artist who's extremely technically capable, vastly more than me. And was very interested in back-end collaboration, which I had really never experienced before working as a technician for an artist, where they were interested in, they were like, "Here's my max patch. What do you think about this? Let's work on this together." And then I was like, "Here's how you run an LED wall." And the next day they were like, "Yeah, so I finished up with the LED wall," learned about it in no time, and had such a strong desire to learn about the tech that ran their work. And that was really satisfying. What was brought up about this project, because this is, I think, one of my first times installing work at a private gallery, was budgeting a work that's going to be sold that is a new media work, where they were really surprised that they had to budget for every single piece, and that when selling the work, that was all part of it, that they would have to package up Thunderbolt 3.0 strictly USB-C cable, Blackmagic capture card, Novastar controller, this cable. So I think that's an interesting thing about new media work, is how many individual parts go into it. So in conclusion, more funding for media work. People need opportunities so that they can get experience, so that they can get knowledge. Knowledge and skill share is so important, and I think as artists transition into so largely working with new media and digital art, it is so important that they spend the time, and technicians spend the time, and gallerists spend the time to learn, share knowledge, and absorb it, so that you can have agency over your work. Or you can start crediting technicians. A great technician once said, "AV technician, God bless you." Eva Aguila, you're heroes, every single one of you. And more collaboration and compromise and skill share leads to better site-specific work and better feelings for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe. I'm going to invite all of our speakers back up on stage for our discussion portion. And thanks, Chloe, for this wonderful setup into our discussion, because I feel like you've basically outlined kind of the points that we want to talk about, and now we can answer those questions for hopefully our audience, or try to answer those questions. So the first thing you were talking about is budgets, and so let's tackle that one. I'm curious to hear about how working with these budgets have, and you talked about this in your presentation, of how it's opened up opportunities for artists to be able to create works that they may have not been able to without the funding. We know that these budgets, with purchasing equipment, as Diana was showing, talking about her experience with CRTs and needing to take out a loan, and Mark talking about and showing us how expensive some of these projectors are. I'm curious to hear all of your thoughts on how these budgets can really, and in your experience, how they've played a role in creating opportunities and also challenges to your own work or your installation experiences.
Yeah, I mean, I think for one, the first opportunity that comes to my mind is that works need to budget for the technician that installs them, and that is another large thing that is overlooked. But I do think kind of what I was looking at with like the Anthony and Emery situation, where like amazing things can be done with a big budget, but you have to know where to put it and what to do with it. And that is amazing to see with really experienced technicians and gallery managers like Mark, where they know exactly what to spend the money on and what to buy, and they can use the budget really efficiently, and that can produce really great things. On the other hand, because of the proliferation of media work, you're seeing places with smaller and smaller budgets being asked to do it, and having a harder time getting it done. At Coaxial, we have a very site-specific approach and DIY, and that's what makes it work. But people do come in wanting to do new media work, and we don't have the budget for what they want. And it is such a bigger dialogue around compromise, collaborate, scale down, and what does that do to the work?
I would add that on top of the actual cost of whatever the equipment is, the one thing, sorry, this is getting into institutional critique, but nobody considers wages. And I think if you want to get things done, people have to get paid for the job. And so there is sort of, and I was talking about the oral tradition where I do think I purposely ask people what the AV techs get at other museums, because I sort of want to have this idea of what people should get for the level of work and what they're getting paid. And I think a lot of times the institution will just throw money at a problem or just be like, get it done, get it done, get it done, without consideration of the labor that it actually takes to make it happen.
I'm curious if you guys can like potentially even provide advice into how we can educate like artists in working with these large budgets or budgets that they're given, and how to kind of give that education or understanding of how to tackle something like this when it's not something that is regularly faced, especially when you're coming into like an institution or like a gallery that has the funding there.
Yeah, this is kind of like a separate entry into that, but I also did work in all my 20s as an AV tech at SF MoMA, so that's my background. But knowing that tech has enabled me to create the work that I make, there's no way about it. But for me, one of the things that I was able to do very early on was develop a relationship with a company, Meyer Sound. So they actually sponsor a lot of my work in the way that I come with my own equipment. And to me now, my equipment has become my instrument. And so that's sort of how I kind of like see the way that my work is developed within that kind of structure. So for my ability with budgets, I don't have to have, half of it go to speakers. You can't even rent speakers for the amount of time that you need to have them in galleries, because oftentimes they're just for one night or the weekend. So that's enabled me to focus on the sculptures, to focus on the other elements of my work. And there's no way otherwise for me.
I think it has a lot to do with experience and opportunities. I think obviously there's a scarcity of art funding in general, but anything that can go towards giving emerging artists experience with these things and put them in a room with a technician on whatever art they're interested in or want to experiment with, and learn together about it, having like skill shares and teach-ins like that would lead to a lot more efficient use of budgets and expand knowledge and make for work that utilizes the tech better.
I would also say that the artists should maybe sometimes take a step back and maybe reflect on sort of where they are and to sort of take a look at what's available to them and consider just the variables of labor and cost and time. And I think it was very interesting to hear from Diana that you started off literally with the cutting edge, brand new. You had to teach yourself. And that's sort of not a thing anymore, and especially because I think technology has gotten so advanced that it's the entry into actually learning and how to repair these things. I think that's also kind of a lost art in a lot of ways because it's gotten more complicated. And they're also designed to planned obsolescence.
I know that finances is one challenge that kind of helps that is faced when we're looking at art and the evolution of installation. There's other factors that changes like space, acoustics, or display formats, and that could affect the look and feel, or in Jacqueline, your case, the sound and feel of a work. I'm curious to hear about from all of you what the metrics are of success and if they can be quantified in that way, and what is compromised from an aesthetic point of view when things are not correctly calibrated to a space, or if display formats are modified or substituted to a new technology that might behave in a different manner.
Yeah, I'm really, really curious about this and wish I had more of an answer because I just think it is such a rich philosophical question of yeah, how is a work changed from space to space and from technology to technology, from technician to technician, even if it's in the same space for a long time, if somebody else is maintaining it, do they leave their mark on the piece? I think one of the possible answers is that when a technician, anyway, an installation technician or a gallery manager installs a work, perhaps it's their goal to preserve the initial feeling that the piece evoked when it was originally installed, regardless of what tech is being used. And that's sort of that like analog essence that I was talking about, that like that is maybe something that is felt that doesn't have to do with the tech. And I wonder if it even has to do with like the quality of the tech as far as like lumens of the projector, range of the speakers being used, loudness of the speakers being used. Can a work like hold on to its impact between 4K laser projectors and Meyer speakers to a BenQ, or like that's too nice of a brand, like a Pico projector and desktop speakers. Good work, Ken, I think.
Does anyone else have anything to add? I'm curious to hear from Jacqueline and Diana too, like when you're in the space installing your work, what are you considering like aesthetically, as things shift and change, as the space that you're installing in is different, or the architecture around you or the lighting is different? How are you making those determinations and kind of calls as to this is okay versus this is not a representation of my artwork anymore?
Yeah, I think, for all my work, I make installation instructions, and those instructions give you the parameters of the architecture. How big does the room need to be? How small can it be? What does the room look like? How should the work interfere with the architecture? Because I'm sure you all saw in my slides that my work is projected directly onto architecture, and it uses architectural elements to bend and form and fold the work. But, for my work, I worry about, when I'm dead, and I'm sure we all worry about that. Well, we all worry about the moment before, right? But I want my work to be shown no matter what, and I want my work to be installed no matter what. So what I've done over the past, probably 10 years is watch installers install the work from the installation manual, and I see if the installation manual works for them, and I try to give them as much detail and as much information as possible. And as my career goes on, those installation manuals grow. So let's say the installation manual for a piece like Ofifi from 1992 started out at 5 pages, now it's 20, because it includes every installation of that work that has ever happened. So the technicians, without me, can see what the work should look like and what it has looked like in different size rooms, with different architecture, with different equipment. And they have these sort of very intense guidelines to follow in order to install the work. So I try to give the technicians, when I'm not there, as much help as I possibly can, utilizing my own knowledge of the equipment that I'm using and how the images get displayed, etc.
Yeah, for me, I'm very much still figuring this out. I have not actually had any of my multi-channel work shown outside of me actually doing all the tech and install myself. Doing the tech and install myself is very much a part of my practice. So I learn every time, and that what I'm learning and what I'm discovering and from my mistakes are actually being incorporated into my work oftentimes. So one thing I say about my work, it's not site specific, it's site dependent. So how the piece actually sounds and performs depends on the site. I can measure the space. I can do analysis of the space. I can do, all these other things, but really it's like these are my tools. And everybody listens differently. Everybody hears differently. So now I'm starting to play around with this idea of, okay, well, if you're in this location, what sounds do you hear? Can one sound mask another? Can one sound mask another sound? Or do you hear one sound louder, than the other? Okay, if you do, bring it down. Just trying to use loudness as a relationship between speakers and sound to like calibrate it. But even that is so, subjective. So yeah, I don't know. Right now, I'm kind of playing around with the idea that every iteration of the piece is just a new variation, that there is no such thing as recreating the total piece, but just that, and that kind of like trying to incorporate that into the inherentness of the work itself.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I'm interested in hearing, like, when do you try, because there are artists who want to replicate the original kind of aesthetic of the work. Like, when do you try and recreate that? And then when do you embrace the new aesthetic of new technologies, like that question? And I think that's dependent on the artist, obviously. But I mean, I'm curious from Chloe and Mark, your perspective of if you're working with an artist who's not readily available to answer those questions for you, from your experience, like how have you navigated that?
It sounds very silly, but I'll go find a book, and then I'll find the book or a past catalog for something and take a look at the information that's available. Admittedly, Google Images is everyone's friend. I'll just type in the name of the artwork, try to piece together where it was. A lot of times too, if it's collection media, the registrars have a complete history of where it was, where it had been displayed. Sometimes the gallery can actually help out, not always. So it's sort of like a little bit of sleuth work involved.
Every artist I've worked with has been very much alive and present. Good for them. But I will say, I don't know, this more makes me think about when an artist is there, but has no idea what they want. And in those cases, like, how does it become a collaboration? And just like, what is me holding a projector here, 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 and then saying, I really don't know. What point is it that I'm making the work? And I've had no shortage of those situations because of people experimenting with new tech for them, which is great. But as far as the esoteric or old technology, we are having the problem, and everyone is having this problem, that CRT monitors are, rest in peace, are becoming extremely inaccessible. We had quite a cache of large Dottronics at Coaxial, and they are pretty much all kaput. We have 2 Trinitrons that will live forever, ostensibly. And we're a gallery that's known for our TVs. We put them in the front window, and artists always come in and want to work on the TVs, and less is that becoming possible. And we have a gallery identity built around it. And when we tell people, like, well, we'll do projectors and we have these digital screens, like, that modifies the work in a way that is generally acceptable for the artist, but we're actually sort of having to change our gallery identity based on that. And like, how much do we want to hold on to that? As a technician, I feel like, oh, it's about what's on the screens, not the screens. But as a nerd, I am very sad about it.
Yeah, we certainly have that challenge with CRT projectors at LACMA. And that kind of brings me to Diana. I know you had this experience of switching from CRTs, as you talked about in your presentation, to LCDs, and I'm curious how you're thinking about your work in the future, kind of as you make new work, and how this kind of need to update and kind of grow and evolve with technology, how that kind of informs your practice now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is there'll always be projectors. We're always going to be projecting images. So there are going to be projectors. There are always going to be players of some kind. So I initially started out with VHS players where I'd have 3 of them, let's say, and I'd press play and hope they all started at the same time, right? And then I started using synchronizers, etc. But what did I want to say about that? In the installation manuals, it tells you when and how to upgrade the work. It tells you when and how to upgrade the equipment and when and how to upgrade the files. No collector that I have ever had has done that. So in the installation manual, it says every 5 years you must upgrade this file to the newest possible format. While I am alive, people are asking me, collectors are asking me to do it with 20-year-old works that they have never upgraded to the next format. And I charge them a lot of money to do it. And I use Topaz, right? And I up-res my work. So I made a piece called Chernobyl, and it was HD. Now we have 4K. Someone just bought Chernobyl, so I up-resed it to 4K. I changed the installation manual, and I said, you need to do X, Y, and Z. I just had a piece acquired by the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and they are sticklers for information, but not really useful information. You know what I mean? They want to know what codec I shot it at, which is like I shot it in 1995. I don't know. It was high 8, you know. So I think, you know, like I said, there'll always be projectors, there'll always be players, and the work needs to be updated to the most recent, the most newly available technology, because it should never look like what I once saw at MoCA, which was a box, a crate of very precious CRT projectors for a Bill Viola installation. And they had these precious projectors in this beautiful crate. And I never want my work to be seen that way. So when you buy it, you get a file and you get an instruction manual, and that's the work. That's what you get. And if you follow it, you will have the piece that I made.
Well, I'm going to ask one more question to you all if we have time, Joey. Yeah? Okay. I'll end with this question. As we look into the future, you all have a wealth of experience navigating through challenges and being quick on your feet to think of solutions. Mark, you mentioned in your presentation that you had to be clever about sourcing equipment and materials from an individual collector who sold projectors and he's like the only one in the nation. I'm curious to hear all your thoughts on how do we cultivate this knowledge and expertise, and how this knowledge can be passed down and recorded for future generations, or even teaching or training that you get.
I'm very open about the information, so I don't want to enterprise on it necessarily, because for all you know, one day I get hit by a bus and that's it, the information's gone. So I'm very okay with sharing things, and in fact, MoCA right now has a projector up it's playing a bunch of films by Jack Goldstein, and I consulted. I don't work there, but I consulted with them on how to get it scanned, how to upgrade it, how to make a digital copy, how to make brand new prints, and then at a very minor cost, $300, I taught their staff on how to install a film looper, how to clean the projector, how to do the maintenance, how to change the print, how to do all that. So, you know, that I charge a cost because it was an institution, but with a friend, I'll tell them, I don't care.
I do think that really brings up for me, I think, yes, I think the most readily available knowledge is hitting up the homies. Thanks, Mark, for the times that I've hit you up. And I think any hesitance to do that is because this is our job and that is your value. It's not about creating scarcity, but it is about getting paid for your work. And I think if galleries and institutions are more open to hiring people on a consulting basis, which is very rare, they expect their one technician, if they have a technician, to do everything and to learn everything and to know everything as much as possible. That can help with knowledge and skill sharing, because if I'm helping out somebody who works as lead tech at an institution and they have a question for me, I would love to help them, but that large institution has the money to pay me. And furthermore, they have the salary to make the installation manual, which is really where the knowledge is held. And I think that's how knowledge can be spread more, is by paying people for it. But it is very much like there is a technician's community, and we need to meet each other and talk to each other and share knowledge that way. But I'd be curious to ways in which this knowledge can be published, both for the benefit of, or for the benefit of the public, aspiring technicians, and artists and gallerists to also have that knowledge. I don't think technicians should hold the keys to making anybody's artwork as much as I want to for capitalism. For not capitalism, everyone should have full agency over their work, and that requires knowledge. I wonder if that could be like works published like on websites with the PDF of their installation manual for those that are curious, or like an infoshop.org for AV technicians, like a repository of knowledge.
I just wanted to tell a very short story, and that is when I first started working, I called John Bauscher, who was the chief installer at MoCA, and I asked him if I could come over and I could look at artists' instructions for installing their work. And he said, yes, come over. I went to MoCA and he handed me this huge folder of artists' instructions, including works by like Bruce Nauman, for example. How do you install Room with My Soul Left Out, right? How do you install that work? And I studied them. He let me sit at this big table and I laid them all out and I read them and I looked at them. And I think and that's how I learned how to make an installation manual. I think the important thing is research. Artists have to do their research. And the second most important thing is respect. And that's respect for the technicians who do all of that work, and not to expect them to make your work for you. You make your work for yourself. You do the deep research, and then you work together. You collaborate with a technician, or you provide detailed instructions. It's a matter of respect, I think.
Thank you all. I'm going to open up to the floor for any questions. I think we have a mic runner who, if you have any questions, raise your hand.
I had a question. This was fabulous. I wish I could do this every day, but cherish the moment that we're in right now. For you, Jacqueline, within the past 10 years, have you seen any obsolescence within the sound technology that you've been working in? And like, how is that? Because I feel like there's a sense of like a new millennium divide of how obsolescence is talked about, but even how you're talking about with projectors of the last 10 to 15 years across the board seem to be increasingly out of date or at a rapid pace. So I just was wondering from your vantage point of how even like the 2011 piece you had, the type of upgrades and planned obsolescence that you've been navigating.
Yeah, sound is I always call it's like the cousin of video in a certain way, where there's crossover, but there's actually totally different, light and sound travel through air very differently, and how the history of the technology was created also very different. So within the sound art world, there's been an issue of obsolescence since the 60s. You still have, ENIAC computers that can perform like one sound piece. Oftentimes those are at like ZKM in Germany, and that's it. So one of the frustrations I have as a student of also sound art is not being able to actually experience any work at all. So that has a lot to do with the technology itself, as well as how it's been documented and how it's been, historicized, or even having a manual to know how that piece should be done. For myself, right now, I'm most scared about software, because my work is mostly software based. So I mostly have been using Max MSP for 20 plus years, and I just switched over to a new software, Super Collider. And I see these past works. I'm lucky I come from a very tech savvy family where my aunt my cousins and aunt have been a programmer since the 70s. And so, they would always keep one, if they kept a computer, it had to still turn on and run one program. And oftentimes it was one program that they wrote themselves. And so there was always just this idea that if you can keep it if it still turns on and works. You can't keep it if it can't turn it on and work. And so I kind of keep that as well within myself. But I don't know if that's actually going to help anything with being updated or, switching up. So yeah, I'm at a loss. I want this conference just for sound next. Because I don't know. Right now I'm just trying to keep to okay, conceptually, what's the importance, and how can that concept and how can those, the literally the sound wave changes, how can that be adapted into a different software and just continue, to be updated in that way.
Any other questions? It's so hard to see.
We answered everything. So thorough.
We answered everyone's questions. Oh, see a hand.
I'll take the bait. Let's see, Diana, you and I have talked about this, about the old equipment thing, and I love the clarity that you bring to the sort of future-proofing of your work. But one thing that we haven't talked much about today is when the hardware also exists as part of a sculpture. And so it's not just the media itself or the image or the color that we're talking about, but it's this mix of the media and a sculpture. And in light of the inevitable obsolescence and failure of this technology, just what people's thoughts are on that.
Well, I'm thinking, I don't know if you all know Mark Lightcap, but he works for the Mike Kelley Foundation and deals with all of the tech and all of the work and the installation and everything. And we've had discussions about how to do that. And a lot of Mike's work includes little tape recorders, little radios, things like that, that need to be fixed, right? I mean, is that how you deal with it? Do you just keep repairing them? That's exactly right. And that's what LACMA did. LACMA had a big Nam June installation. It's a huge sculpture. And it was made with quasar monitors. And what they did is they gutted them and they put little LCD screens in them. And the question is...
I remember that very distinctly, seeing that.
Yes,
like,
yes.
Wait a minute, there's an HDMI port on the back of this.
On the back of this quasar.
Actually, before I started at MoCA, there's a work by you that actually has multiple Laserdisc players that are visible, but they're still in the collection. They function, but the thing that turned the Laserdisc on and off no longer works, so it's there as like an object, but it's actually just there to look at.
Yeah, it's funny because I know an artist who used to sign his laser discs like he was signing an artwork. And I was like, that is so dumb, because we're going to go to DVD, then we're going to go to files, then we're going to go to some other thing. You can't sign a laser disc. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not where it's at.
Well,
That's
it'll
not
really
the work.
become a sculpture in 50 years when that Sharpie bleeds in and you can't play it anymore anyway.
It'll be in a vitrine.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's only to be looked at.
Hi. I was kind of curious to talk about how when you were talking about somebody with a large budget that then goes over that budget, because I think that budget is like endless. That was the implication. I was just kind of thinking on like how to reference or think about it in relation to like the cultural opulence. Oh my God, I can't speak. It's been too long a day. Where like the cultural norm is that like everything is going to be the high end of everything, and that when you get into the actual reality of making something, that it costs a lot of money, or like, you know, like thinking about the way that, and I don't know if these particular people are coming from, you know, like if it's a younger person or like I just am so curious to think about how that, like how the larger cultural norm affects somebody, like an artist's perception of what they can actually make. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually wrote a lot of notes about this and totally forgot. So here I go. Thank you. It's a really good question, because I do think that a lot of the things that I deal with anyway, because I'm not installing, I have never been in charge anyway of installing work from the past. I'm always working with contemporary artists, usually younger artists. And I do think a lot of the expectations for impressive high production media work comes from the high production media environment that we live in every day, perhaps specifically in LA, but I think in general, I when I was planning this, I was like using the term like Gen Z society and like 21st century digital media artists. I think it's very specific. I think people are surrounded by really impressive digital media, our smartwatches and our phones, and I think it goes all the way up to corporate digital signage, and don't realize how much those things cost because they're being made on corporate budgets with corporate technicians, and that are entirely opaque about budgets and how that all works. But people, a lot of the technology that we use, the really cutting edge stuff, comes from that world. And that's why it's so expensive. It is not made for what artists use it for, but we're surrounded by really, really bright LED walls on any given street, and big bright monitors and really loud sound, and like our phones can do anything. And people expect that in an art environment and don't realize until they've taken everything apart to make it into something that they can be creative with, that they are very different things, and that it's really difficult to accomplish these things, and that the technicians and the corporations that made them happen were on ridiculously large budgets that even large art institutions can't imagine.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to actually pass it off to our next session, which will be Emerging Media and Technology, New Horizons and Archival Considerations. So please welcome up Joel Furey.
Thank you, Emmeline. This fourth and final panel focuses on emerging media and technology. In particular, it considers its use in navigating hegemonic structures inherent in popular or historical technological formats. Shortly, we will welcome Sarah Rosalina, artist and professor, University of Santa Barbara, Casey Rios, artist and professor, UCLA, Gabriel Barcia-Colombo, artist and professor at New York University, and Yvonne Lee, head of integrated systems at the Huntington. The group we have here has fostered important creative innovations and raised poignant questions in their artistic and professional careers around this topic. How can Cartesian structures be manipulated to help us consider the infinite? How does documentation for blockchain-based work differ from that of earlier digital practices? What are the costs and benefits of open source and enterprise platforms? And how can we be more cognizant of the formats in which our personal data is captured and distributed online? I'm going to start with Sarah Rosalina, and I will read a short bio for her. Sarah Rosalina Wixarica, a Los Angeles-based interdisciplinary artist and recipient of the LACMA Art and Tech Lab grant, creates boundless forms that fuse traditional handicraft traditions with emerging technologies in textile, beadwork, and clay. Throughout her career, Rosalina has built a reputation for her seductive hybrid creations, forms rooted in indigenous cosmologies, reinterpreted through such digital tools as software and 3D printing. Born from multi-generations of women weavers, she works by hand from her digital jacquard loom to her mother's bead loom. She mixes hand-dyed natural colors, including cochineal and indigo, with synthetic pixelated palette to produce her dazzling unbordered textiles, surrounded by her featured deconstructed fringe. Programming her 3D ceramic printer to imitate indigenous coil pot techniques, she fabricates anti-vessels that mimic the patterns of weaving and basketry. Working with image software, she creates beadwork pixel, bead per bead, whose surface mimics the computer screen. She is assistant professor at UC Santa Barbara in computational craft and haptic media. She was recently given the Creative Capital Award, the Artadia Award, the Steve Wilson Award from Leonardo, the International Society for Art, Sciences, and Technology, the Carolyn Glasso Bailey Art Prize, and the Craft Futures Grant from Center for Craft. She has also had solo exhibitions with the Art and Tech Lab at Mount Wilson Observatory, the Museum of Contemporary Art, Santa Barbara, Clock Shop, and Blum & Poe Gallery. Her work is in the permanent collection at LACMA. Please welcome Sarah Rosalina.
Hi, everyone. It's really great to be here in real life. It's been a while since I've given a talk in person, and I feel very fortunate because what I talk about is things that are in the physical but are actually made with software. So first and foremost, my name is Sarah Rosalina. I consider myself an interdisciplinary artist and working with traditional craft, but I work with archives for research to produce data sets and also using code languages. But in doing so, being someone who's been interested in software and software art, I've become very aware of what data leaves out and in its wake, from what's unrendered and unprioritized. And for me, using craft has been a way to reconsider new possibilities as we define ourselves to emerging technology, to discuss the origins of female labor within computing, indigenous forms, where binaries and borders become unfixed and blurred, where woven landscapes continually converge, collapse, and co-invent each other, and how things can move past borders and produce new forms of knowledges. So I always consider myself a weaver first and foremost, and there's a lot of power in being a weaver because you are the master of the axis. You have a warp, you have a weft, you have the X and Y. You have the Z space though, because you're working in 3D. And when you work in the 3D, it almost becomes this complex origami where you can manipulate and control and create new knowledges and ways to talk about power structures that sometimes can be a little bit more challenging when discussing digital formats. So most of my work is developed digitally by hand, in software, and then woven by hand, sometimes hand and machine, but main focus is on process, time, material, and breaking it down in material form also brings it back to culture, earthen materials, and how we relate to another on Earth. And what I really focus on is how it transforms power structures held by conquest and discovery. As someone who researches emerging technology, the idea of innovation is very curious to me. Here is a work called CMB, which is a large beadwork that depicts a data visualization of the cosmic microwave background, the unseen radiation of the Big Bang, or it could be empirical science's creation story. Here, I replicated it on my mother's bead loom as a motherboard, bead by bead. And also, you know, I'm very inspired just by the origins, character, and surface typology of weaving. Here's an example of a code language I use called G-code, which I program my 3D printer to mimic weaving patterns and basketry. For this series called Transposing a Form, I consulted with researchers at NASA JPL to 3D print these sculptures with a simulated clay, which is kind of a fake Earth that they use for their Mars yards for doing tests on a hypothetical Mars. And that in itself became very curious to me because how the material could also be a simulation, which I made these kind of anti-vessels out of. And, you know, this was around the same time as the Mars 2020 mission, and thinking how they speak to, you know, as almost portals in space and time, also portals for land and technology. I weave on a variety of looms, mainly software driven, where I really focus on the materialization within computing. For this work, RGB, it materializes red, green, and blue, the sources of all digital color, which was already been a big topic today. But it really is numbers between 0 and 255, which I can then program into a weave draft. You know, and how color values can be interpreted within the weave draft, further breaking down resolution, digital imaging, and computing. You know, for this work, it has a ratio of 16:9, but has frayed edges that manually pull away from the screen and point past its borders. But in doing so, this is all methodically calculated by hand. In order for me to make a weave draft, sometimes it could take up to months, where each yarn is counted by hand, threaded, programmed, and where the data is represented in material form. You can really see its binary nature. Over and under, one is shown on the front and one is hidden in the back. And having that power of having something on the back is what my work is really about. Because what I really think about is how technology operates as gaps and also leaves you know, negative space in its wake of what data is left out and fill it in with indigenous abstraction, of what is removed, cropped out, edited with resolution, and what happens when it's materialized. This work really focused on the dual-sided nature of this technology, and this was a series called Above Below, which I work with the LACMA Architect Lab and JPL to examine the surface of Mars from examining Earth, which put this in this interesting dialogue of above, below, and also the front and back of a textile, and also these anti-vessels. But really thinking critically about its perspective from New World geographies and future settler colonialism. You know, to produce this work, it required a tremendous amount of images from a data set, which I used over 60,000 with the MRO satellite, which has been documenting the surface of Mars since 2006, to train a convolutional neural network as well as a GAN to produce landscapes outside the cartographic imagination, but in many ways it was almost rather a hallucination. And when these outputted images of new landscapes were made, I made them into a weave draft, which was outputted woven on a jacquard loom, which kind of operates as a gateway to inversion. almost the jacquard being this material haunting of itself, tracing its origins based in the analytical engine to the ENIAC that was created by the military during World War II. Like I was mentioning, these textiles are meant to be viewed up in the front and the back. And they're reversal on both sides, up and down, sky to earth. And really focusing on inverting the imaginary, almost providing this inversion or inverted landscape that makes images of Mars possible, trained on histories of extraction and surveillance. Most importantly, seeing what's underneath these, machine hallucinations of land, speculating it on another planet, and how the blue and the red have this interesting dialogue between our current moment, anxieties of climate change, and this idea of we could go to Mars when we have, these long histories of, what a new world really is. And also other works, such as this one, Standard Candle, requires to work with large data sets that have been discarded or overlooked through time, such as the archives from Carnegie Observatories, which is, they have a tremendously large glass plate collection, which is in their basement, hidden in a vault and collecting dust for many years. But the main thing when Joel, who just introduced me, came to me with this idea of this project, we were really interested in the hidden labor of computers when computers were female processors that had to actually do the media work of transcribing, collecting data, and for classification and building the archives. But in doing so, going to Carnegie, it became this interesting point where you could actually see what so much was actually omitted and discarded from the actual plates and their cards and information, which a lot of this being before the 1960s did not be seen as valuable or had priority. And that became really interesting when studying them from a grid or from the measuring machines that they had to do to produce these large discoveries, such as the universe is expanding or our place in the universe. How much of that is this conductive, repetitive work of measuring position, brightness, colors, very much to designing something with software, but here you're analyzing it through the plates. And for me, I was interested in reproducing that computer labor in grid form, but using my bead loom as a different kind of measuring machine. Here, breaking the infamous VAR plate that made a lot of those major discoveries in long frayed edges toward the infinite. The extensions break the gridwork imposed on the plates for empirical study and stretch out to new and unknowable endpoints, which is what I'm really interested in, is the unknown, the dark spaces, because that's where, you can think about these the render reset, or ways that you can think beyond the axis, or the axis is expanding, and breaking down forced boundaries of this discovery and making room for the hidden histories within. The beaded works mimic the exact dimensions of the plates and their archive color, just as the plates were broken down into individual units using grid tools. Which in many ways, if you go to Carnegie Observatories, you can actually look at their measuring machines, and they kind of look like looms. But here the beads act as pixels that can be manipulated. But however, at the scale, the beads cannot render the resolution of the original photographs, which I found really powerful. Thus, the beaded imagery prompts one to consider the information lost in the material glass translation, but offers opportunity to consider different knowledges that these manipulations generate. Such the data drawn from this archive is considered universal,
Yet the beaded plates make room for multiply cosmology by deprioritizing the firm boundaries extracted from the information. In addition to the large beadwork in the show, I also created a few weavings reenacting the computer labor of processing their logbooks. So tracing their logbooks, their graph data for measuring space, predominantly the period table of luminosity, which was tracking the brightness and dimness of a variable star, which was used to produce a unit of measurement called through parallax, which I just found so incredibly tedious and just amazing that, that women had to study, the track a star from the brightness and dimness in order to make this possible. And looking at these vast data sets that are drawn on, graph paper, and then transcribing that into a weave draft where I could weave their labor in structures for jacquard and doubloons. So this work is currently on view at the Columbus Museum of Art until February 2024. And there's also a great publication with writing by Elizabeth Povinelli on this work. But, I like to also put a lot of my textiles in space where they're also floating in this kind of infinite space, the borderless, and, thinking of new horizons, as well as light-sensitive materials that are activated in darkness, which is now extinct at Mount Wilson and Los Angeles through light pollution, making the observatory a cosmological corpse for old cosmologies, and how repatterning these fragments of information necessarily illuminates some resolution while dimming others. And, while making this work, I was really, I was reading Reclaiming the Sacred by Winona LaDuke. And it really talked a lot about the sacred power of darkness and, how much darkness renders things visible. And so when doing the show, we made the exhibition into a dark space where, certain things were activated by the light, such as the light tables for the beadwork or using it with this light reactive things. But, in doing so, it really offered value of the darkness. And in doing so, puts, the archive to uses beyond the bias and dominations. And again, forcing us to think more about the infinite and this idea of an expanding access through textile. Because we're, how dark spaces make things visible, new things can emerge, new ideas, new grids, new expanding endpoints. Which I'm, very interested in, not only thinking about dark spaces, but also in earthen materials, such as native natural plant dyes, which I process by hand. This one is an oscillation of cochineal, where parts of the cochineal, I added a little bit of lemon to it, which produced this brighter orange red than the pinkish cochineal. But I also love how it kind of oscillates, and you can also see, a lot of the yarn coming off the edges of the borders, because I'm really interested in how, this earthen entanglement anchors us to land, to have these larger discussions on computing, image making, archive surveillance, and all this quantified media that has histories that has omitted so many things and places and people from it, in addition to its loss, and to think about supporting times, which such as now between the unstable states, digital and analog. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up, I'd like to invite Casey Reese. Casey's software prints and installations have been featured in numerous solo and group exhibitions at museums and galleries in the United States, Europe, and Asia. His work ranges from small works on paper to urban-scale installations, and he balances solo work in the studio with collaborations with architects and musicians. Reese's work is in a range of private and public collections, including the Pompidou and the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. Rees is a professor at the University of California, Los Angeles. He holds a master's degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Media Arts and Sciences and a bachelor's degree from the College of Design, Architecture, Art, and Planning at the University of Cincinnati. With Ben Fry, Rees initiated processing in 2001. Processing is an open source programming language and environment for the visual arts. Please welcome Casey Rees.
Thanks, Joel. Hi, everybody. Friday afternoon. I'm really happy to be here with you. I'm going to begin with just a few statements, and then we're going to look at some work and then talk about some ideas. First, I'm an artist who works with software primarily, first and foremost. A lot of people are calling that generative art right now, so code is my primary medium. I work only with open source software, and I work only with open standards, always. I think for me that's really important for thinking about how the work will live on into the future. My work is just going to stop working. It's going to break at some point. And I let everybody who collects the work know that. So it's not if it's going to break, it's like when it's going to break. That's just going to happen. My own approach is migration, kind of like Diana, rather than emulation. Like I really want to utilize what is here today and will be in the future. For the last 20 years, I've been deeply frustrated with the tools that I have to work with how slow computers are, with how awful display technologies are, with how dim and low resolution projectors are. And so I feel like over these 20 years, my vision for what the work has become closer and closer as those things have shifted. So this is a work, 2003, this is at the Bitforms Gallery. I've always sort of worked back and forth between works on paper and software. Here we have a case, custom carpentry with a CRT inside and an interface. And this was the interface that was used to produce all the drawings on the wall as well. So I always work in terms of systems that are capable of producing like an undetermined number of images. In this case, there were 40 selected to be shown. And then the audience also had the ability to work with the same performance system that I was working with. I really think of working with code, working with software, generative art as being a kind of performance. The work is happening in the moment. It's sort of happening then. I don't really know what's going to happen 1 second from now and 10 minutes from now. It's always within the realm of the system, but I'm often surprised, and that's the reason that I work with software. Like the work has an origin point, but that it just keeps running and changing in ways that are sometimes surprising, even like a month or two after the work has been finished. This is a print-based piece from that same time, just working at this time with a lot of ideas of artificial life that I got really into in the mid-1990s, and working with emergence. So all of these forms are grown over time. They are sort of formed through a performance of moving things around in the environment. So I'm very much in control of the system and in general what's happening, but a lot of things are happening independent and autonomously, and these forms are emerging from that. This is a close-up of the work on paper, just so you can see the detail a little bit. So I got really frustrated with my work being embedded in these computer languages that were completely illegible, because I think my work at this time was primarily about the systems themselves. And so I started producing the work in English and presenting this with the work so it could be seen and understood by the audience in relationship to what the text was producing. And so working in this tradition of abstraction, working with very minimal forms, lines and circles, but then this idea of adding these behaviors that aggregate into there. So these instructions then produce an image like this, which has grown over a few minutes of time. This work led to different kinds of explorations in space. This is at the Bank Gallery in 2005 in downtown Los Angeles. There's a detail of that. This is and one thing to say, like I'm talking about like not what the work is, but the media of the work right now. It's just because like that's the theme for the talk. This is a 2-channel projection that's edge blended, some really high-powered barcodes with a massive subwoofer in the space. This was a piece that you just really, really feel. This is at the Charlie James Gallery on Chungking Road. This is a projected work of software Like a lot of the work today that I think we've seen presented, it's not site-specific, but it's always different depending on the room that the work is in, and the work is always sort of reformed for the space. This is at Mocha, what is it? Was it Mocha Geffen? Yeah, sorry. And this is a collaboration with Patterns, which is a local architecture studio. So this is a projected piece on the inside of this large pavilion. This was for the PST related to architecture in Los Angeles. This is a detail of that. This is at the Bitforms Gallery in Los Angeles, or sorry, in New York. It's a projection on the rear wall and then 2 large screens in front. Another RGB work, like deconstructing an image and then putting it back together according to its data. And then that work also becomes work on paper as well. This is a relief print that was milled and then produced with a printer. And then this was at LACMA a few months ago at BCAM. Now this was a commission related to the coded show that was here. One thing about this work is that whenever I walk into the gallery space, I didn't know what would be there. I mean, it's always within the framework of the systems that I've made and the geometry that I'm working with, but there's always surprises in moving into the space. And for me, that's really a lot of the essence of working with generative work and code-based work. And then we also staged a performance, like a happening in the space with Edgar and with Lauren, who are both here. And that was a way of like further activating the work as well. This is currently up at the Vellum Gallery in Hollywood. And these are works generated with machine learning systems with GANs, first generation from around 2018. And these works are displayed on these emerging kinds of digital canvases. These are called the Luma canvas. That's sort of the brand of them. But they're these like high-pitch LED screens. They're so different than looking on work on a television panel. I've been looking at this work for 5 years, and when I saw them within this display technology, I saw them in a completely different way. I saw new information there that was there the entire time, but I just couldn't see because of the inadequacies of display technology. And it was, for me, it was like a transformative moment of like, this is the future of how I really want to be looking at and experiencing my digital work. This is my framework for everything. I work in software, I work in code, but I've worked in all these different media over the years. And sometimes I work forward, like a work may start as a drawing and then end up as a piece of software. Sometimes the work starts as software and then becomes a photograph. For me, this idea of work that is digitally reproducible, that there is no original, is essential to all the work that I do. The work that is kind of mechanically or software produced is essential to the work. And the idea that the work is synthesized and generated rather than autographically produced or captured through a lens and through a panel. So that's that. Here's an example. Like, I produced this work. It was a commission from the Whitney Museum in 2004. By around the time 2012 came around, the work was just completely dysfunctional because of proprietary things. This work was made in Flash. It no longer was working. It was made in Java applets. Those were no longer working. And so those were like corporate decisions by the browser makers. Like, artists, you've been, working with these systems and working with this code for over a decade now, but we're no longer going to support it. So what do you do? So in this case, the work was migrated. This is what the original work from 2004 looks like now. I think that was a little bit of poor planning on my part, but the work was just completely broken. So this is the newer version. And in this case, it was rewritten in open standards, rewritten with the JavaScript in the browser canvas element, ported from the original language, which was processing into P5.js. And then this is how this work, which originally was born to live in a web browser, was presented at the Whitney Museum of American Art within this larger show program that was curated by Christiana Paul. So again, that was porting the work from these web-based formats into an installation application format where I could produce the work as a diptych of live running code. This is the system that I kind of developed on my own about 20 years ago to about 10 years ago, of trying to convey the information of the work to somebody who collects the work, so that in the future when it does break, and all my work is broken around 2 times so far in the last 20 years, that it can be migrated in a way where the intent of the original work can be maintained. So I started producing, because the work is so immaterial, it's really like a music score. It's really like it is a piece of code. I started producing these documentation boxes. You can see my signed CD there, like the signed Laserdisc. But it's not really my signature. It's just sort of the name of it written on a pen outside the area where the information is written. So if it bleeds through, the information's still intact. But it's just a total nightmare. So this is how I've been doing things for a long time. And at that time, like, I wasn't including the source code with the work like 20 years ago, which I think is a great regret of mine, just to speak honestly and frankly. And so what I'm doing now is including the source code digitally, but also as archival as I can prints as well. Because for me, this is all the information that's needed for the work. Any of these like wonderful technicians who have been pouring their hearts out and sharing knowledge with us today, somebody who has technical skills in this area could reproduce this work very, very precisely using this information. And it doesn't matter if it's written in Java or C++ or Python or whatever future language is there, like every piece of information is included in this piece of code. I think in a way, software is like the most archival because that data is all there and it can always be reproduced. You don't have issues of pigments fading or you know, enamels cracking or anything like that. You just remake the work. And when the work gets remade, it's often, in my opinion, it's the way the work was meant to be in the first place because the resolutions get better, we can control the speed and the pacing, and it's more fluid. This is where I am right now, which is not where I want to be, but it's where it is, like including it on SD cards. And the idea is you get the work off of that immediately and get it onto some sort of backed up drive system, but this is how it sort of makes its way from point A to point B. I don't know why that slides back, but I think that's the end. So we'll conclude. Thank you.
Oh, Joel, I forgot. I wasn't done. Oh, okay. Can I go for like a minute? Sure. Okay.
It's very unorthodox. I'm so sorry. I forgot a major thing that Joel wanted me to talk about. Can we go back one slide, please? Okay, so we're back here for a reason. This is where this work started in 2003. So we'll go forward one. So in the last couple of years, this work migrated in a very different way. This work is now, it's still code-based work, but now it lives on a blockchain in a very different way. In the way that I was documenting things before on the CD, the very bad method, the code is now stored literally within the blockchain, but it has a dependency where the library that's used for drawing is not on the blockchain. So that is a weird sort of idea. The work isn't completely there, but all that information, that source code we were looking at before, is on the blockchain. So for me, blockchains are interesting for two reasons. Because they are accurate when they're done well. They're guaranteed to be correct. And the other reason is that they're completely public, that anybody can look at that information at any moment in time. And I think for things that are inherently digital, inherently information, this has just been an extraordinary way of keeping track of things. I think it's just very pragmatic for someone in my position who needs to keep track of where my work and the provenance for everything. And so instead of the work being you know, one installation in a gallery, one piece of software, the work can now be, in this case, like 1,000 different artworks that all share the same source code, but they all have a different seed. And this is some of the range and the variation that's there. And as someone whose practice prioritizes generativity, prioritizes the system, the more results and outputs and the range and the field of that system you can see, the more you can actually see what the work is, which is not any one of these outputs. It's the space in between, and it's the space of potential that can create the entire body, the entire piece. And so this is just a view into the kind of data that can be pulled from a blockchain through a browser. And so I don't think the blockchain at all is a panacea. It's not a solution for anything, but right now at this moment, it's a very practical way of keeping track of all of these ephemeral things in a way that's public and in a way that's accurate. So that is now the end. Thanks you very much.
Thank you, Casey. Next up is Yvonne Lee. Yvonne Lee is Head of Integrated Systems, Digital and Technology at the Huntington Library, Art Museum, and Botanical Gardens, where she manages the assessment, selection, and implementation of enterprise applications and integrations to cultivate holistic data ecosystems. Prior roles at LACMA, Los Angeles County Departments of Arts and Culture, and as an independent data manager for arts nonprofits, informed her humanist approach to data and technology that examines assumptions coded into prevailing information practices. She has served as president of the Museum Computer Network Board of Directors, is a founding member of the Los Angeles County Arts Datathon, and consults on UCLA Department of Information Studies Professional Programmatic Committee. Please welcome Yvonne Lee.
Thanks, Joel, and thanks, Joey, for putting this together, and thanks to everybody who made this event possible. I'm having so much fun today. But I'm also tired, but I'm also over-caffeinated, so we're going to see how this sort of plays out. Okay, so I kind of feel like a little bit of an odd person out just because I'm talking about institutional practice, which is what it is that I do as the head of integrated systems. And so, yeah, I think I'll talk a little bit about that, but I actually intentionally made this presentation short because I really want to get to the conversations. I think that that'll be really interesting. And then, of course, I'm also going to throw out my contact information if there's anything that people want to talk about at greater depth that we don't necessarily get to, because I think that there's a lot of really interesting things from the perspective of an institutional technologist, right? So with that, for the sort of agenda or what I was thinking about talking about today, I am going to give a very brief introduction to the Huntington Library, Art Museum, and Botanical Gardens in case you're not familiar with the institution. And then because I'm a librarian, which basically means that I'm a professional researcher, I need to define some of the terms that I'm going to use so that we're all sort of working off of the same definitions. And then finally, I was hoping to go into a little bit of the sort of day-to-day conundrums, I would say, about data and technology trade-offs in my practice as a technologist. So actually, before we get to the next slide, let me also say that as I mentioned, I'm a librarian by training, and by no means am I a proponent of technological inevitability. Like, I would actually characterize my practice as a technologist as being like 20% admin, 30%, so-called hard skills, and then like 50% unlicensed therapy is really what I do day to day, in case you're ever curious and want to know about, what it is that I do. All right, with that, let's go into the Huntington. For those who are unfamiliar with the Huntington, we are a 100-plus-year-old institution in San Marino, California. And let's see, what are some factoids about the Huntington that I want to share with you? So we've got 3 collecting divisions. There's the library, the art museum, and the botanical gardens, like I mentioned. These are tremendous collections. And just to give you a sort of size of scale, because I think that that's one of the talking points that I want to share with you today. The library alone has something like 12 million items. The art museum alone, and I think Cindy is over there. Yeah, there you are. Correct me if this is still the correct number, but 42,000 artworks. Yeah, for this, legit, yeah. For this year, a bit more. And then for our botanical living collections, just our living collections alone, we have something like over 45,000 live plant accessions. So this is a tremendous, varied collection that we have, and that we have very different sort of standards and practices around preserving as a collections-based research institution. I think some other things about the Huntington, if you haven't been or you're not familiar with the institution, is that we are a very active research and educational sort of institution. We support over 2,000 scholars every year, and of those, we have about 150 research fellows that are invited to do a fellowship from anywhere from 5 months to a year with us. Other impressive numbers that I'm going to throw at you about the Huntington include the fact that we welcome over 1 million visitors every year since 2020. So that is a lot of people. Even though there's over 200 acres that we sit on, that's still a tremendous amount of people that we welcome every year. We have over 53,000 members. So if you're at all in membership and sort of on that institutional side, that is a really, really large contingency of members for an institution. And then finally, in terms of operating revenue, because we are talking about budgets as a very real restraint here, we do, I think we just wrapped up fiscal year 23, and we did over $75 million worth of operating revenue. So this is, you know, its origins really began as a sort of mom and pop shop, quite literally, right? It was the residence of Henry Huntington and his wife, Arabella. And then from there, in, I would say maybe even the last 10 to 15 years, we've really absolutely skyrocketed in terms of the size and the output of the institution and what we can do, so that we're operating more like, I would say, a mid-market business entity, right? So with that, some definition of terms as I define them. I'm going to be using the term sort of architecture. Here I mean technological architecture, which is really an umbrella term for how data is managed throughout its life cycle as it flows through data storage systems and is foundational for processing applications like AI. Modern architecture is increasingly cloud-based to handle volume, velocity, and variety, which I think I kind of gave you a little bit of the scope of at the Huntington. And then for classifications of software, this is just my sort of quick and dirty way of organizing this. There's open source, which Casey talked about, of course, which is software with source code that anyone can really inspect, modify, and enhance. And then there's proprietary or closed source software, and that's software that can really only be copied, inspected, altered by the author, the owner. And then of those, I have sort of subsections. There's consumer apps that I'm going to talk about. Consumer apps are apps, sorry if this is, you know, this is only for people who are really unfamiliar with these terms. Consumer apps are those pieces of software that are really geared and sold to individuals, and consumer, I think, is a really telling term here. But these are like your Pokemon Go, your Uber, your Airbnb, and also your Adobe Creative Suite. And then enterprise apps are the software that are sold to businesses to achieve certain enterprise operations. And so those are going to be like your human capital management, financial systems like Workday or even Salesforce. Okay, so with that, this is my slightly outdated, sort of very simple map of the different systems. If it looks like a mess, that's because, you know, it is. And I just want to say that, like, there is a difference, I would say, between institutional technological sort of messes or like complexity and then true technological debt, right? So a lot of it is messy. Not all of it is necessarily I would classify as technological debt, but you can just take a look at some of the things that I'm talking about when I'm talking about volume, velocity, and also variety. You've got anywhere from, I think at last count, we have like 83 FileMaker Pro databases that we support. And I should also say that institutionally, part of my job is managing our IT portfolio. And we have over 65 software, servers, subscriptions, et cetera, that we know of that we support. So, and then there's like a whole slew of things that we don't know of that, so like I was saying, we've got we've got our FileMaker Pro databases. We have the collection-specific sort of systems, and there are really different sort of really interesting histories and provenances of these databases from art, botanical, and of course integrated library systems, which are sold as sort of whole packages for research institutions, research libraries. And then, you know, on the other end, we've got ticketing, volunteer management, fundraising, and then you've got your digital asset management systems, which we called RAIL because Henry E. Huntington, if you're unaware, was a railroad magnate. Project management apps, and then institutional file management. So it really runs the gamut, I would say. And this is a slide about how it is that we got here. So the origins of this, which I also think is really interesting, which is that largely we relied heavily upon tools that were very specifically geared towards certain audiences and use cases. And what we're finding is that there are going to be issues with scaling this and widening audiences. And as we have more of this look towards, like my title, integrated systems, and this idea of sharing audiences and creating some sort of understanding of who a general audience would be versus a specific audience, that's where we start to run into some of these issues that could either be technological debt, depending on how you see it, or just messes, like just fun things to sort of think through and think about. And then a big difference here is that a lot of the software was not always open source, but there was generally, or is generally, a community of users around these software apps. Added to that, as we start to link up and connect different data sets to each other, is this very complex sort of quilt of different regulations, compliance needs, security, access, et cetera. And so the Huntington has, I think, slated for this year 575 part-time and full-time employees, that not all of whom are computer users, but that's a lot to think about in terms of the different ways that people need to access information and data for a lot of different purposes. And so, you know, we've got the very sort of what I would call bespoke and intentional and hand-wrought sort of data sets. And we're thinking about, you know, preserving cultural heritage data and how different that is between the art museum, the botanical gardens, and the libraries is really, really interesting. So if anyone wants to ask a question about that, I'd love to talk about that. You've got always your legal and compliance requirements, and so this includes issues of data sovereignty. GDPR is a great example of that. CAN spam is another one. Cybersecurity policies always, so this is dealing with encryption, access, governance, risk management, and then ethical concerns as well, because we as an institution have our own values and mission, and each collecting division of library, art, and botanical, I would say, have their own sort of understandings of this. And so for our research library, they take very seriously the library provision that's part of the Patriot Act, and we have our own sort of policy around that. And so that then, in terms of a sort of programmatic application of that, goes into data ownership and this need for consent management, right? If you have ever visited the Huntington, how are we, you know, informing you of the consent, informing you and letting you consent to the different ways that we use your data, right? This is a slide that's kind of a placeholder for, like, I'm not entirely sure how to wrap this up in a way that's pretty, or, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be uplifting, but this is sort of an example of a rendering that does not exist of the Huntington and has never existed. And I think this is maybe a place for me to talk about, you know, working with sales managers and account managers, especially in the enterprise app space. There's this idea of future-proofing your institution, and that's a phrase that I've heard throughout the day. And the idea that, you know, there is such a way that if you know the secret combo code to this particular game, you'll be able to do that. And of course, it's never the case. And so, you know, part of my practice is like doing all of the things as if, and then always remaining sort of on guard and ready for what happens if it doesn't. And so hence all the documentation that we do. We do transparency reports. We're doing, what else are we doing? We're doing a lot of road mapping and a lot of sort of sharing out on this. But it never ends up quite as we had anticipated. And sometimes it's not a bad thing either. I just want us to be a little bit more intentional about that, you know? So institutions, I think, have a desire, like a fear-based desire to want to hoard a lot of data. And part of my practice is also thinking about being intentional about the right to forget and be forgotten when it comes to these data sets. So with that, I always end usually with a relevant XKCD comic. So if you're familiar, then one of the best parts of this comic that's online is that once you hover over the image, there's always some sort of pop-up alt text that comes up. And this one says, first of all, it says all modern digital infrastructure. And then there's this little tiny piece where there's a project that a random person in Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003. I feel like everyone here probably knows what that project is. And you know, it keeps you up at night, like it keeps me up at night. But the hover over for this particular comic says something like, you know, God forbid image magic ever finally like reach true end of life, because it's going to take a really long time for us to reassemble the pieces of civilization back together again. And if you're laughing, then you know what it is that I'm talking about. Oh, God. Okay. So with that, like I said, I'm going to keep it relatively brief just because I'm really eager to get to the discussion portion of this. But if there's anything that I said that you would love to learn more about or hear more about or refute or whatever the case may be, please, please, please reach out to me. I love having these conversations. And so that's how you can reach me. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. All right, last but not least, we have artist Gabriel Barcia-Colombo. Gabriel is a mixed media artist whose work focuses on collections, memorialization, and the act of leaving one's digital imprint for the next generation. His work takes the form of video sculptures, immersive performances, large-scale projections, and vending machines that sell human DNA. Gabe's work has been featured at LACMA, the V&A Museum, the Neon Museum of Las Vegas, TED, and Grand Central Station. He is also the co-director of ITP at NYU, where he teaches classes such as video sculpture and haunted house, which is a class about making haunted houses. Just in time, Gabe. And so without further ado, please welcome Gabriel Barcia-Colombo.
Thank you. Hello. I'll try and make this exciting because I know it's the last talk of the end of the day here. My work is heavily rooted in memorialization, and I've been really fascinated by memorials ever since I was a small kid. This is a video of me when I was 10 years old, practicing ancient Egyptian mummification techniques on my little sister, Mia. And much of my work is about collecting these stories, collecting narratives, and collecting our personal data and thinking about where this data goes after we die. Yes, I was very into this. I was a strange child. And so, you know, I look at a lot of cultural practices surrounding memorialization. How do you tell stories of people after they die? You know, how do we take these stories with us? How do we preserve the stories for ages to come? Just like we're talking about preserving this art today. So my art is weird because it uses technology, but it's also about memorialization. So there's a lot of problems in there. But I was thinking about the Book of the Dead and how people would write stories of their lives or commission these stories of their lives. And then I thought about kind of modern social media and how we're doing this for ourselves. We're all accumulating this massive amount of data, but where is it going to go? What's happening to all your data? You're taking photos of this. Are you going to ever look at this again? I don't know. And so I wanted to make a project about this, and it kind of coincided with this very strange thing that was happening in culture at the time when we were all still using Facebook. I had a friend who wished another friend happy birthday and put the hashtag YOLO after, which means you only live once. But what they didn't know was that the friend they wrote on their wall had passed away a week before. And I thought this was very strange. And another example of this was a DJ that I knew in New York put out this tweet that was said, you know, come see me DJ. This was 3 weeks after they had passed away. They had set auto tweets on. So the idea of people tweeting after they're dead became something that I thought was troubling, but also somewhat interesting to look into as a conceptual artwork. So I applied for a grant from the Art and Technology Lab at LACMA, and I founded a fake company called the Hereafter Institute, which was a company that was to help you deal with your digital afterlife. And when I say it's a fake company, yes, it wasn't a real company. We weren't selling services. However, everything that I created for this company was real. The company was working with actual family members of people who had died to create digital memorials for their loved ones. Family members that had left a trace of their lives online. So what you're going to see is all these different memorials that I crafted for this exhibit, along with a one-on-one tour that you would go to at LACMA. But all the memorials were actually made with real data. And this is a really interesting process to kind of craft. I'll show you a little bit of the trailer for the Hereafter Institute.
After you die, your personal data, memories, and history. Our goal at the Hereafter Institute is to provide a number of solutions and memorials for the preservation of your digital self. Our facilities are designed with the latest technology, from data reconstruction and preservation to full-body 3D scanning and memory reenactment. We pride ourselves on offering a unique experience tailored to each individual, and our specialists are trained to help you make the difficult decision about what to leave behind. You are invited to a consultation with a Hereafter specialist to discuss the arrangements of your digital afterlife. How do you want to be remembered?
So this was the trailer that we put up on the LACMA website as an invitation to people to come to LACMA to be part of this one-on-one tour. This was done in 2016, so a little while ago now. When people arrived at the tour, they were greeted by a specialist, and I actually worked with a bunch of different actors in LA and trained them on being Hereafter Institute specialists. And the beginning of the tour, again, you were by yourself. You would be interviewed about your social media habits, your digital habits. So what social networks do you use? Have you ever dated someone found from the internet? Do you pay your mortgage or your rent using the internet? Then we would take a 3D scan of your body. The idea behind this is to make a virtual death mask of you. You'd have this avatar version created of you with this structure sensor scanner. Then you'd go through LACMA. This is sort of a memorial of LACMA now, I just realized too. But you'd go to LACMA and walk through and you'd see these different installations and sculptures that I created that memorialize people who had passed away. And I'll tell you a little bit about those right now. So the first one was made, it was a virtual reality recreation of people who had passed away, so you could go visit them in virtual reality. And I started by doing this with my own grandfather, who passed away in 1997. I created an avatar of him. He was a poet in Spain who was exiled from Spain during the Spanish Civil War because he wrote anti-Franco poetry. And so I wanted to kind of have this experience of being able to sit in his backyard again and listen to him recite his poems. And I have his poems as data. I have the recordings of his poems. So what I did was I created this piece called The Hereafter Life, where you could step into my grandfather's backyard, modeled from Google Maps imagery of the time, satellite imagery. And you could spend a day in the backyard with my grandfather, listening to him write poetry. So this was sort of a virtual mausoleum, and I made it for 2 other people also who had family members who had passed away. And you hear my sister kind of reciting this little biography of him as he spent time in the backyard with him. And this was interesting. It has the potential to be super uncanny, which is why I made it so you couldn't walk around and see the person face to face in this situation. It was more about stepping into a memory, and in a way, it kind of brought him back for me probably more than it did for other people. This is my mother seeing her father again in virtual reality. The second piece that you saw as part of the Hereafter Institute was this piece called Monument. And for this work, I really wanted to experiment and to kind of go into this idea of data that's left online, data that just kind of exists on these social networks after we die. What happens to a whole wall of data from someone who passes away and leaves it on Facebook? And at some point, Facebook will actually have more deceased accounts than live accounts. So what does that mean as sort of a virtual graveyard? So what I did was I made these one-of-a-kind records for people who had passed away but left a trace online. A friend of mine had her brother pass away due to a car accident, basically. And so I took with the permission of his family, we went through and scraped all of his data from Facebook, all that he left there behind. Then we converted it into audio tones, a process called frequency shift keying, which is sort of similar to how a modem works. The modem sound is actually the data that's being transmitted. And I made one-of-a-kind vinyl records of each of these people's lives. And then this is the sculpture that kind of resulted out of it. It's called Monument, and you can put these records on the sculpture itself, and it will decode those text tones back into text, those audio tones back into text. So it's sort of like a modern hedgestone, in a way to revisit these people's lives, but also to reclaim the data that was left on the social site. So Facebook no longer can claim ownership over this person's life. There's an actual record, a physical record of their life here. And it's an analog piece. This could be found hundreds of years from now and maybe decoded. That data could actually be decoded from this without very much processing power needed. And so I thought of this as sort of a beacon or a way to revisit these people's lives. Some of it's a little absurd, but it also gives you sort of an idea of who this person was when they lived their life on Facebook at this period of time. So this was also done for several people in this process. And it was also a way to work with the family members to kind of like relive this person's life again, which they said was really interesting. The sound that you're hearing here is not the actual sound of the data, and that's kind of important. The sound of the data is very harsh. It sounds like that modem sound, which to me is not really how I want my death to sound necessarily. So what I did was I used a way of analyzing each text post, and thinking about the positive, negative, or neutral qualities of that post, and then created tones based on that would actually be played out of the monument itself. Finally, the third part of the tour, again, you're by yourself on this tour. You go into this theater at LACMA, and you walk into what would be your own funeral. And we had an actor who gave you your own eulogy based on your own social media data, which we had scraped from the internet before you arrived at the performance. So we knew like who your parents were, who your loved ones were, anything we could grab from the internet, we put into this eulogy, and we wrote a eulogy for every single visitor that came to the show. And then you got to view your own data. So we had a viewing of your data on the screen as well. Kind of thinking about how this might be the trace that you leave behind, and is this actually who you are, or is this someone else? Is this a different depiction of yourself? Finally, at the end, you would see yourself as an avatar kind of appear and walk off into the sunset, which is a very uncanny, strange feeling. This is taken from the scan that we took at the beginning of the visit to the Hereafter Institute. And it really caused some very strange emotional reactions in the subjects of the people that came to see this show. We'd have several people break down into tears. I ended up having a meeting with the head of a very large funeral home in Glendale here who wanted to incorporate some of this technology into the funeral home, and I had to explain that it wasn't actually a real institute. A lot of people thought it was real. And he told me that the number one thing people want to do with their data is remove it from the internet, which I think is really interesting. People don't want to remember these things that they leave behind when they die. So besides working with data of the deceased, I'm also really interested in ways that we can think about data and privacy and our biological data specifically. This is strawberry DNA. I went to a talk one day in New York at a place called GenSpace, which is sort of a community biohacker space. And they had a lecture where you could learn how to precipitate strawberry DNA. And I thought that was very fascinating. This sort of visualization of a scientific process was really interesting to me, just like how I want to make code a little bit more visible and more, a little bit less opaque. And so I thought about this, and I started holding these weird parties in New York where I asked my friends to give me their DNA. And because I wanted to see if I could do this with people. I want to see human DNA in the same way that I was looking at the strawberry DNA and think if I could make sort of a portrait of a person from their DNA. And so this was back in 2014, I think, or 2015. I had these strange parties where people would come over and they'd give me their samples of their DNA, and I collected my friend's DNA, which is a weird thing to do, I guess. And I labeled them, and I thought, well, now I have all these samples of my friend's DNA. My friends are very giving. And I thought, what can I do with this DNA? And I was really thinking about DNA and ownership, and who owns our genetic material, just like who owns our code or our data. And so I developed an artwork about this. It's really a non-digital artwork, but I think it kind of addresses sort of the same ideas of memorialization and thinking about collections and how we can store data. It's a piece called DNA Vending Machine, and it's a vending machine that sells human DNA. And so this is a vending machine that was in public in New York, and you could go and purchase a sample of my friend's DNA. I wanted this piece to sort of almost appear like luxury objects, so I made these little Apple kind of device-looking cases for the DNA. And each one came with a collectible portrait of my friends in the back as well. So you didn't know who you were going to get when you purchased the DNA, but it also came with a link to a video of them and their extraction process, which is just them spitting into a cup. But really, the point of this is to think about the future, or speculate on a future where our DNA becomes sort of, or our code becomes a luxury object as well. You know, and also to think about who owns our DNA, and is there a privacy and ownership over your own DNA? I got a lot of really weird reactions to this work. Some people wanted to buy the whole machine. Like, I got a pharmaceutical company that wanted to purchase the entire machine. I don't know why, not as an artwork. Or I had requests from people that only wanted specific types of people's DNA, which I thought was very creepy as well. So this is what the DNA package looked like. These sold for $100 each in the first edition, and then there was a second edition as well. This is what it looked like. This is in San Francisco. And then it was also at the V&A Museum in a show called What is Luxury?, which is all about the future of, or the idea of luxury objects, which I thought was kind of amusing because it was next to like diamonds and Hermes handbags. So yeah, do I have time for one more or not? What do you think? Yeah, okay, I'll talk about one more. So I recently lived in Las Vegas. This is, well, shift, right? I recently lived in Las Vegas, and I did a residency at the Neon Museum there. And I spent a lot of time during this residency watching people gamble, because that's what you do in Las Vegas. And I was watching slot machine players, and I came back to New York, and I said to somebody, you know, I spent a lot of time watching people play slot machines, and they gave me this very New York, like, ugh, Vegas, ugh, you know, kind of response. I think Vegas is very interesting. And then I got on the train, and I saw everybody on the train was doing the exact same thing as the slot machine players, like scrolling their phone and waiting for some dopamine hit to hit them about that message from their new friend or, you know, loved one or email. And so I wanted to make an artwork about that. And so I made this slot machine. This is a slot machine called Holy Roller. And it's designed to kind of provoke the same feelings that you get from pulling a slot machine, except it uses AI to generate a new quote for you every time you pull it. And this is trained on 500,000 quotes from throughout history, everything from biblical quotes to influencer quotes to presidential speeches. And it generates these kind of absurd, profound things. This is using GPT-2. There is nothing to fear. Kind of odd that it's telling us that, but. And so I wanted to, I make a lot of work that is about data, about our culture, and kind of trying to make this process a little bit more human in some way, even though it's often made using machines. Good food is the answer. It knows. And you know, this is a piece that I just made in a show in New York called Vigil. And for this piece, again, I've been working with AI a lot lately and training models based on my own drawings. So this piece is about a vigil for humanity created by AI. It's a piece with 9 little monitors. And so I created a bunch of drawings, fed them into a model, which I trained, and then had the computer kind of create new symbols for humanity as if it was creating a candlelight vigil for humanity. So this is just in a show in New York recently, but it's this little piece about humans made by AI in a way. And I think a lot about how we're becoming more digital and where this is going to go. And you know, do I want to work more with AI and these machines? And I was starting to do experiments with these recreations of people and thinking about, I had a commission from the MTA to do a new piece, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll fill it with AI generated people. And I still just can't get beyond the fact that like machines are not as interesting as human beings, and I don't think they ever will be. And so the most recent piece that I made is called Platform, and it's up right now in Grand Central Station. It's a video piece. It's 5-channel video installation. And it's a piece where you come face to face with people again after being separated by the pandemic for so long. So what does that mean to be face to face with someone and have them look at you and recognize you? So this is a giant crowd of New Yorkers, which I cast off the street. I came up to people on the street and said, do you want to be part of this MTA installation? And they're all standing in this new Vanderbilt hallway looking around. And then at some point they notice you and they react to you in different ways. And so with this work, the question is, what is the platform in this? Is it a social media platform, a political platform? It's intentionally left vague. Maybe you are the platform. But to me, I still think that human interaction and human contact is way more interesting than the kind of data that we preserve and store in machines. So I'll leave you with that bit of hope here on a Friday afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabe. All right, I would like to invite our speakers up to the stage, and we are going to continue with a discussion. All right. How's everyone doing? I know we are in the home stretch. So everyone here doing all right? Does anyone need to get up and stretch just for a second? Because I know you've been sitting for a while, and I want to make sure that you're awake for this part. So, all right. If you need to, I don't think we'll be offended. All right. Well, I wanted to start going back to Yvonne, and when you were talking about your work and your experiences, the costs and benefits of working with both open source platforms and enterprise solutions. And I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about some of the trials and tribulations in making these decisions of, do I commit to something that's more open source and which has its own concerns around longevity, but then also with enterprise solutions, you may also have to make some really tough calls.
Definitely. Yeah, I think I realized that was actually, as I walked away, I was like, that was the one thing I forgot to really talk about in depth or at all. But it has to do with the idea of there's always a selection process, and of course, it's not always a technological solution as well, right? Sometimes we've been asked to solve for human problems, essentially. Like there are folks that don't get along with each other. They're just, their work is fundamentally sort of at odds, even though we're part of the same institution. You would assume that we're all driving in the same direction. We're not, and they have very different sort of understandings of their institutional or even vocational sort of mandate of what it is that they're supposed to do, and they see that necessarily in opposition with what other units or other teams or other departments are trying to do. So first of all, saying that, and then carry that over one level of abstraction into the software that is selected as a result of that, and trying to weigh the benefits and costs with, IT departments and institutions increasingly sort of moving away from having programmers, developers. In fact, I would say I could probably count on one hand the number of programmers and people who actually write code as part of their regular job at the Huntington, despite there being, 575 part-time, full-time staff. And that's really shocking when you think about also the size and vastness of the portfolio. And so we're moving more to this model to try to support the institution's growth, development, et cetera, with increasingly sort of low code, no code, or things that are just kind of, what are called turnkey solutions, which of course are never turnkey solutions. But that's at least how they're marketed to us as, and knowing inherently that there's a lot, but the difficulty with enterprise, especially and with closed source software, is that it's proprietary. And so we can't really get in there and we can't inspect it until we actually get it. And then we get it and we realize this is very different from the bill of sale, right? And so that is just a constant struggle, but there are often times where really, if there's folks that are dedicated, like for science, I am a true firm believer that the only type of science out there truly is open science that necessitates the use of open source software and open standards in order to make that a reality. And so there's certain sections and subsections where we've kind of have develop some sort of policy or some sort of rule of thumb where those systems are left alone and they're not actually part of that, or if they are, then we have some really interesting ways to try to harvest data to make it flow up, or maybe not, like it just kind of exists on its own. But yeah, we're talking about orders of magnitude that are different from collections and sort of this bespoke data set to millions and terabytes of data being produced, and what do we do with that? And that at this time we feel is only really supported by the use of enterprise software. So.
Fascinating. All right, Casey, I wanted to pivot to you in that processing the artist software that you have pioneered now for over 20 years is open source. And in your presentation, you mentioned how you rely on open source for purposes of longevity, and that yet you are comfortable, or you seem comfortable with the idea of eventual obsolescence in your work. So can you tell us a bit about at what point do you become comfortable in that process? Meaning, with processing, for example, there are, I know, a number of different versions of it. There's one for Python. There's a P5 one. And they have different amounts of support because of just the nature of open source. So I think, I think with Yvonne, who has a great deal of responsibility for all the collections she oversees, yet with your practice that's evolved over many years, how do you reconcile that eventual obsolescence?
Yeah, I think they're both models, proprietary and open source, are deeply flawed, and so it's a matter of, like, as an artist, I need to pick. I need to pick one or the other, maybe based on personal preference, based on ethics, based on belief, or based on values. And I have no faith or trust in proprietary corporate software for meeting my needs as an artist for what I want to do. Like, they develop things that they imagine will sell, things that will sort of allow them to grow their market share, not things that are useful for artists to do. And so on one hand, as an artist, like, why am I spending all this time when I could be making new work, actually building infrastructure? But I think in the long run, that's the way to go for me. And as one example, like, Ben Fry and I started on processing in 2001, and we shared that with everybody. But as a result, dozens and dozens of people have developed their own pieces of it. They develop new infrastructure, new libraries. And, like, I'm not an expert in computer vision, but when I need to use computer vision, like, to see, like, where is the person in this frame, or what's somebody's face doing, somebody has already written that for processing, and I can begin to use that. So I really feel like, as a community, we need to share that infrastructure. People who are able to provide that to the community, it's in good faith to do that, and things will come back. And I think one thing about open source that it's not often acknowledged is it's not just the people writing the code, it's also the people writing examples, it's also people helping out on the forums, it's people being good community stewards of the work, it's some people making really interesting work with it and documenting it. So open source software it only exists with community, and community only exists with people being generous and kind with each other, and that's my model. And yeah, for better or worse, there are a lot of problems with it too.
That's great. I like how you mentioned values. In many ways, it's a values-driven approach. All right. Next up, Gabe, I wanted to talk with you about your adoption of emerging technologies. And actually, this is a question that I wanted everyone to address. But Gabe, I wanted to start with you. Especially with the new works that you produced during your residency in Las Vegas, Holy Roller and Vigil. And I think we've talked earlier about these two works and the ways that you were experimenting with AI, and how you're experimenting with GPT-2. Which I thought was really interesting because, everyone's like, oh, GPT-4. Everyone wants to use the more recent model. And these earlier models are even more problematic because of their data sets and what have you. First of all, what what led you to use GPT, an earlier sort of already obsolete version of an emerging technology?
I think it's why people still work with CRT monitors in a weird way. It's like there's something charming about the idiocy of GPT-2. Like I like, not that CRT monitors are idiotic. I love CRT monitors, but I think there's something about embracing the mistakes of AI. And I hate the sound of ChatGPT 4. Like I hate the tone of it now. It sounds like a really bad college essay to me. And there's something about GPT-2 that I can it almost sounds like a drunk oracle. Like and I like that. Like I ask it for something and it says science is the best science. And it's like, okay, there's something about that that's almost religious to me, that it's like, it's giving you something that you have to kind of unpack yourself. And so, but on the same hand, there's a huge amount of ethical problems with working with any of these models and data sets. And when I first started pulling that slot machine, the worst things imaginable came out of that slot machine. In fact, I was doing an interview one time and it came out during an interview. And so I really realized at that time that it's the duty of artists that work with this technology to go back and remove things that can be hateful or offensive to people, and really think about the ethics of using them in the first place. And I, with my work, I'm never trying to do harm to anyone with the work that I'm making. And so that's, there are artists that like to leave all of that in their work. For me, that's a personal choice that I like to filter out, especially when it's being in public and I'm not there to represent what the work is doing or how it's being seen.
That's great. Yvonne, I wanted to pivot to you on this too. As head of integrated systems, just with a title that I feel like it really, reflects just all the different responsibilities. When you consider using AI-based applications, of course, there's a level of caution that goes into it, but what applications have been interesting to you and actually somewhat feasible, as opposed to those that are just like over my dead body?
Yeah, I would say that one of the things is it's interesting to assume that also I know what's going on in terms of the processing, right? Because increasingly there are more, especially in the enterprise space, the sort of microservices architecture where there's a lot of processing, and there have been definitely products that have been marketed or pitched to us where basically it's just a data pipeline is what they're producing, which is really different from what the model looks like on paper versus what, once we actually look under the hood, is happening. And so it's really fascinating, and that's a ethical quandary that I deal with, is to what degree can we sort of monitor this and know, because we do have clauses, for instance, in our technology contracts about non-assignment. But that's just a reality anytime that you're working with like Microsoft 365 for, creating an intranet for your employees or something. There's always something going on, right? And so to a large degree, I can't even really begin to answer the question of like what is already in play, just because a lot of that is actually hidden for me. And that's it is what it, it's not, it is what it is, but it's terrifying, right? And not knowing entirely how it is that our data, even in an institution, is being used. And so despite all of these sort of calls and recent sort of conversations around ethical AI, right? And we will never look into your data. It's just kept in this like data lake that we don't touch ever, except for these things. There's no tracer to really be able to see whether that's true or not that I know of. Be interesting, but that would be an interesting project. But yeah, so increasingly, like the joke is that for every all staff presentation that gets done, there's always inevitably somebody that comes up to the lectern that says, "I had ChatGPT write this for me," So it's increasingly a part of sort of everyday operations, I would say, at the institution. But yeah, it's definitely something that we're keeping an eye on, but also to the degree that we know about, which is, I know, just a limited portion of it, Right. Yeah.
Well, speaking of black box, that was super interesting. But speaking of black boxes, I wanted to talk a bit with Sarah about your most recent, well, not your most recent, but a recent exhibition of yours at Mount Wilson was a black box exhibition, and actually thought a lot about darkness. And in some of your earlier works as well, you've worked with AI and really looking at these questions of the black box. With particular focus, actually, there's a work I'm thinking of where you are using indigenous letters and symbols. And I was wondering how you saw that interface of indigenous symbols with this sort of black box. And tell us a bit about the output.
Yeah, so a lot of what I do as a weaver, like I don't actually have a background in computer programming. A lot of it's self-taught, but in many ways, I always see myself as someone who specializes in pattern recognition. And in doing so, when I look at images from a weaving standpoint, I am always aware of what has been omitted or can see patterns in its nature, which I'm happy that was brought up is also the failure of these multiple types of software. And that's where being also a conceptual artist comes into play, because a lot of these become hypothetical and speculative because there aren't hard facts. The borders aren't there. They're put there for power. They're put there for archives like the Huntington, and they're also Mount Wilson, and it has a long history of have the power of naming and claiming to produce this knowledge. And so that's where anytime I even work with software in this thing, it's a constant negotiation of seeing what happens, but also a major part of it is ethics, and it's always pointing back at rethinking the grid or rethinking its structure. And that's, again, like what makes it so powerful about, the dark spaces is it has that power of deprioritizing the data that's there, which, reveals that, it has the unknown. It does not have the hard fact. It doesn't have the hard data. So that becomes just a interesting speculative exercise to think differently about what's output. Like, for example, even with machine learning, I only use machine learning for land predominantly. And because it's been processed and seen and viewed from so many different angles to define us to where we are, to our language, to how we see and understand the world, that becomes like an interesting space to think about, like the machine hallucinating new landscapes or thinking outside the cartographic grid, because again, it like re-anchors us into this different space. And also, the Mount Wilson show was really powerful because it was such a show about loss. Because, I went to the archive, we were so excited we're going to do this show, and there are computers there, and it was like, it's all gone. And, they actually cut away all the computers' names, they didn't take their photos, they didn't put their names, they didn't document their logbooks, they didn't keep their logbooks, so I was pretty much filling in the gaps with Harvard observatories and just looking at that negative space, but the labor was there. I knew that they were breaking it down in grid form because you could actually see the grid lines they drew on the pencil. If it was still there, a lot of times they would also erase it. So that became such a fascinating void space, again, to think about the negative, the inversion, like the inverted terrain, like almost, even being at, Mount Wilson, it being such a high point between earth and sky and like this kind of like all-seeing space, and, was the world's most powerful telescope, and how it actually like created aerospace in Southern California. And, being from Los Angeles, how that also became part of my way of knowing technology, that it just, again, like became this really interesting space again for things to reveal itself. Things that could happen, with this kind of unknown endpoint, which even the idea of like things that are so conceptual, like infinity, or just something that could, you can even imagine or grasp, such as like latent spaces, like such as AI, has been a very important place to kind of like, again, rethink and see things, because it has been so defined, it has been named, it has been anchored, and to just like pull it all apart and make something different.
Thank you. And Casey, speaking of, Sarah mentioned actually latent spaces, and this I am going to roll into our next question just because I know that we're a little short for time. But so I'm going to kind of combine emerging technologies and AI with our next sort of line of questioning, which concerns using these Cartesian or programmatic or more rigid formats to generate something that either contemplates or actually becomes infinite, which of course is a linchpin for generative work. But I wanted to actually go to the, stop at the exhibition that you mentioned that's up at Vellum Gallery right now. And you recently made a film using GANs, generative adversarial networks, and how you were able to use GANs and the sort of latent space of GANs. And actually, if you could actually also just briefly talk about just GANs for a minute, maybe, or how you did that. But just tell us a bit about that process, because that was almost like a new form of editing for you for making a film.
Yeah, I think in relationship to theme of time-based media, I think of the latent space is what is produced when you do a machine learning training for something like a generative adversarial network. I think of it in terms of, in contrast to working with video or film or photography, where let's just take 16mm film as an example. We have a set of frames. You run that through a film at 24 frames per second. It's this very rigid linear machine, and when it's looped, it's one frame, the next frame, the next frame. In contrast to that, again, is like an in-dimensional space that I just cannot get my head around at all. But instead of having individual frames, instead it is like a space of like near infinite possibility of different images that can be pulled out of that. Basically, you give it an input and you get an output that's an image. And so for any like two images you could imagine, there's an image in between that and an image in between that. And so the question is like, how do you pull things out of that conceptual space, and how do you move through it in different ways? And so I think it's a fundamentally different way of exploring media and time. There's a way of like contracting and expanding and working with frame rate in a way that's completely nonlinear, and moving through a space of potential images in a way that's completely nonlinear. And I think that's my fascination with it. And for the films at Vellum, they are produced as a set of images that are then stacked together into a video codec. But that's just for the moment. I think also they can happen in a nonlinear real-time way as well, which I think is the space of potential that I'm really interested in.
All right, and Sarah, I wanted to go back to you really quickly, and back to Mount Wilson and that archive of glass plates that you were working with, which was, we could say, was a very rigid format, and a format that sort of reflected this form of Western scientific thinking. And in your process of sort of taking this data, extracting it, reworking it through your practice, and sort of reclaiming it and sort of giving it back to the infinite. Can you share a bit about that process?
Yeah, so a lot of it was very labor intensive. Just like actually understanding the type of work they would have to do, it became this way of selecting a grid, because each time that they would be sending a star, they would have to change the resolution, because it's, you know, a glass plate, it's actually a physical photo, which is also very beautiful in itself. Like, it's actually encapsulating the starlight that like made it through the film immersion. So it becomes also like really poetic and beautiful, but also, you know, interesting how the grid is consistently moving depending on what they're studying, which that became really inspiring as this kind of like expanding axis, because the axis, the XY, always becomes the anchor, the coordinate. Like, you think about GPS, you think about surveillance, you think all this, like even like data, these are numbered lives. It's always anchored in something. So even there, like, you know, looking at the measuring machine, like you can move this axis around, and then how that was processed into, you know, something like, you know, a JPEG with pixel form, and then having to break that down into a weave draft, or that, it became this interesting way of render, this experiment of render, of what is rendered and not rendered, and then, or doing the unrendered and rendering it. And again, like that's why something I find so beautiful about textile, because it is this complex origami that you can encapsulate so much information in the actual material, but it is a binary system. It's a, you know, zeros and ones over and under, but that thing that's underneath you can actually work with. It is a material it's malleable. So here it became this interesting way to think differently about the space. And I think it was so powerful also to have it be at the site where all those discoveries were found, because it is the 0 point of us knowing the universe. All of that was done on this, infamous, famous telescope, which is kind of like the holy grail for like astronomers. And I remember when they first met me, they were like, Joel, what did you do? Like, why did you bring her here? Because I would ask them questions where I could just see like the hair on their like arms just stick up. Like,
Yeah, that wasn't on the script, right? Like they weren't ready for that.
And so again, like to put it all, actually, the show in underneath the telescope on the land. And I think that's so important is when you look at these spaces, it's also an opportunity to look back at us. Just like you're a point A to point B could be looking back at point A. So again, it becomes this reflexive exercise within the coordinates and thinking how it's gazing back at us. And so that dual dialogue, with the telescope, these hard facts, and the thinking about new facts, new measurement, new ways, and it's basically just like multiple forms of knowledge making inserted in it. But like again, I think land consistently comes back over and over again, or land sky, because again, it's also anchoring, but in a different type of way, because there is so much knowledge building in that. And I think that's sometimes is so much and really important sometimes, when we think about digital spaces, but again, a lot of that's already trained on that, and things that are omitted. Like I always, think it's funny, like I, even looking at pictures, from like GPS or Google Earth, all of those images are false because they actually omit all the clouds. So it's like none of this is like really real. It's all speculative. So again, it's like it becomes this interesting open space to think differently.
Wonderful. All right, Yvonne, you showed this incredible map of all the flows of information, which isn't infinite, but it has a feeling of infinity. And given that you are in a sense trying to keep tabs on all of these different sort of areas, at what point in when you're thinking about this work, does it become almost seemingly infinite? It's also, I'm saying that it being a Friday afternoon.
So not everything that's a flow there is automated, right? And I think that that's a huge part of it as well, is that because there are so many systems that are working to share information or data potentially, there's a high risk of hallucinations, data hallucinations, right? Which is why it's not intentional, but it's just a matter of sort of culturally how we've evolved as an institution, adopted a lot more sort of hand-wrought practices. And so, like the FileMaker Pro, there's 83 of those. I don't know how many, spreadsheets there are that exist with 10-year-plus old VLOOKUP, script running in the background. But anyway, so the possibility is like always knowing that this is a hall of mirrors, and I think everybody sort of understands that inherently, whether they deal with data and technology in their day-to-day job or not. They should understand, and they are inherently skeptical of that. And I think that that's actually a really healthy thing to know that, like, sometimes Christy isn't Christine, Christy is Christine's daughter, like things like that. And this is one of the tensions of being where we're at, which is that we're operating with the model and a lot of the processes of a mom and pop shop, sort of like a smaller business, a smaller cultural heritage institution. But we're running up against the upper limits of that because we insist on having such a sort of artisanal sort of approach to this that does not scale without us also like the staff, quadrupling or whatever, like increasing in orders of magnitude as well. And so all of this to say that I think everybody understands and is skeptical of data, and that's why there are processes that are not intentionally built, but ways to sort of verify, validate, and check that. And that's a really interesting sort of conversation to have with people that are in different generations of the workforce as well, those that are more easily persuaded by data, without having a more critical sort of approach to like, where is this data from? How are you using these terms? Do you mean fellow in the sense of a long-term fellow, or do you mean a fellow in terms of because we use interchangeable terms, and they don't even know that the term data dictionary exists, and yet inherently they know just through the human processes of producing information in an institution that there's something that still bears further investigation.
That's great. Gabe, I wanted to pivot to you and back to the Hereafter Institute, which seems like it was a different time. You were able to work with people's personal data. And
that was a big question at the museum at the time. I remember
that was a big question.
We had a lot of lawyers that were worried
there
about
was,
it.
Yeah, I still don't actually believe that we were able to do it.
Right.
But there was still just that you were able to get this data, work with it, and we were able to navigate, all the different structures and restrictions of our institution, but also of the various softwares that you were working with, the various platforms, and able to create this work. How would you compare that to, it's sort of our current post-Cambridge Analytica moment now?
I don't know if people even remember Cambridge Analytica.
Does everyone remember Cambridge Analytica?
I mean, I think as it pertains to how free people are about their data these days, I think people are even more free than they were in 2016 about giving up their data, at least what I've encountered with my students. Like, they share location data like it's no big deal at all, And I think there's still not really a price for data. People don't assume that data is worth anything monetarily, or that your privacy is worth that much. I mean, some people do, and some people are really obsessive about that and will not even go on Zoom for that reason, But I would say on average, people are more than willing than ever to give up their personal data. And at the time we were using Facebook, and it was just a matter of clicking one button, and then we had I was surprised at the time we got your photos from Facebook, which now I guess would not happen, right? But we had everybody's photos that attended that exhibit. And it was a big question about what were we doing too, ethically, about, with all these people's memories and data. And I still have their, I had to delete all their photos at one point from my drive, but I have these names, and it's very strange to feel that way. But no, I don't know. I don't know if you feel like this, if you're asking people for personal data, but I found that, like, at least my younger students, we talk about this and they're like, nah, I want to be part of the thing. I don't really want to think about what's happening behind the scenes with my data.
Sarah, what about your students?
Oh, same thing. I think they're just so unaware and just in awe of the technology that they are completely blindsided. And I'm constantly having to be a teacher, like teaching them, to think critically. And, it's all consuming all the time, because you're like, it's a place where they're just so consumed with the TikTok, the instant gratification, the wow, that this is going to be a very critical thing that we're going to be facing. Like how quick we are to really give up our data. And that's why, looking at the systems of data and looking at the origins of data, I think is, again, so important, because that's originally what it was intended to do. There's a really excellent book called Numbered Lives, Life, Death, and Quantum Media, which kind of examines the history of just like having to capture data from people. And it's something that's like very much in common with like how we, create governments, how power structures actually exist, is actually like having that data. And so we just have to constantly be talking about it, be aware of it. And, even when I use the technology, it's, I always, there's a critique in there. And I think that's, something that we just have to continue visit over and over again, because there's money in this. And that's what the problem is of, we're in this like uber capitalist society of like, how, and it's not transparent. So that's, again, just something we have to always bring up with young people.
Casey, what about your students? I was wondering if there's a difference between UCLA and UCSB, if it's a matter of, urban versus more.
I have no clue. No comment. Pass.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I want to check on the time to make sure. Okay, great. So we are going to open it up for maybe one or two questions. Do we still have our mic runner? Yes, we do. So you've been a terrific audience. You have amazing stamina. So Anyone, do I see any questions? I think we don't have any. No. Okay, well, I have one more quick question, just to drag it on for like a few more minutes. This is like the marathon, but I promise then we'll wrap up. I wanted to talk, because we are approaching Halloween, and Gabe, your presentation did really bring that theme out. Also, you do teach, your bio does mention that you teach a class called Haunted House, which sounds incredible. But I wanted to talk about ephemera in the archive, and this was a question that came up early, like the first presentation, our archivist Jessica Gambling, that was about, what about all the ephemera from your practice? How do you regard that, especially when you're working with large data sets? Is that ephemera worth preserving? Jessica Gambling actually was talking about, or I forget who it was at this point, but one of the presenters was talking about some of the scraps from a Matisse artwork that have been preserved, and that was kind of considered art adjacent. So what do your hard drives look like? I mean, or, maybe, or your GitHubs, I mean, and how do you think about, the preservation of ephemera? Because I think just preserving your digital works is a lot of labor, so.
I produce so much code that nobody ever sees except for me. Like, I work in these trees. Like, I'll do one thing and then I'll copy it and then I'll fork it and then I'll fork that and I'll fork that again. And so there's hundreds and hundreds of files for every single thing that somebody sees in the end. And in a way, I feel like that's the most interesting thing about the work, is the thought process and what didn't make it and what made it. And I have no clue if anybody's ever going to look at that. But I think for me, that's what I find interesting.
Are you saving those trees?
Yeah.
You
everything.
are? Okay, good,
Yeah,
good. Okay, everything, okay. Just making sure. Sarah, what about you? I mean, your practice transcends, a lot of different areas. So, I mean, everything from textile to data.
Yeah, and it's a mess. But that's the thing about craft and material, is it is messy, and that's, even the idea of like haunting, like the Jacquard is like, it's the haunting of the ENIAC. So that, I think is really important. I guess it's continually lingering through my work, is this like haunting, because you can't extract it from it. And I think, again, like that's why, even like it's in the source code, so that, because it gets really messy.
I think it's also not a problem unique to artists or media artists. I think we're all generating ephemera constantly. And where is it going to go? Like, you have thousands of photos. So where are you going to put these photos, and who's going to look at them later on? We never have had this much media before in our lives. And so to me, it's a question I think about all the time of like, is someone going to archive this? Is it worth taking a photo of the sandwich today? I don't know. But like, just in general, like, is there some resting place for my media in the end? Like there is for myself, hopefully one day, but yeah.
Yvonne, what about you?
I'm making eyes at somebody in the crowd because I think that they understand, as a practitioner, this is oftentimes the sort of institutional assets and digital asset management side of things, is that there's this idea that like, oh, if I entrust it to you and you do this like 3-2-1 sort of preservation policy, and there's one that's air gapped or something that's any promise of infinity or something, or preservation, and of course it's not. Like, we all know that that's not, but it's hard to let people know that and not have them sort of obsess over that, right? But there is the importance, again, like I said, of the right to forget and be forgotten, and that's true in an institutional sense as it is for sort of individuals as well. And yeah, that's constantly a thing. Like, a digital asset management system, for those that don't know, is usually a huge centralized repository used for images and media institutionally. And these can include like marketing assets. And the question always is like, if we're always forward migrating or, doing all of these extensive sort of backups of this, do we really need 12 images of a place setting at the ball or the gala or the thing? Like, could we get by with maybe 3? Would that be okay? And having that conversation is always the sort of change management, but I think that that's also the through line, is this idea of like there's comfort in the abstract and thinking that somehow digital, because it's abstracted from a lot of people's day to day, is somehow more secure, when in fact we know that that's not true. In fact, it's the opposite, right? So yeah, that's always a conversation. This is the unlicensed therapy part of my job, I feel like.
All right. Well, thank you, Yvonne. And thank you to all of our wonderful presenters. Let's give them a round of applause.